Britannico 1986. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226, Killing Multiple Birds with One Stone. Alan nodded and smiled, gesturing to Masahiro Masatika to continue. The reason why he suddenly wanted to understand this kind of catering model was that apart from a little selfishness, it was definitely making money, and the takeaway company in his hands had recently poor performance. It has been in operation for several months, and the number of membership cards has not exceeded 1,000. This made Alan feel a little unsure. Are the Welsh people sick? Don't you all eat takeaway? Or is the takeaway not delicious? Yes. The food in Daying is indeed rubbish, but there are slightly better restaurants on the street, and there are photos in the membership magazine. But these people just seem to be against him, and their performance cannot improve. In this way, whether or not you make money is secondary, which will dampen employee motivation. So today, when he heard this island classmate chatting in the back, Alan suddenly discovered that the takeaway was not delicious. Either because of the taste, or because of the price. They are all office workers, and the prices in Great Britain are not cheap. If they were really rich, many of them would not go shopping in the supermarket at night to grab discounted products. Since wool is difficult to pluck, you can customize professional scissors. Wales is like this, and even if England is good, it's not much better. It is better to open a chain restaurant brand by yourself, and control the price within the range acceptable to ordinary people. In this way, you can also tie it with your own takeaway company. Don't you want to order takeaway? There's cheap and delicious takeaway. Why don't you order yet? As for the cheap fast food Alan wants to make, it is French food. Then he can invite an expert to come over and give some advice. Alan has already thought of the candidate for this expert, and it must be Diana. My aunt is very well connected in France. As long as I get her, the French cook will not have to worry about it, and she can also find something for Diana to do, so she doesn't have to worry about emotional issues all day long. Diana, who was originally one of the shareholders of the Blue Knight Group, would it be natural for her to come over and serve as a consultant to Alan? Even endorsement fees, wages, etc. are saved. After some explanation by Masahiro. It turned out that in the late 1960s, after his father returned from studying abroad, he was deeply aware of the lack of catering industry in the island country. There was no Italian food on the streets. This guy found an opportunity and went abroad to learn from his mistakes. He returned to China and founded a mid-range Italian restaurant. But when their family first started operating, their business was very bleak, and it can be said that they were losing money every day. Italian food is much more troublesome than many British dishes. It is almost as famous as French food. They are both high-end European cuisines. If you want to ensure quality, the price cannot be lowered, and consumption is high. Ordinary islanders can't afford it, but wealthy islanders look down on their restaurants and think their restaurant decorations and models are too low-end. It can be said that it is not possible. Later, Xingyu and Changlang's father learned the hard way. After several large-scale price cuts, the restaurant almost dropped to cabbage price and finally opened the market. In recent years, the economic situation of the island country has been bad, but many people want to pay attention to it, which gives them, that is, the brand of failure, an opportunity. Western restaurants like this, which have a Western-style environment and very affordable prices, are becoming more and more popular. It was the expansion stage recently, so his father sent Masahiro to study abroad and asked him to study Cardiff University's flagship logistics major. His idea was similar to Alan's. He recruited classmates whenever he could, and after graduation, they all followed him back to the island country to take over the family business. In other words, your family is now using a central kitchen model, where the meals are pre-prepared according to fixed recipes and semi-finished products are then sent to various chain stores to increase the speed of serving food and reduce costs. Yes, it is Masahiro. Masahiro was really unprepared for Alan. He was a hereditary noble, and he invited him to dinner. Although the invitation was a bit stiff, it did not affect the aura of Masahiro, who was born as a commoner For Alan Point, in his opinion, this is much better than the way the nobles in their country treat civilians. Now this excellency is concerned about his family's business situation. He has almost wiped out his father's old bottom. It can be said that he knows everything and talks about everything. Well, Your Excellency, some time ago, I heard my father say that the biggest problem at the moment is that the price of beef cannot be brought down. You also know the prices in our country. Hearing what Masahiro Masataka said, Alan's eyes lit up even more. Point beef. He has it, not only in Wales, but also in Australia. Point he can also keep the price down, and the beef from the Australian Aboriginal territory is dirt cheap. Point these beefs can't be used up just to make instant noodles. Now point there seems to be a channel. Point why. Alan was just about to be happy, but looking at the honest looking Masahiro Masataka, a thought slowly came to his mind. Why should I be happy? Such a big fat sheep is right in front of me. They need a supply chain for overseas transportation. Now, this is exactly what I learned. Point why, not just buy their restaurant chain directly with their home. We directly copy their home model and then dig out half of the management staff to join the copied new brand and directly open a French fast food restaurant. Point in this way, it can save him most of the fumbling time and everything is ready made. The power that Alan can hold in his hands is beyond the imagination of such a small island country family. Point those supply chains are not a problem for him. He has channels for chefs, places, connections, food sources, and even transportation. In addition, now I can practice my skills in this new industry and enjoy practicing what I learned in school. Point I must be the most proud logistics major. Others go to outside companies for internships, while I do internships and directly acquire other companies, and then open a new company for my internship. Point HMM. Very good. Okay, what you said today is very important. It satisfied my curiosity. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can tell me more about your restaurant. I like your model very much. Alan stood up with a smile and patted Masataka on the shoulder. It felt so good to be unprepared for others. He said whatever he asked. This kid was so honest. Point I wonder what he would think if he knew that Alan was eyeing their family's industry in the future. Okay, sir, you can ask me anytime, Masahiro. Masahiro looked at Alan in confusion and nodded quickly. Point Leo she stayed at home for half a month. During this period, Alan was not in a hurry to attack Thatcher. Since Seelan said someone in their Conservative Party was against her, then Alan is not going to continue. It's not that the conflict between the two parties is gone. Point, but the dignified Earl doesn't want to be used as a gunman. Point, since they are fighting among themselves, let them fight without me participating. When they are done fighting, Alan will continue to add insult to injury. Point during this time, he called Diana and told her his thoughts. He wanted her to come out and help him plan a French restaurant. Based on her preferences, food prices should be as low as possible, but the dishes look to be of higher quality and have a certain sense of luxury. Point Alan didn't know Diana's other abilities, but she was very proficient in these fancy things, including eating, drinking and having fun. The job found for her suited her very well. Master, look on the manor lawn in the evening. Alan was playing with Xiao Huang. Point Ute saw that Alan had thrown a meatball, so he asked Xiao Huang to pick it up. While Alan was drinking water and resting, he took a few newspapers and handed them to Alan. What? Alan took it and took a look. All the places he needed to look at were folded. Point opened them one by one and viewed them. Grass. The Yankees secretly accused him through some media, but they did not dare to be too above board, so they could only borrow articles from some less famous commentators to make their case. Point but this is the latest news about him. Point it's all related to him not divesting his capital. Point Alan originally wanted to write an article to criticize, but thought about it. Point if this kind of thing gets too big, isn't that what the Americans want to see? If he retaliates directly, he will set himself on fire and let them find excuses. But he didn't say anything, just like a turtle with his head down, feeling a little aggrieved. Point at this moment, to be honest, Alan wanted to go out and hide. Point anyway, it's almost time for vacation. He's staying in Wales now and is a bit conspicuous. I'm sure someone will have to persuade him after a while. Point in this case, it would be better to just hide outside for some peace and quiet. Ignore them. Our partners haven't gotten back to us yet. Alan handed the newspaper to Huten and watched Xiao Huang staggering back This stupid bird was lazy. He stayed at home for a long time and always forgot that he could fly. Apart from being a little fatter, it can really fly. It's just that Zhao Huang doesn't like to fly. It likes to walk. Now that Alan has free time, he can train it, throw a ball out, and let it fly to catch it. But after Zhao Huang received the meatballs, he landed on the ground and ate while walking. He was so lazy that he couldn't stand it anymore. Not yet. Mr. Tanaka said that their headquarters has been discussing it. Snort. Alan snorted and threw the ball further this time. Islanders want to take care of both sides. How could I fulfill their wishes? It's time to give them a little push. I remember that the newly appointed Governor General of Australia this year is from their local area, right? Alan watched Zhao Huang reluctantly chase the meatballs with his wings flashing and looked at Ute and asked, yes, I heard that this current Governor General of Australia has the lowest title among all previous Governor Generals. They have more and more independent powers. Who? Te thought about the news from a few months ago and said the previous Governor General of Australia was sent from the British, but this time he was directly appointed as a local. What does this mean? The trend that represents the decline of Great Britain has increased, and local autonomy has become greater and greater. Alan sighed. The locals were not easy to deal with. He might as well go there himself to see the situation. With his old face, he couldn't believe that the newly appointed governor of Tuo didn't want to accomplish anything. For example, give Sony 2 knives to bleed or something. Stop by to see your own steel factory and the move tinplate factory, and then you can also take a tour. It was almost something, right? It's been a long time since I've made a film. Can you find a movie suitable for shooting in Tuo this time? Okay, I understand. You can report to Australia in the next few days and say that I will go over to inspect my property in July. I will also make an appointment with the governor and we will discuss it then. Who? Te blinked and glanced at Alan. Is young Master Jingji thinking about something? But it's okay to go overseas for some peace and quiet. There have been too many troubles at home recently. Before going to bed at night, Alan, who had been lying down, suddenly sat up and turned on the bedside lamp. Looking at the ground not far from the head of his bed. And Zhao Huang's bird's nest. This guy just lay there, slapping his buttocks and sleeping soundly like a dog. Alan suddenly remembered a project, and he promised Ceylon to try a TV series project. We also filmed a few episodes of that food show, but then Alan got busy off and on, so it was delayed. The remaining wilderness survival project was stranded because it did not find the right manpower, but the plans are mature plans, so it's not a problem to just leave them alone. Didn't George say before that Alan had never filmed a male-oriented film or television series? Can we combine these elements, taking the pillow next to him and stuffing it behind him? Alan lay down half lying, pulled the rattle, and asked the servant to serve him some smoothies and desserts. After waiting for a long time, the servant came over with a large cup of creamy mango smoothie. After digging a big spoonful of smoothie to cool down his anger, Alan's thinking became clearer. What are male-oriented film and television dramas? Science fiction, crime, explosions, kung fu. These all count, right? But if I were to take pictures like this, why would I travel? So are there any subjects that can be photographed without delaying play? Have beauty but it's not enough to just shoot beautiful women. You can't shoot a movie where just 2 people act and the scene is very simple, right? Can you combine the element of wilderness survival and beautiful women? Suddenly an idea flashed in Alan's mind. Imagine a ragged young lady struggling to survive in the wild. Every move and jump she makes is covered in white. Anyway, don't take pictures of the environment, just take pictures of people. Do you really think the audience is watching this to see how they survive in the wild? All the beauties appeared, so it must be to see the beauties. Alan is willing to call this kind of wilderness survival the youth version of wilderness survival. But there is a problem. The weather in Australia in July is not very good, especially in the south. It is still a bit cold, with the weather reaching 10 degrees. If you want to wear cool clothes, you will suffer, but there are also benefits. The temperature is low, the environment for outdoor shooting will be relatively friendly, and there are not so many mosquitoes. Then take the camera crew, move in the equipment, rent a few yachts, record the program during the day, and record the program at night. It's quite exciting to think about it. This idea works. Alan quickly put down the cup, picked up the notepad on the bedside, wrote down the matter, and asked Patrice to find him a beautiful actress with a good figure and good looks tomorrow. I thought I would have to wait for a while to find an actor. After Alan told Patrice his request the next day, Patrice thought for a while and then said, "Master, I do know a local Australian actor." "Well, you can't say she's a local. She was born in the United States, but immigrated to Australia with her family when she was a child." "Oh, she looks good. Is her skin good?" Alan was a little surprised. Old Patrice's business ability was good. He just asked for a candidate and he already had one. Chapter 227 Go, Patrice. Alan didn't care where she was from, as long as she met his requirements. Patrice touched his chin and thought for a moment. That actor only made his debut a few years ago, and hasn't made a few movies yet. But she became famous very early, mainly because this little girl is a little star. A little girl who is very willing to endure hardships. Anyone who can endure hardship, is not ugly in appearance, and is interested in the entertainment industry can usually make it. There is no shortage of all kinds of vases in the entertainment industry, but there is always a shortage of actresses who are capable and heroic. If she looks prettier, she will definitely be popular in the future. Patrice believes in her own vision. "Master, the person I'm talking about has a good foundation. She has blonde hair and blue eyes. She is very beautiful, mainly because she is young. She is only 1 year older than you. She is only 22 years old this year, mainly because of her white skin. She is known as a cold beauty. Don't you want someone with fair skin, a bit of heroic spirit, and someone who can endure hardships?" I thought of her immediately, and she seems to be still in Australia now. Oh, what a coincidence. The conditions Patrice mentioned made Alan even more curious. In my impression, Australia is a poor place with no famous stars, right? What's her name? Do you have a photo? There is no photo. You have to wait for me for a day and I will look for it. You must have never heard of her name. It's Nicole Kidman. Patrice scratched his head. What photo did he have? This was just a talented young actor he had seen by chance. Nicole Kidman. Alan was suddenly startled. He had really heard of this person, and he was also claimed to be the #1 among the 50 beauties in Hollywood. In fact, Alan has not seen many of Nicole Kidman's movies. In his impression, this and Tom Cruise, the same Tom Cruise who played Top Gun, got married very early, and later got married separated. And the most interesting thing is that Nicole Kidman is 1.8 meters tall, a standard tall person. But what about Tom Cruise? Over 1.7 meters tall. It's really an example of a small horse and a big cart. When the two of them stand together. If Nicole Kidman wears high heels, she can be a head taller than Tom. I didn't expect that. This chick hasn't left Australia yet, so that's it. Then this photo doesn't matter. Ellen has already got the impression. It is well known that Nicole Kidman is very white, coupled with his height of 8.8 meters. He is young and hard-working. I chose her for the youth version of Wilderness Survival. Everything was arranged for her. Okay, I'm going to make a wilderness survival documentary that can be considered a series. I'll use her then. You can make plans with Ceylon in the next few days. Alan picked up the manuscript paper on the desk and wrote down a few things that needed to be prepared. First of all, when I go to Australia this time, I need to bring the crew with me. With so many people eat what horses chew, so logistics must be done well. Transportation must also be prepared, and various vehicles, yachts, and even helicopters suitable for outdoor use must be rented in advance. Since the rest is to be filmed in the wilderness survival series, although Alan's purpose is not pure, since he goes to the wilderness, safety work must be done well, and the doctor at home must be brought with him. Then when he arrives in Australia, he must make appointments with several experts and professors. Technical support. Which of the various animals and plants in the wild are poisonous, and which cannot be eaten. There are also more important shooting location choices, and so on. All these bits and pieces depend on Patrice and the others to plan and prepare in advance. Alan doesn't have the energy to worry about it anyway. He just plays. After writing the memo and handing it to Patrice, Alan took out another file from the drawer, pushed it to Patrice, and motioned for him to take a look. This is Patrice took out the glasses case from his pocket and put it on. He picked up the information and saw that it was the information of middle-aged and elderly man. The other person's name was William George Hayden, or Bill Hayden for short. Born in Australia in 1933, he is now in his 50s. Looking at the following information introduction, Patrice was secretly surprised. This was actually the information of the new Governor General of Australia, who only took office in February this year. I have been the top leader in Australia's finance and diplomacy, and even briefly won the first prize in the local Labour Party a few years ago. This resume is very beautiful. The only drawback is it is unusual for a local to be appointed governor, but considering the era in which this guy was born, his thoughts on Great Britain should be the guarantee that he can serve as the new governor. This Bill. When you go to Australia, go visit him. Alan clicked on the information in front of Patrice and began to explain. Originally, it would have been okay to let old Carol do this kind of thing. But there are only two old guys in the family. Who Ted is in charge of the internal affairs, and old Carl is in charge of the affairs in the United States. Now old Carl is busy with the foundation affairs. Their as a last resort. Alan prepared to add more burdens to Patrice. Patrice is not young yet, and his thinking is very progressive. His performance in the past 2 years has been quite remarkable. It would be good for him to come forward to contact the new Australian governor first. In the past, filming movies and TV series locally was not a big problem, but now when you have to go out to film, other things are involved. For example, help from local people, various policies, etc. Just like Alan, he can operate this documentary project in the name of helping Australia revitalize its economy and promote tourism. There must be a benefit fee. It's not him who gives it to Australia, it's Australia who gives it to him. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat, so the rules cannot be broken. In addition, the new Governor General of Australia has just taken office. Does he need local nobles to support him? Since he is a local, his relationship with the British side is definitely not as familiar as the relationship and connections between the governors sent by the British to Australia and the local people. Now that Alan is going to travel and film movies and TV series, he can ask him for money under the pretext of giving him a platform, and because of identity issues, Alan couldn't bring this up on his own initiative. At this time, someone needs to go to the front line and act as a lobbyist. In addition, because he is a local, the title of Australian Governor Bill Hayden is very low. How low is it? Simply speaking, based on his title, when he met Ute and old Carol, he had to bow first. For previous overseas governors, non-nobles could not take office. Later, due to various factors, nobles were unable to hold important positions, so they had to resort to the method of giving knighthoods before taking office, which ensured that the governor was a noble, but not quite a noble model. Anyway, knights like them are tenured for life, not hereditary. But this title of Bill Hayden is very interesting. He only has one medal of the Order of the Companions of Australia. This thing sounds like the most ordinary lord. And he is also a local lord, a bit like the Justice of the Peace in Hong Kong. Between semi-formal and irregular, even their medal was completely independent only a few years ago. There are only 5 kinds of medals at the beginning of Australia. The new Australian Governor's Medal is the second-class medal. This medal can only be awarded to Australians or Australian nationals in the British mainland. This thing doesn't rank at all, and it's a bit reluctant to say it's a jazz compared with the new medals awarded by the Queen every year. Their gold content is not at the same level. Such a person can only be called a noble, but with this status, Alan can contact him. Nobles cannot interfere in politics, but they can still communicate with people who are also nobles. Alan didn't want to be too special. If the people he usually came into contact with from the official department didn't have a title, he had to meet them quietly. He couldn't be too high profile, which would easily arouse criticism from the outside world. It's a good time to send Patrice over. Alan has to act like a big local noble, but Patrice has no title and is Alan's domestic servant. This status is almost the same as the new Australian governor's class, only a little lower in this way. It would be better than letting old Carroll go directly. If old Cole went directly, he would have a higher title than him, and no official position. When the two met, the new governor of Australia would first salute old Carl. Since the two parties were not familiar with each other, it would easily arouse others' resentment. They are locals. Alan explained the relationship to Patrice in detail. Patrice looked suddenly enlightened, then fell into deep anxiety and envy. Originally, there was still one chance to make a contribution this year, but he was ready to take responsibility for the removal of Alan's movie from the United States. Who knew that the young master suddenly changed his mind and left the job to the islanders, but these ignorant islanders were still hesitant and unhappy. Now the young master sent himself to Australia first, because he had the lowest status and could easily get things done. In the future, I will also become a knight and let others salute me. Patrice looked at Alan in confusion for a long time. What are you thinking about? Alan knocked on the table twice. Why was Patrice so old? He was stunned when he was explaining something. Master, I was just thinking about the Australian terrain, and suddenly I thought of the filming location. After being scolded by Alan, Patrice quickly stood up and lowered his head, sincerely admitting his mistake. Sit down. Alan frowned and asked Patrice to sit down. This old guy had never done anything like this before. This was the first time, and Alan would inevitably explain it to him in detail. You go over this time and visit him first. This is a matter of etiquette. Then you can use your words to trick him. He has become the new governor of Australia. This job is different from what he did before. I'm giving him a subtle hint that I'm going to go. When traveling to Australia, do you need me to support him? It seems that nobles like Alan have no access to any real power departments, and they will not take the initiative to contact them. But this does not mean that nobles are just decorations. The issue of class is deeply rooted in the British people. Ordinary people will have deep-rooted class consciousness from a very young age. This is no joke. In the past few years, society has become more and more developed, and many deviants have appeared, so the reputation of the nobility has been affected. A few decades ago, the reputation of the British aristocracy was not too bad, and it even rose for a while after the war. Such large nobles from the mainland came to visit a new governor shortly after he took office. First, it can indirectly give the governor a platform. And second, it can also prove the governor's connections in Great Britain. Although Alan did not know this Bill Hayden before, as long as the two parties have common interests, they can further deepen their connection and achieve mutual benefit. As for the film and television projects prepared by Alan, as well as his industry in Australia, these are all positive and will indeed bring benefits to Australia. The difference is that the interests already exist, but now with the help of this governor, the interests can be maximized. This is beneficial to both parties. Alan believes that, as long as Bill Hayden's IQ is still online, he will definitely accept the olive branch he threw. When the time comes, if everyone plans some new projects, won't this result be achieved? Alan would not treat him badly. Time is a bit tight. You should hurry up. I'm waiting for news from you. Although you don't have a title, you should be more arrogant when you should be arrogant, so as not to lose the momentum of our Hill family. Patrice was shocked and quickly stood up again, saying with a serious face, Master, don't worry, I will definitely not make any mistakes. Okay, let's go. Alan put away the information on the table. This was just for Patrice to see, not for him, and he couldn't take it away. After Patrice went out, Alan picked up a letter on the table and started to read it. This is a letter he wrote to Councillor Wang last month. It took almost a month for the reply to arrive. After opening the envelope, he found that Councillor Wang's English was very poor, but it did not affect his reading. After reading the letter, Alan realized that it was not that Councillor Wang was slow to reply, but that this guy had been transferred back to his country to serve. In the letter, Councillor Wang first praised Mr. Alan for his persistence and being a very good friend. Then he took advantage of the situation and assured Alan that there would be absolutely no problems with Alan's industry and that it would just operate as normal business. Seeing this, Alan finally breathed a sigh of relief. How could he not be worried about an industry worth hundreds of millions of pounds? Although he was confident in his heart, everyone is different now. With the assurance of this letter, a stone finally fell from his heart. As for Counselor Wang, at the end of the letter, he also invited Alan to travel and visit China when he was free. Wouldn't it mean that if someone leaves, a lot of the original industry will be freed up? He estimated that Alan must be interested in these industries, so he wrote and invited Alan to come and take a look. Alan touched his chin. Counselor Wang was quite interesting. Even if he wanted to take over these unfinished industries, it would be difficult to take over. It didn't matter to Alan whether he had enemies or not, but when doing business, he believed in one rule: take your time and don't rush. You can build a business as big as your abilities are, and you will never be greedy. Alan didn't want to do anything beyond his capabilities. He has never heard of some of these unfamiliar industries. Now that others have withdrawn their investment, if he takes over, some of the equipment will need to be added, the workers will need to be trained, and the products produced will still need to find markets. He has neither these things nor channels. Taking over hastily will not only waste a lot of his money and energy, but also he doesn't know how long it will take to make a profit. It's too troublesome, mainly because after taking over these businesses, the relationship between the two parties has faded, as if he is repaying a favor, which is not good. When doing business, if there is no emotion and only money, then the business will be ruined. Chapter 228 Nicole Kidman. Don't believe that Europeans and Americans pay attention to the spirit of contract and only focus on profits when doing business. A person who has such an understanding is most likely because he himself is not worthy of others establishing a deeper friendship with him. No matter where you go, when you first start doing business, you do it because of profits. But after you earn profits, you have to start talking about friendship. Only with friendship can we protect longer term interests in the future. It is too stupid to only seek short term or obvious benefits. It is the behavior of the nouveau riche. What do so many PR companies do? It is not an industry derived from a lack of deep friendship and desire for profit. As long as the friendship is deep enough, if something goes wrong, the bosses of both parties will call and explain it clearly, and there will be no problems later. Of course, if you want to achieve such a friendship, you need to work slowly. Pulling out a piece of letter paper and replying to Counselor Wang, Alan first declined his invitation, saying that he was very busy recently and had too many official duties to go over for inspection and would wait until he had the opportunity to go over. Finally, he expressed his gratitude at the end of the letter and invited Counselor Wang to contact him if he had the opportunity in the future and wanted to study abroad, and Alan could send him an invitation. In this way, the favor is used, but it seems useless. And it is even further consolidated. An England Airlines Boeing 747 has entered Australian airspace. Alan was sleeping soundly with his head covered when he suddenly felt someone scratching him. Opening his eyes drowsily, he saw a small face with a light, which startled Alan. Fake. William, what are you doing? William curled his lips, shook Alan again and said, "Cousin, I can't sleep." "You can't sleep? Why are you here to harm me?" Alan turned slightly, stretched out his arms to open the shutter of the window, and looked at the vast white outside, not knowing where he had flown to. "Why don't you go play with Harry?" I thought William would find some excuse, but unexpectedly William lowered his head and sighed. "Cousin, I miss my mother." Alan pressed the seat, sat up slightly, and glanced at William, who seemed a little depressed. There's nothing he can do about this kind of thing. Mainly except that William went home to live, and then Diana also returned to the manor, so they could meet. At other times, even though she knew William and Harry were with Ellen, Diana did not visit them. Not because she doesn't want to, but because she can't. This is fucked. Alan is a retainer. He can just take William and Harry with him. But if Diana wanted to see them, she had to apply. Someone agreed and had to say hello to Alan before they could meet, which was very troublesome. So some time ago, even if Diana had an appointment with Alan, the location was set in Cardiff instead of going directly to the castle to find Alan. Just because it's against the rules. "Cousin, yeah, I'm listening." Alan sighed and touched William's hair. "What happened to the old woman? My mother was mentioned in the newspaper some time ago." Ha ha ha. "Don't worry, I'm here. I'll scold her and run away." Alan is responsible for finding a good school for them, dealing with their daily work, and just having good food and drink point. But he couldn't handle the child's feeling of missing his mother, isn't it? Just to take them with me on this trip to let them relax. And neither does Alan point. Just as he was about to think about how to enlighten William, the servant came over to remind Alan that his destination was approaching. The destination of this flight is Adelaide, the capital of South Australia. Australia is roughly divided into 6 states and 2 territories on the Big Island. About 1/3 of the area on the left is all the way to the end, which is Western Australia. The upper part in the middle is the Northern Territory, which belongs to the indigenous reservation land, similar in nature to the Indian reserves in the United States. The land is not very fertile, and there is still a large area of desert, but there are also many places suitable for livestock raising and planting. Anyway, it is enough for hundreds of thousands of natives to live. Just below the Northern Territory is South Australia. South Australia is closely adjacent to the states of Queensland, New South Wales and Victoria. The capital, Adelaide, has a short history, just over 100 years old, but its environment is excellent. It has consistently ranked among the top 10 most livable cities in the world since its travel. Of course you should go wherever you feel comfortable. Alan did not fly directly to Sydney this time. He did not want to meet the new Australian governor so soon. He doesn't need to be greeted. Not even in New South Wales. Alan was going to rest for a while before thinking about anything else. When he got off the plane, he saw Seelan wearing a big women's sun hat and a decent women's business suit, waving hello to Alan. In this coastal port city with a Mediterranean climate, the temperature is a bit cooler in July, but the sun is still shining brightly. It is most comfortable when the temperature is highest at noon every day. It is neither cold nor hot, and it is great to sunbathe on the beach. After not seeing each other for a while, I saw that Seelan was also getting tanned. Alan smiled and said, "It seems that Adelaide is better at raising people than Wales. You look much better." Haha, boss, let's get in the car and talk. If we don't leave, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to leave if the news leaks out later, Seelan said and pointed into the distance. Alan blocked it with his hand and looked outside the airport fence. There were many local people having nothing to do. He parked his car outside the fence and took pictures with his camera. Instead of filming Alan, they were filming airplanes. Because Adelaide's airport has only opened international flights a few years ago, there are no international flights here every day, but only at fixed times. The types of aircraft on international routes are relatively large, and the aircrafts of various airlines are painted differently. In addition, Adelaide's airport is relatively small, so many people like to come here to take pictures of large aircraft. But Alan turned his head and looked at William, who looked disgusted, but was still holding Harry's hand, and motioned for them to come over quickly. The convoy took half of the bodyguards and came out of the airport first. Alan touched the leather seats in the car. Curious Seelan thought that Alan disliked American cars, so he quickly explained, "Boss, this was regarded as the rear production base at that time. This was the production line left by Chrysler after the war. They have many American cars here, and I didn't rent our brand specifically vehicles, mainly because they are afraid of being too conspicuous." Well, that's good. It's very thoughtful. Alan was non-committal. He just wanted to keep a low profile when he was traveling. He was just here to relax and have fun. If everyone knew about it, then why would he be out there looking at the mountains in the distance and then looking at the flat port? To be honest, in Alan's opinion, the scenery here is just that, on par with Wales. The population is very small. As long as there are fewer people and the proportion of plants is increased, the scenery will not be too bad wherever you go. Where is Patrice? He is still in Sydney. It is said that His Excellency the Governor warmly invited him to stay. The two of them had a very happy conversation. I don't know much about the rest. Alan nodded. As long as the conversation was good, all the expenses for going out this time would be reimbursed. Not much to say, but helping them promote tourism and charging some endorsement fees is not an exaggeration, right? Since your factory is here, it's not too much to enjoy some special tax benefits, right? Has the actor been contacted yet? Thinking of this, Alan didn't forget to ask about Nicole Kidman. Boss, I need to tell you in advance that her mother manages her very strictly, and her mother is a bit extreme. Seelan looked a little unnatural when he said this, but then he seemed to remember something. After looking at Alan's face, he became less worried again. Extreme? Mom is strict. Mom's girl. It shouldn't be. Alan was a little surprised. It's not like many foreign children have become independent at a young age. Point in his previous life, he had seen a lot of rubbish media, which popularized popular science about how American children no longer need to be cared about at home when they are 18 years old and can be independent, and then boasted about other people's systems, self-care abilities, educational abilities, and so on. Disgusting as hell. Point not to mention the United States. Let's talk about the United Kingdom. Who is the normal parent who doesn't care about their children until they are 18 years old? Not going to school. Don't you plan your children's lives? Most of those who leave their children alone are actually the lowest level civilians. Their families have no money, nothing to do, and they can't take care of them, even if they want to. They can only let their children go out and enter society early. Point it's obviously a shameful thing, but I don't know how it got spread like chicken soup for the sole point. But it is rare to see people who are still controlled very strictly by their parents at the age of 22. At this age, at least there is a certain amount of self-space. The boss's family is very rich. They own a lot of land. They are considered a wealthy family. Her mother is a feminist, a bit extreme, but Seelan looked at Alan's face. As for women's rights, most of them have double standards. No matter how fiercely you shout, no man is a good thing, but as long as you really see someone good looking and noble, no matter how extreme you are, you probably won't be able to do so anymore. Point according to Seelan's estimation, Nicole Kidman's family may be considered wealthy here in Australia, but compared with Mr. Allen, their family is not rich enough. Point as for the others, needless to say, what is the new era facade of the British aristocracy? She was just worried that Nicole Kidman would be influenced by her family, but now it seems that she doesn't need to worry too much. Alan tilted his head and listened for a long time before understanding what Seelan meant. He chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter. Have you made an appointment? I still want to see her and give her a specific short-term training plan. Then I ask her to come over tomorrow." Alan nodded and said, "Okay, come tomorrow afternoon." After saying that, he no longer wanted to look at the scenery outside the window, so he closed his eyes slightly and began to rest. The next afternoon, Nicole Kidman, with her hair tied up, just got out of the car and looked at the yard in front of her. This villa in the North District was very green, and it was even bigger than their house. On the lawn in the yard, sharp screams attracted Nicole Kidman's attention. An owl with black and white fur is playing with a grey rabbit. The rabbit screamed in fright, but every time he ran out a few steps, the rabbit, taking a closer look at this owl, Nicole Kidman realized that this was not an albino mutant, but a snowy owl. How could such a bird appear in Australia, and the snowy owl is too fat. It flew up and flickered its wings and pressed directly on the rabbit. The rabbit squeaked and screamed. It didn't look like it was being caught or being crushed. Anyway, it was very miserable. With a cry of "Zao Huang, come here," I saw that the fat snowy owl stopped flying. It stepped on the grass with 1 foot and 1 foot shallow. It looked very happy and ran towards the direction of the sound. Following the figure of the snowy owl, Nicole Kidman slowly shifted her gaze and then saw a tall and strong young man. Her blonde hair was casually tied into a short braid. The hair at the front of the head was combed into a middle part. Boys, part your hair in the middle. This hairstyle is the most important test for your appearance. If you are a bit ugly, this hairstyle will look very vulgar, but if the appearance is on the line, the middle parted hairstyle will complement the appearance and take the appearance to a higher level. The young man she saw now was like this. The temperature is only 10 degrees Celsius now, but this person is wearing a tight-fitting short-sleeve shirt, and his chest muscles are bulging. The lower body is wearing loose camouflage pants, a pair of high-top leather boots, and a longbow on his back. He looks like a child of the forest, or rather, like an elf prince described in fairy tales. Anyway, Nicole Kidman was attracted by just one look. She has never seen such a good-looking member of the opposite sex. Since she was a child. Just watching the young man take out something from the bag on his waist, he stretched his right arm back, took a step forward, and threw something fiercely into the distance. The fat snowy owl howled, flashed its wings, and chased away. The tight short sleeves on the young man's upper body were stretched out by his action of throwing things. The feeling of the power and beauty of the opposite sex, the hormonal feeling, even made Nicole Kidman swallow her saliva, and then her face turned red unconsciously. Nico, Seelan, smiled and patted Nicole Kidman, who was staring blankly at Alan. "Ah, sorry Miss Seelan." Nicole Kidman, who had come back to her senses, lowered her head first. She was fairer, and her blush was very obvious. She was so fascinated by someone, and was caught doing it. It was so shameful. Haha, it's okay. That is Mr. Allen. Have you heard of Mr. Allen? Right. Heard about it. Nicole Kidman echoed Seelan, very much against her will. She used to be quite rebellious. Due to family reasons, her mother was more strict with her, so she hates all traditional things. In particular, she hates such aristocratic and feudal bad habits. Nicole Kidman has never liked the prince and princess set, but she likes things like Zorro. In the past 2 years, she has known that there is a famous nobleman in Daying who likes to make movies, but since she usually shoots movies, she rarely watches TV, newspapers and other things, and has no time to learn about it. This was the first time she met Alan today, the director who invited her to make a documentary. At this moment, Nicole Kidman suddenly found that she didn't seem to hate traditional things so much anymore. She was even a little curious about many of the previous British cultures. She wondered if the legendary Earl could give her be a teacher and teach it yourself. Chapter 229 Support Target. Seeing that Seelan had brought the people, Alan hooked his hands and motioned for them to come over. When Nicole Kidman stood not far in front of Alan, Alan finally saw the young version of Nicole Kidman. How should I put it? I feel like this girl is not as good looking as she looks in the movie. I don't know what's wrong with the women in Great Britain. Anyone who is somewhat famous usually looks handsome. They can't be said to be manly women. They just feel that their facial features and eyebrow shapes are very hard. This kind of person seems to give people a very conservative and traditional feeling, and lacks that wild energy. But now many big American girls in Hollywood are different. Their facial lines are very soft, and even when they are far away, their lusty energy can hit their faces. The experienced Alan stared at Nicole Kidman's face for a long time. This girl has red cheeks and even a little baby fat on her face. Her hairstyle is very old-fashioned, with small curls like instant noodles. Small waves anyway. It gives people the feeling that they are obviously very young, but they have to take the path of maturity. This hairstyle and eyeshadow give people the feeling of an aunt in her 40s or 50s, but her face is still tender, which looks very inconsistent. Now Nicole Kidman's whole body is only her height and height. Alan is most satisfied with a pair of long legs, and the others. Your name is Nicole Kidman. Yes, Nicole Kidman fell into a long silence after watching Alan see her. He kept looking up and down and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After waiting for a long time, a trace of disappointment seemed to flash across Alan's face, and finally he asked. Alan took off the bow he was carrying and said, "Do you know how to play this meeting?" Nicole Kidman answered bravely, and then saw Alan handing her the bow directly, and then took out an arrow from the quiver and said, "Did you see that rabbit? Shoot it." Alan watched Nicole Kidman take aim with the bow for a long time. With a whoosh, the arrow swung past the head of the half-dead rabbit that was played by Zhao Huang about a meter away onto the lawn. This archery skill, let alone hunting, would starve to death in the wild. "Okay, give it to me." When he was about to cross the bow, Alan took out the arrow and took a slight aim. From a distance of about 10 meters, he shot the arrow lightly. The rabbit twitched and stopped moving. "Do you know what we are going to film this time?" After putting the bow behind his back again, Alan asked again. Nicole Kidman's face turned red again as she watched Alan shoot the rabbit with just one casual glance. The action just now was an understatement. Holding the bow, knocking an arrow, and shooting, all in one go. It looked very casual, but it was such a light action that looked so natural and unrestrained. "I know, Miss Seelan told me about the wilderness survival show." Alan nodded to Seelan to indicate that she could go ahead, and then took steps to signal Nicole Kidman to follow. As he walked, he said, "You can think of it as a reality show. There is no script. It just shoots you hunting in the wild. You can rest assured about safety when building shelters and other actions." Nicole Kidman nodded honestly, regardless of whether Alan, who was walking in front, could see it or not. "Besides, your image isn't good enough. It's not wild enough. Do you understand wildness?" Alan looked back at Nicole Kidman's hairstyle and gestured. "I want to fully display female beauty in the camera and have a wild image. I will call my hairstylist for you later. Is it acceptable to straighten your hair?" "Okay, Nicole." Kidman lowered her head slightly. She felt that the nobleman was not that interested in her and even seemed a little disgusted. Alan's eyes and tone made Nicole Kidman panic. "Besides, you can stay here for the next few days and I will give you a short-term training. Do you usually exercise?" Nicole Kidman is already a bit embarrassed to talk about it. Where does she have time to work out? "Oh, it doesn't matter. You will have a running training every day these days. It is not to exercise your physical strength, but to prevent your muscles from getting sore after a sudden and heavy exercise. I will give you an adaptation period first. Do you understand?" Seeing how hard she was talking, Alan simply stopped asking and started arranging plans directly. "Well, director, are you personally teaching me?" Nicole Kidman didn't know what she was thinking. After hearing Alan's arrangement, she subconsciously asked. As soon as she asked this, she felt that she was a little rude, but unexpectedly, Alan did not laugh at her but said softly, "Yes, I will train you personally." "Okay, you go and rest first, and then start training again tomorrow." Alan watched Nicole Kidman walk away with her hands folded in front of her. He stared at her back for a long time. Her foundation was still very good. Some areas could be improved. He was looking forward to tomorrow. "Meet the groomed Nicole Kidman. This kind of Nicole is okay. Just take your time and develop it. Don't be in a hurry. There is still plenty of time. After dinner in the evening, old Carol, who was tired of traveling, finally came to the villa with his two assistants. I haven't seen old Carol for more than half a year. The old guy seems to have gained weight again, and his beer belly has become more and more obvious." Alan called old Carl, and the two of them went to the huge terrace on the second floor of the villa, lying on the lounge chairs and watching the sunset that was about to set in the distance. "Master, no. Hurry, let's drink tea first." "Why are you coming here so late? The American side is very busy recently." Alan took the small blanket handed by the servant and covered his legs with a cool breeze. The environment was very comfortable, and the seaside wind also had a faint smell of the sea. It was also July, and the weather in Wales was getting hotter and hotter, while the weather here was still very cold, which was completely reversed. "I haven't been helping Papa handle the foundation matters you asked me to do recently. I also have a little something else I need to report to you." "Well, tell me." In the past 2 years, after Alan survived the inheritance tax crisis, he came up with the idea of supporting several small families, but such candidates are hard to find. If it's too small, it won't be of much use. If it's too strong, it's hard to control. Old Carol has been generally responsible for this matter. He has been looking for it for so long and has not found any suitable target. But since the beginning of last year, old Carl met an old guy who was about the same age as him. This person is considered a native of the United States, and his home is in a satellite city next to Los Angeles. My background was not very good. My family used to work on the dock. Later, he slowly became successful without taking any right path. This old guy only has one child, a daughter, but the son-in-law his daughter found is quite impressive, a talented man, and a law student. At first, the old guy wanted his son-in-law to follow him, and their family started a business like bulk oil. The source of the goods is not very clean. They all flowed out from a certain US military training ground in the interior, but the advantage is that the oil quality is high, the price is cheap, and the quantity is stable. There is a certain amount every month. Their family's business is to wrestle these oils with shady origins to Los Angeles and surrounding places. Anyway, bulk goods are shipped slowly, so the profit is not small point. But this son-in-law disliked his father-in-law's dirty hands and dirty business, so he always looked down upon his father-in-law point originally. Old Carol thought that this old guy needed to be sophisticated and ambitious, but also a little bit ambitious. It was considered a target for investigation. But I didn't expect that at the beginning of this year this old guy died. Because of an accident. All the family property was left to his daughter, and these businesses were taken over by his son-in-law. But this son-in-law is very arrogant, and does not want to play dirty tricks. He wants to do business in an upright manner. This idea may seem naive, but some people are just inexplicably stubborn. The family business, which was not a small one at first, was targeted by the surrounding competitors and gangs. He wanted to do business honestly, but he didn't have a clean start. Coupled with the environment in the United States, doing business honestly was courting death. Sure enough, in just 6 months, the family business was almost half lost. Alan yawned, turned to look at old Carol, who looked irritated, and said, "Then what are you going to do by telling me this?" "Help him, master. Their family used to have hundreds of people, and they are very well connected in Los Angeles. They can do a lot of things that are inconvenient for me to do. They can find out information and so on, and they can do it very quickly. I'm just a little bit. It's a pity that you ask me to establish a foundation, so I'm just wondering what should I do here." Seeing that his friend suddenly disappeared and his family fortune was almost completely ruined, old Carol couldn't tell what he was feeling now. To say that he felt sympathy, maybe a little, but not much. He just felt that it was a pity that he finally had such a good life. This cute little family is almost doomed. Alan summarized a few key words. Near Los Angeles, small family, son-in-law studied law, used to be very capable. The family has many people, wants to transform, and is in crisis. That's all the information he got. To be honest, Alan originally looked down on such a family, but their geographical location was good. It's not easy to find a local company developing in Los Angeles. That place is home to either major film and television companies or all kinds of stars, which is crucial. Old Carol has been here for a few years, so he is looked down upon by others because of his status. He does not dare to have too many people on hand. In addition, last year, someone directly approached Boss Chat to file a complaint, so Alan also asked old Carol to keep a low profile. Now that he has the opportunity to support a small local family in Los Angeles, it is normal for Carol Leo to have ideas. Alan thought for a while, picked up the cigarette on the table, lit one for himself, and said slowly, "Are you studying law?" "A top student? Such a person has highs and low hands. No wonder he looks down on his father-in-law. He and his wife have a very close relationship. But, yes, it is said that the two have known each other for many years and have a very good relationship. He basically doesn't go out to socialize after get off work and stays at home with his wife. There's something wrong with this. They have such a good relationship, but you don't like someone else's father, but you like someone else's daughter. What is their biggest difficulty now? For such a small family, it doesn't matter whether they support it or not. Alan just holds the idea of hitting 3 poles. If there are dates or not. If there are conditions, he will support one. If there are no conditions, forget it. Master, it's like this. Their fuel is transported on the road using tank trucks, but the drivers they hire are not equipped with guns. You know the security situation in the United States. He is targeted by some small gangs, and he refuses to use some tricks. Why don't you let others slaughter you? It is said that tens of thousands of dollars of goods are lost every month. Hearing old Carl's explanation, Alan raised his eyebrows. He was losing tens of thousands of dollars of goods every month. Although this was not much in his opinion, the loss of tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars in a year this is not a small amount. No wonder it's a local snake family. It happened twice. If calculated according to the past, the annual turnover alone would be hundreds or even tens of millions of dollars. Right, this size is definitely not small in a small family. Alan, who was a little interested this time, and thought about it again. You said that the son-in-law is in charge of the company now, so his wife has no objection to seeing the loss of their family's family business. Old Carol sighed and said, I have known Lily for a few years. She respects me very much. She even came to see me some time ago, but this is a family matter of this. There is nothing I can do to persuade her. Maybe women, is that right? She supports her husband, and it depends on how long they can lose this. Lily is probably the daughter of the old guy who old Cal knew. Alan nodded, sorting out the relationship between the characters, and said with a smile, well, aren't you now setting up a foundation? Spend some money and find those gangs to buy the oil they grabbed, so as to support them. Old Carol never expected that the young master would arrange it like this. Isn't this a case of capitalizing on the enemy? Alan glanced at old Carol and said, everyone is arrogant. There is an old saying in China, you can't see the coffin without shedding tears. If a person like him wants to persist, then let him persist and cripple their business. What else can he hold on to? He no longer supports his family? What kind of life did he live before? Is there any gap after being bankrupt? Will he repent? After asking several questions in succession, Alan stretched out his hand and tapped the coffee table beside him and said, you have people secretly contact those small gangs, increase your efforts to rob their goods, and make him desperate. Oil, then quietly dispose of it, collect the funds, and then use the funds to support them when their family is in trouble. Lawyers are good. Lawyers know a lot. If they have suffered setbacks and know that they are at ease, then they can work hard for us. After listening to Alan's arrangement, old Carl thought deeply for a while and felt that, although this operation method was a bit dirty, it was easy to use. Instead of watching them lose money, it is better to help them lose money quickly, finish the loss quickly, be hit by reality, and then correct themselves. It doesn't matter if you lose a little money. As long as the purchase and distribution channels are there, this kind of family, as long as they have funds on hand, will be able to make a comeback soon. When the time comes, they will have a life-saving grace. Isn't this a relationship established? Moreover, you don't necessarily have to continue to engage in oil production after going bankrupt. Old Cal knows very well the real use of a family like this. They are local people, have people to support at home, and it is convenient to work. On this basis, the young master just leaked some business to them, which was enough for them to run the business. Okay, I'll do that when I get back. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Still Holding the Pippa, Half Hiding the Face. Don't think that, just because America is developed these days, everything will be fine. There is not even an internet connected eye, and things like this kind of direct robbery will happen every day, even decades later. Even in big cities, it's not for nothing that superheroes are so busy. What's more, in the satellite city next to Los Angeles, such a small place is even more chaotic. Alan was thinking about what this small family could do for him if it could be supported in the future. First of all, they have some connections in Los Angeles, and the person at the helm is a law student and a local, so this identity is very useful. For example, transform into a public relations company. Wouldn't this help him deal with some things that are difficult to solve with explosions? As in the past, when there was a disagreement, bodyguards were sent to kill people. With the development of the times, it should be used as little as possible. We must take up the weapon of law and use it rationally. For example, to see who is unhappy, send those who offend you through normal legal procedures. As long as they go to jail. Most prisons in the United States are privately run. Once people go in, it is much more convenient to do whatever they want to do there than outside. It can be said that he can be tortured as much as he wants. Even he can slowly help them take over a private prison in the future. This can be regarded as Alan's professional family that specializes in dirty work in the United States. He couldn't just send bodyguards there and use local Americans to do the dirty work. Now no one would have anyone to complain to, right? After going through the idea in his mind, Alan put out the cigarette butt into the ashtray, looked at old Carl and said, the box office revenue from the United States has arrived. You have to slowly transfer the funds to the foundation. When the time comes, when you go back, find some local media in Los Angeles and donate to the foundation in the name of charity. You can also cultivate your reputation and do charity. Old Cole grinned. This kind of behavior of turning his left hand into his right hand and inviting the unsuspecting media to praise him, wouldn't he become a kind-faced man from Great Britain who is obsessed with charity? Mr. Carl, I understand, Master. Old Carl can do dirty work, but thinking about these twists and turns is not that interesting. After Alan's personal guidance, his ideas became clear instantly. Isn't there a work plan for the second half of the year? You rest here for a few days. Patrice is working in Sydney. After you have rested in a few days, you can contact him and go over to help him. Alan told old Carol a little bit about Patrice's side of things. Huh. Master, I don't need to rest. I'll go tomorrow. What's the rush? Just rest first, if I ask you to. Seeing that old Cole was so excited that he wanted to fly to Sydney overnight, Alan quickly pressed his hand to signal him to take it easy. Seeing his young master's careless expression, as if he was fishing, old Carl suddenly had an idea in his mind and blurted out, Master, do you want to establish a deeper connection with the new governor of Australia? Support him. TSK. What if he can take the position of governor? His life has come to an end. What else does he want to do? Go to work in Great Britain? Alan curled his lips in disgust and continued, we need to use the connections he made during his tenure to support the right people. He pointed in the direction of the Northern Territory and said, my steel factory, tinplate factory, and beef production area are all here. Such a big industry, no one will help me take care of it. Can I rest assured? Alan's business is still very stable. These are serious businesses, not one-time deals. In addition to the initial site selection, factory construction, equipment purchase, and recruitment of workers after the product is produced. There are also sales issues and the maintenance of official relations where the factory is located. These must be taken into consideration. If there is no local manpower, it will be fine in a short period of time, but what about a long time? Never count on people's hearts. You can't ask him to come forward if something happens in the future, right? That shouldn't exhaust him to death. He still has to enjoy life. Ever since the steel plant here was built, Alan has been more interested in Australia. This time he contacted the newly appointed governor of Australia. He wanted to make a good sale first, give him some benefits, and help him find some ways to make money. It is conservatively estimated that this term will last for 5 or 6 years. As long as he is still in office, Alan's industry will be fine. Taking advantage of these 5 or 6 years, I will gradually support a local manpower to help me take care of the business here. The general plan is this. Now, Patrice will be sent to contact the other party, and then Carol Lear will come over in a few days to have a look, further expressing Alan's importance and respect for the Australian governor. When the time comes, the people under my command will negotiate first, and then the two of them will meet again, and there will be benefits. Friendship is established, all the conditions are met, and the rest will be easy to talk about. Old Carol nodded deeply, finally understanding his young master's intention. It's better to be a young master. His behavior may seem reckless on the surface, but secretly he is very stable. How do you say that? White means must be used, and black means must also be used. They complement each other. Early the next morning, Alan got up refreshed. Under the service of the servant, after washing, he stretched and went out. Looking at Nicole Kidman jogging around the yard in the distance, it was too far away to see whether the girl's image had changed. After waiting for a long time, when Nicole Kidman passed by Alan waved and called Nicole Kidman over from small waves to big waves, and a simple change of hairstyle. Nicole Kidman now feels completely different. The eyebrows are trimmed a little thinner, and the eyeshadow is also light makeup. It lacks the sense of maturity that is specially designed to highlight, and has a bit more youthfulness and wildness. Khaki shorts and camouflage short sleeves. After running, the short sleeves clung tightly to the body and were soaked with sweat. Two small arcs that weren't originally very good were revealed. Alan nodded with satisfaction. A bit like Laura. You don't have to run so hard, just be moderate. Just treat it as a warm-up exercise for a few days. Alan nodded towards Nicole Kidman, and said as he walked, leading her towards the shooting range point. When he came to the shooting range and handed Nicole Kidman a short bow that was much smaller than the one he had yesterday, Alan said, "I don't need you to be able to shoot accurately. You just need to practice your posture." Posture. Nicole Kidman was stunned for a moment. Didn't she agree on a reality show? Alan smiled and gestured to Nicole Kidman to make a bow gesture point. As soon as she started using it, Nicole Kidman immediately discovered that the bow in her hand was much better than the one she had yesterday. It was very easy to pull, and the bowstring could even be pulled to her chest point. Alan looked at Nicole Kidman's posture, stood next to her, and said softly, "Don't move the bowstring too far away. This bow is specially made. Look at me like this." Nicole Kidman looked at Alan's gestures, especially the position of his hands, and his face turned slightly red. Then he imitated Alan's example and stuck the hand holding the bowstring between the two buns. "Hey, by the way, that's it. I need you to show off the wild beauty of women. When you stand and prepare to draw the bow, you have to subconsciously raise your chest. Do you understand? Make it stand out." Alan originally wanted to say that she was small, but after thinking about it, it was a bit too hurtful to her self-esteem, so he changed it to asking her to hold out her breasts. But they all mean the same thing. Point after hearing this, Nicole Kidman's expression was a little uncomfortable. She thought Alan disliked her even more. Point looking at Nicole Kidman with her head lowered, Alan stood behind her, stretched out his hand, grabbed her right hand, pressed his left hand on her waist and said, "Put your chest up. Yes, look ahead. The eyes should be in place, and the hands should be placed here." Nicole Kidman was not big, but it was not that she was not tall. She felt Alan standing behind her, pressing her waist with her left hand, then placing it on the bow of her left hand, and placing her right hand on her right hand. This is considered true personal training. Point just this posture. A little shy. Point the two practiced archery postures for a while, and Nicole Kidman's face became increasingly red. Point I had just finished running, and after standing for a while and sweating, I felt a little cold. Now the hot air is blowing on my neck, and my right hand passes by it from time to time, and I wipe it occasionally. Point Nicole Kidman feels like she can't take it anymore. Point later, I simply closed my eyes slightly, and just when I was about to lean back, Alan's voice rang again. Seriously, it was obvious that she was being taken advantage of, but as Alan's words sounded like a scolding, Nicole Kidman took advantage of the situation and gently broke away from Alan's arms. She held a bow in her hand and looked at Alan with an embarrassed expression. Opened his mouth not knowing what to say. Point looking at the 1.8 meter tall Nicole Kidman. This size is no longer a little white rabbit, but a big white rabbit. Point seeing the white rabbit seeming frightened, Alan found it interesting. Point he had no intention of taking advantage just now. It was all for art. Point take your time, teach slowly, and develop it by playing with it this time. Thinking about it, it feels quite good. Let's go and eat first. Looking at Nicole Kidman, who looked embarrassed, Alan called her to prepare for dinner. When passing by Nicole Kidman, he patted her lightly on the shoulder. This action made Nicole Kidman stare at Alan's back quietly for a few more times, and then followed Alan to the restaurant. Point after a few days of short training, Alan flirted with Nicole Kidman honestly, but he just kept it within a certain range and only teased without actually doing it. Point this kind of gamma play once made Nicole Kidman somewhat doubtful about life, and even felt a little low self-esteem. Point Alan would occasionally point out some of her shortcomings, but this was not just to belittle her, but he would tell her after she asked if there were any ways to improve. Point in this way, Nicole Kidman, who was originally a mother's girl because of her strict upbringing, gained a new understanding of Alan. She felt that Alan was really at a much higher level than her, and his guidance to her was very good. Very spot on. Point with this understanding, Nicole Kidman slowly began to feel more inferior. She tried to accept whatever Alan asked her to do. She didn't even realize that her obedience was getting stronger and stronger. The Murray River is Australia's largest and longest river. On a small navigable tributary of the Murray River, 3 large ships were parked quietly on the water. These are 2 small yachts and a supply ship that provided logistical support for this shoot. Point on the shore, a large piece of cleared land was used as a temporary landing pad. Point a small 4-seater helicopter parked there quietly. The pilot was already in place, and the photographer sat on the co-pilot, Holding a portable camera point, the resolution of this thing is limited, but it is easy to carry. In addition, the things taken this time are 40V broadcast, so many photographic equipment were replaced with cameras that are more convenient for outdoor use. A bodyguard sat in the back to act as security point. Although the plot arranged by Alan is about survival in the wild, he does not expect Nicole Kidman to actually survive in the wild on her own. Everything is a routine, just act as it should. This appearance scene is modeled after the bad street survival shows in the future. The protagonist was picked up by a helicopter, and then on a certain river, the protagonist jumped directly from the helicopter. It looks very impressive. Pick up the rhythm right from the beginning point, but not everyone has the courage to jump into the river from a height of dozens of meters. Even if Nicole Kidman really dares, Alan is still not happy. What if her posture is not adjusted well and her face touches the river first? If you fall from such a high place and hit the water directly, if you don't make the right move, the disfigurement will be minor this time. I just shot a shot of Nicole Kidman on the plane, and then didn't really jump. After she got off, I shot a shot of her splashing in the water and spliced it together. It's funny. Alan knows very well what the selling point of his mockumentary is. There is no need for anything too exciting. The heroine is the key. On the front deck of the yacht, the camera was set up. Alan helped Nicole Kidman tidy up her clothes and said, "Be careful. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, tell me immediately. Do you understand, Nicole?" Kidman smiled and said sweetly, "I know, it's that simple, no problem." After saying that, he stood on the edge of the deck and plunged into the river with a sudden movement. I spent the whole morning filming a scene where I arrived at a survival point and then jumped from a helicopter into the river after all the shots were taken. The main film finally started. Nicole Kidman carried a waterproof backpack and slowly swam from the river to the shore. Just as she stood up, Nicole Kidman shook her head sharply, and her wet blonde hair was violently thrown back. With this swing, large water droplets were thrown out, and her hair was thrown back. She had just come out of the river, and her clothes were soaked and clinging tightly to her body. Nicole Kidman took off her jacket, leaving only the tight short sleeves underneath. This short-sleeved shirt is relatively see-through, and you can clearly see the color of her inner breasts. White tight-fitting short sleeves, black breast cups. The contrast is very strong. Alan looked at this scene and nodded with satisfaction. What he wanted was this state of holding the pipper and half covering his face. It seems to be exposed but not exposed. What is playing is the artistic conception. Have you done a close-up? Alan turned slightly and asked the photographer next to him. Chapter 231. Who is the prey? Shoot, snap, snap. The photographer didn't even look back and took pictures seriously. Alan stood far away with his arms folded. This was his first time filming this kind of documentary. It sounds like this kind of documentary is much easier than making a movie. It's not that the shooting procedure is simple, but that the shooting process is relatively simple, and there are not as many rigid lines and settings as in movies. There is no need to shout with Alan's special trumpet as usual. Just take pictures wherever you go. The main thing in this film is not the scenery or the prey, but the people. It's Nicole Kidman. After resting for a while, he directed the crew to pour some water on Nicole Kidman until her clothes were soaked again. Once wet, the tight-fitting short sleeves were almost transparent, with a black hood underneath. The thin trousers clung tightly to the body. Because of the water, the advantages of being taller than a horse are most vividly reflected at this moment. Height, long legs and good figure. The curves and arcs that are inadvertently drawn by the clothes clinging to the body are full of hints. Today's shot is very simple. Just arrive at the location, build a small shelter, prepare food, take a rest, and then walk out of the jungle. The camera didn't dare to shoot far away. The further away was the villa area, and the secret would be revealed if it was photographed there. For the sake of safety, Alan will never go to immature places or unsafe places. Even if it is a very safe place like this, bodyguards will be sent to check it before shooting to avoid running into poisonous insects or other things. Pulling the bow and holding the string tightly to her chest, as soon as Nicole Kidman let go, the arrow shot out, and the little steamed bun swayed a little. The pose was very handsome, but forget about the prey. The bodyguards had prepared it in advance and threw it into the woods in front of her. Alan smacked his lips. It's a pity. It would be better if she had bigger breasts. Nicole Kidman is a little bit inferior in congenital conditions, but it doesn't matter. Wait for a while, and wait for the weather to get hotter. When the time comes, it would be better to shoot in shorts. Long legs can also slightly make up for the disadvantages in other places after just a few days of filming. Alan was ready to return home. He couldn't stay in the wild all the time, and the living conditions were still too poor. Although they have 2 small yachts with them, how can life on the yachts be as comfortable as on the road? There are only a few rooms in total, and others have to set up camp on the shore. To accommodate them, let the helicopter take you back to the villa first, and the rest of the people will rush back slowly. Ellen, can you take a walk with me tonight? After dinner, under Ellen's surprised gaze, Nicole Kidman made a cautious request. A walk. Where to take a walk to? Be honest, it seemed like a very simple walk, but apart from walking around the manor, Alan had never really walked outside in unfamiliar places before. In addition to being lazy, he is mainly afraid of being unsafe. You know the river that runs through the city? The Torrens River. Then let's go there and walk by the river. Nicole Kidman blinked and looked at Alan expectantly. After several days of filming, her relationship with Alan became more and more familiar, but apart from often doing some very open actions according to Alan's requirements, there was really nothing else. Today, she also held back her request for a long time before making this request. The Torrens River is a river with a lot of stories in Adelaide. Apart from being a little bit dangerous, it has no other shortcomings. Wearing a windbreaker, Alan took Nicole Kidman by car to the banks of the Torrens River at around 8 o'clock in the evening. This river is very interesting. It divides the entire city into 2, and also divides the classes into 2. The North District is a wealthy area, while the South District and suburbs are where ordinary people live. Several bodyguards kept a distance from Alan and surrounded the 2 of them without disturbing Alan. Looking at the occasional wild ducks swimming in the river, Alan felt that this place was very similar to his manor, except that there was no sea view. The terrain was also very similar. There was a small river not long after leaving. It's just that the small river in front of their house no longer has swans. They have all been driven away by Zhao. You can occasionally see swans here. Suddenly, Nicole Kidman hooked her right hand with her little finger. Alan smiled slightly. This girl is quite interesting and bold. He grabbed Nicole's left hand with his back hand and squeezed it. Alan didn't say anything and just walked slowly along the river. I just took a walk after dinner. How many years have you felt like this? Alan can hardly remember when his life began to develop more and more towards the traditional British aristocracy. He lives in seclusion and never leaves the castle for anything. It's a little better now, and occasionally he still goes to Cardiff to go to school. But such days can be seen coming to an end. As time goes by, Alan gradually adapts to it and even becomes slightly bored. This is why he always likes to make movies, find girls, and have some excitement. He can hardly remember anything that is not exciting now. Nicole Kidman looked at Alan, who was holding her left hand, and was silent. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Did you know? There is a little story about the Torrens River." "Oh, tell me." Watching Alan's interest peaked a bit, Nicole Kidman began to give Alan the so-called urban legend of the Torrens River as a local. The locals call this river the Torrens River, but the immigrants call it the Green Card River. What kind of bad name is this? Alan turned his head slightly to look at Nicole, but a scream in the distance attracted his attention again. When the bodyguard in the distance made a gesture that said it was no big deal, Alan was relieved. "What's going on over there?" Nicole Kidman was also slightly curious, but after seeing Alan shake his head slightly to indicate not to worry, he continued, "There are some remote places along the river where natives live, and these people sometimes attack people walking along the river, and they would assault the women among them." Speaking of this, Nicole Kidman looked at Alan deeply and continued, "But the law stipulates that these natives must be protected, so in order to appease the violated people, the official will issue them green cards. And then this kind of thing spreads further and further, and now many immigrants who cannot get green cards will take the initiative to come here to try their luck. Can it still be like this?" This kind of refreshed Alan's outlook on life. "Are you rushing to let the natives invade you just to get a green card?" Alan is still clear about the definition of violation. This is not just a hug or hug point. If you go in, you have to leave evidence to constitute an infringement. If so, point a couple comes here, and in order to get green cards, the husband brings his daughter-in-law here to try their luck with the natives. TSK point. Then he sees his wife being violated and has to wait helplessly for the native to finish his work before he can stand up. This damn thing is too magical. Point. This is much more powerful than the Tauran mentality of the islanders. No wonder my movie Deepwater did so well at the Australian box office. Point. It turns out that this has cultural heritage and inheritance. Awesome. But just when he thought of this, Alan thought of the scream just now. Could it be a native who came out to work? From the sounds of it, this old man must not be having a good day today. In such a big place along the river, it's not good for you to go anywhere, and you dare to come to your side. Isn't that asking for death, or the kind that directly confiscates the crime tools? These people, in order to get a green card, will do anything. They come to the river for a walk, just to find a day. Point. Try to find. After going around in such a big circle, Alan finally realized it. Point. Who said that women in Great Britain are very conservative and traditional. Nicole Kidman tried her best to invite him to take a walk by the river and tell him little illusions, but what she meant in the end was this. This made Alan, who had a sense of accomplishment, suddenly lose all sense of accomplishment. Point. I'm making slow progress, and I'm disliked by Nicole Kidman. This is a way to point him out. This is the first time that Mr. Allen has been teased in this way. Point. Who can bear this? Tightening his right hand, he slowly pulled Nicole Kidman over, let go of her hand, and slowly put his arm around her waist. Alan looked down at Nicole Kidman's eyes and asked, "Then do you want to make a date? I came here for a walk. Do you want a green card? Or do you want to take a walk?" Nicole Kidman raised her head slightly, looked at Alan, smiled naughtily, her dimples were showing, and asked, "Then when you shoot a documentary, are you shooting prey? Or are you looking for prey?" Yo, I thought it was a well-trained heifer, but in the end, it turned out to be a very obedient little horse. Alan's head lowered lower, closer to Nicole Kidman's face. "I'm not only photographing prey, but I'm also looking for it, but the prey seems a little cunning now. What do you think I should do, Nicole?" Kidman's fingers gently caressed Alan's cheek, and she raised her slender eyebrows and said, "No matter how cunning the prey is, can it escape the hands of the Earl? That is." Alan raised his right hand and pinched the tip of Nicole Kidman's chin. This girl acted very boldly today. She was so provocative that I couldn't let her go. I originally wanted to play slowly, but now, if there is a mole, stop slowly. Let's go home. I figured out how to deal with the cunning prey now. Holding the tip of Nicole Kidman's chin, Alan said slowly, "Leave." "Why go back, Nicole?" Kidman went even further. Alan hissed softly and glanced around. The bodyguards were hidden in the darkness. They were still some distance away, but any movement from his side would definitely attract their attention. It's the first time outside, which is quite exciting when you think about it. Before Alan could think about it, he suddenly felt that his weapon was about to be taken away by Nicole Kidman. She's got it. Grass. Chris is a retired Marine Corps veteran who has been with Alan for more than 2 years and is considered loyal. Fortunately, the young master treats him well and provides him with generous benefits. Money is secondary, mainly for his family. Not only have his wife and children been arranged, but his father and mother's jobs have also been arranged in the factory. His father is a mechanical engineer and was sent to China last year. Guided the installation of equipment in the instant noodle factory. I read the letter from my father and said that except for the slightly worse environment there, everything else is very good. The food is good and the salary is good. Tonight, the young master suddenly wanted to go out for a walk. This was unusual. In the past few years as Alan's bodyguard, it was extremely relaxing at night. Your Excellency likes to stay in the castle at night. This will bring great convenience to the security work. Leaning against a tree, Chris stared around cautiously when he suddenly heard an extremely suppressed scream coming from the direction of the young master not far behind him. Well, it's not really a scream, it's just the feeling of pain and happiness anyway. But such a cry made Chris's face turn white. If something happens to the young master under his nose, then their whole family will be ruined. Turning around suddenly. He was about to call someone, but when the word came to his lips, Chris almost choked his voice. Not far away from the river, every few meters, there is a guardrail network of cement piles connected to iron railings. Although the light was a bit dark, Chris could still see clearly that the standing figure was his young master, and the lady following him seemed to be missing. The suspicious Chris took another careful look before finally seeing clearly what was happening over there. The little actress named Nicole Kidman was lying on the 1.5-meter high concrete pile, as if looking at the scenery, leaning forward and holding the concrete pile with both hands, and my young master, he was also slightly hunched over and looking at the scenery. Although the light was not good and the scenery was not good, the young master was trying hard to move his waist, with the hem of his windbreaker flickering, trying to squeeze forward in order to see the scenery further away. It was because of Miss Nicole's obstruction that every time the young master pushed forward, he was pushed back by Miss Nicole. This happened again and again, a little bit faster than before. Every time Miss Nicole got irritated by being squeezed, she would let out a very painful growl. After glancing twice, Chris consciously gestured towards the other bodyguards, who also heard the sound in the distance and were about to come over to check, indicating that everything was okay here. Chris returned to behind the tree, carrying his body on his back so as not to disturb the young master's enjoyment of moving around and looking at the scenery. But that strange sound still came here intermittently. Chris suddenly felt today's pants seem to be extremely tight and they feel uncomfortable in the crotch. It seems that after going back tonight, I have to ask the young master for a leave of absence to see if there is any good tailor in Adelaide who can help him repair his trousers. Well, with a low growl from deep in his throat, Alan finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his head. Looking at Nicole Kidman lying motionless on the cement pile, Alan lowered his head slightly and looked at her profile. The eyeshadow was stained by tears and a black mark flowed down the lower eyelid onto the face, which looked scary. After touching his pocket, he didn't have the habit of bringing paper, keys, or money with him when he went out. The servants have always been in charge. Today, I suddenly came to the wild for such a gathering. I was really unprepared. Did you bring any paper? After patting Nicole Kidman, who seemed to be a little spastic, Alan was a little embarrassed to disturb her. Chapter 232. Bill Hayden. Just as Nicole Kidman was about to get up, she suddenly squatted on the ground again. My legs are extremely weak and hurt. He touched his makeup-stained face, silently took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and wiped it with Alan first. Alan had sharp eyes. He hadn't noticed it just now, but now he saw the used paper in Nicole Kidman's hand. There's something wrong with the color, just say it. Today's experience is extremely fast, different from the past. I thought he was a veteran, but I didn't expect him to be a cute newbie. Alan's crew once again interrupted filming for some special reasons. I had a good rest with Nicole in the villa for a few days with the call from old Carl. Alan's dark days of recuperating during the day and taking biology classes at night were disrupted. Things in Sydney were finally settled. Governor Bill Hayden was coming to visit Alan. Old Carl called Alan in advance to make an appointment. Kangaroo Island is a resort in South Australia. The true seaside villas, which are close to the seaside, allow visitors to feel the scenery of the waves in their houses. A row of extremely high standard holiday villas are built on the edge of the seaside cliffs. This is Alan's second place to stay. Adelaide is in the city. It's a good place to store luggage and supplies. The main reason is that it's a big place and all the servants can stay there. But when you go on vacation, you can't move out of your place. Nest. It's no fun to always hide in a villa in the city and study biology. Hearing that Bill Hayden was coming, Alan took Nicole to the villa he had booked on Kangaroo Island to play and waited for Bill Hayden's arrival. Haha, Sir Alan, I'm glad to see you. I'm busy with official duties and it's been so long since you've been in Australia. If Sir Carl hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known you had arrived. Bill Hayden has a very British style Mediterranean hairstyle. The few hairs he has are still stubbornly trying to be gathered in the middle, but with just these few hairs, it was still a little powerless to block the almost reflective forehead. With his big flat round nose and large gold framed eyes, this old guy looked a bit like a businessman and a bit like a scholar, and his smile was harmless the first time he saw Alan. Bill Hayden held Alan's right hand with both hands and shook it vigorously. his face full of enthusiasm and apology. If he hadn't known that this old guy had been staying in Sydney and keeping calm, Alan would have almost believed it. Before he came, because he brought many people, the bodyguards also carried a large number of weapons, but they had been reported through formal procedures. This is Alan's habit. No matter where he goes, safety is the most important thing, and he will not conduct private visits incognito. It's a set point as the Governor General of Australia. It is impossible for Bill Hayden not to know the information reported by Alan. I can only say that life is like a play. It all depends on acting skills. Just listen to the scenes and don't take it seriously. He is a local boss and a governor. Although his title is low, his political career is over, and he can still show off a little bit of airs. However, everything is beneficial, and coupled with Alan's current status, as long as they are discussed in advance, the atmosphere of everyone's meeting will generally be very harmonious. Haha, was the journey going well? Alan was waiting in the villa. He didn't even go out. Bill Hayden was not qualified to ask him to greet him. He could ask Patrice and Carol Leo to take the initiative, to talk to him first. It was already Alan's utmost sincerity. Smooth. Bill Hayden looked around. Apart from the servants, there was no one else. It seemed that today's dinner was very private, and the location was well chosen. In a villa in a tourist area, it seemed inappropriate. It's too low-key and very private. Putting down his hands, Alan led Bill Hayden towards the restaurant and said as he walked, "I still want to thank you for helping me take care of my property. You just took office. You were not sent from the local area, and you didn't even have a chance to meet in advance." Hearing Alan's words, Bill Hayden narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems to be said casually, but it has a profound meaning. If it is a governor sent from the mainland, according to your excellency's wishes, he will meet him before coming. Why can he see him? This shows that he has strong connections. He has no connections or background. He is a dignified governor. Why would he come to see you? What did you say when you saw him? This shows that this person not only has a strong relationship, but also has a different style of conduct. Since we want to meet and talk, it proves that we can talk. Some noble lords are very arrogant and won't even talk to you. The information contained in this short sentence was recognized by the old fox Bill Hayden. This excellency is a person who has connections and can be negotiated in the country. This is very good. He expresses his position very straightforwardly. They are here to seek wealth, not to use status to pressure him. Haha, your excellency is joking. Protecting the interests of the nobles is not what I, the governor, should do. As for thanking you, your invitation today has already made me very honored. Bill Hayden bent down slightly, held Alan's words in his hands, and said something. Alan stopped, turned his head slightly, met Bill Hayden's smiling eyes, and smiled too. This is an old fox. You won't feel resentful when you see him young. He is really an old man. Please, sit down. The small round table didn't look particularly formal. The tableau was placed on the table. Before the dishes were served, the red wine in the decanter had already been placed, and the remaining wine bottles were still in their original places. Bill Hayden picked up the bottle and looked at it. Fork Penfolds Wine King Grange in 1963. This is good stuff. Australia's most famous and best quality wine. This is a top-notch red wine comparable to traditional European wineries. Generally speaking, other red wines are considered to be of the best quality and ready to drink after being stored for 15 to 20 years. If they are kept for 15 to 20 years, they will be counterproductive. But this kind of wine King Grange is a little bit different. Because of its special formula, this kind of wine has an extremely long storage time. Under normal circumstances, it takes at least 20 or even 30 years to reach this level. Best drinking condition. But according to the original words of the former founder of Penfolds Distillery, the best time for this kind of wine Grange is 50 years, but that time is a bit too long. This thing was not even 50 years old when it was produced. As for the year, it is very difficult to get wine produced in 1963 for a wine that was only released in the past 5 years. Even a local coward like him may not be able to get wine of this year. You really know the goods. Our Australian Penfolds wines are no less than those of the old European wineries. Putting down the bottle. Bill Hayden took the opportunity to compliment him again. The servant next to him has already pushed the dining cart and started serving food. This time we hosted a banquet for Bill Hayden, and the two of them had authentic French food. After clinking a glass with Bill Hayden, Alan put down the glass. He didn't really like drinking red wine, mainly because he disliked it, because it was boring and not as enjoyable as white wine. However, in formal social interactions in the West, in addition to champagne, you must also drink red wine. I'm going to visit my steel factory in a while and talk to the natives about the conditions for underwriting the beef produced on the ranch. Did old Cal tell you? Don't worry, Your Excellency. I will ask people from the Aboriginal Progress Association to accompany you. It's funny to say that it is obviously an association to protect the natives and promote their progress, but the committee members who are mainly responsible for the affairs are all white people. These natives are really being protected, a bit like black people in America. But being protected in this way, sometimes there are some things that they cannot decide. Just like now, using the name of the Aboriginal Protection Association, they can control their supply and sales, and they have to sell to whomever they are asked to sell to. They have to listen to whoever asks him to sell it for how much, as long as they dare not listen. The white masters have plenty of ways to discipline them. As for the preferential legal treatment for the natives, like what Nicole Kidman said, it's all an act. In order to show it to outsiders, you let a native invade a British guy. They themselves were frightened when they saw it. Seeing that Bill Hayden agreed after he mentioned the conditions a little. Just when Alan was thinking about what to tell Bill Hayden next, Bill Hayden spoke first. Your Excellency, you are here for vacation this time. To help us promote our tourism project. Sir Carl told me that you have worked tirelessly. We Australians will definitely not let you down. As for the film and television industry, I used to work in when I was in the Ministry of Finance. I still have some experience. I wonder how much your film and television drama production costs this time. We in Australia cover it all. Regarding your remuneration, it is calculated separately. When Alan heard this, he really laughed this time. This old guy was really good at it. He was indeed a local, agile and courageous, and he knew everything he knew. Taking the initiative to raise his glass and inviting Bill Hayden to clink the glasses again, Alan said, "It's all done casually. Since you understand the operations in film and television dramas, you must also know professionals in this field, right? You can ask them to come over and help me in a few days. I'm almost out of manpower now, and then this will be a project for the two of us." Bill Hayden raised his brows. His Excellency reacted so quickly. As soon as he handed over the benefit, he turned around and gave him a share of the benefit. This courage was very different from Bill Hayden's previous treatment of the British people. Noble cognition. When did these noble gentlemen become so grand? Or is this just a big guy? Bill Hayden is still more willing to believe the latter. This gentleman has very good means. He was extremely happy to give this money. What is a project for two people? This means that after he sends the money, he will make up a name and send a few people over to share the cost with you. But the specific amount of money, Your Excellency did not say. This is waiting for me to take the initiative to make an offer. People have invited you to share the money together. If you pay less, you will share less. This is a mutually reinforcing relationship. This skill is quite clever. Using other people's money to win over others will not offend others, and it may even make others take the initiative to take out more money. Okay, it's settled then. I happen to have a film and television drama team that I know. I'll ask them to come over in a few days. Bill Hayden forked a piece of meat with a smile. Today's meal was particularly comfortable. Since he became the new Governor General of Australia, some people in the past, even because of his title, have begun to alienate him. He is not as comfortable as Alan imagined, just because he is a local and becomes the Governor of Australia. Bill Hayden now has a different class and status. The lowest knight is also a knight. It is definitely not the same status as the ordinary politicians in the past. He now needs Alan to stand up for him, support him, and act like he has connections in the local area, is very popular, and has the support of the local aristocrats in the House of Lords. This will be more conducive to his better performance in the past few years in office. The governor, he is not asked to teach how Australia develops, and how to get rich. The governor oversees the place. In addition to supervision, it is to develop its own power, and even to stir up relationships with various places, and make some money on the way. Within a few years, if you do well, you may be promoted. If you don't do well, you can retire at the end of your term. And if he, Bill Hayden, has a future, his title will be far more than just a low-level local title. This clearly tells him that he has no future in the future, and this is his last stop point. Now that he has this understanding, he needs to think more about himself as to the focus of his work in the past few years, how to increase the strength of the family, and how to make more money. Can I even hang out somewhere after retirement? But now, with the help of this great British nobleman, many things here will be easier to handle. The guests and hosts enjoyed the meal. When Bill Hayden came, Alan did not pick him up, but before leaving, Alan took the initiative to send him to the door after going out and sniffing the sea breeze at night. Alan said casually, "Bill, I have some free time recently to pay attention to the Sony branch in Sydney. I hope you can put some pressure on them. I have some cooperation with them that needs side pressure. Press them down." "Oh, I wonder how much pressure you need to put on them." After pressing it, Bill Hayden can still understand the meaning, but to what extent it needs to be pressed, we have to ask clearly. Alan looked at the coast in the distance and said, "You can find any reason. The warehouse will be closed and confiscated. Let them wait for a few days to see. If you are not in a hurry, continue to confiscate." Obviously, he could have caused trouble for them elsewhere, but Alan chose a place like Australia, which was neither better nor worse. He was either trying to make enemies, or to tell the people at Sony that the market in Great Britain was easy to get into, but he wanted to keep it. It's not easy. As the business encountered obstacles, I believe people in Sony could well understand that His Excellency the Earl was a little angry and dissatisfied with their dilly-dallying behavior. Bill Hayden thought for a while and understood what Alan meant. Before getting into the car, he took out an envelope from the inner pocket of his clothes and handed it to Alan with both hands and said, "Sir, I didn't greet you when you came. For the sake of to compensate you, I'm going to hold a welcome banquet for you in Sydney, and I will invite some guests from all walks of life in Canberra and Sydney. What do you think? P.S. I wish all the babies a happy holiday. Although the blessing comes late, is this late blessing worth a wave of monthly votes, recommendation votes, etc." Chapter 233 Darwin City. After taking the invitation, he saw that it was still early. Alan smiled and nodded in agreement. This was all planned. Unexpectedly, the old guy held back until he left before bringing it up. They are very similar to each other. Everyone likes to save important things until they are mentioned inadvertently. Looking at the vehicles that had gone away, old Carl looked at Alan, who was staring silently into the distance, and said, "Master, should we wait a few days before going to the Northern Territory for inspection, or should we go there in the near future?" After thinking about it for a while, I came out this time not only to escape the limelight and take a vacation, but also to take a look at the steel plants and other ancillary industries in the Northern Territory. It was better to go there sooner rather than later, since I have been here for a while. Well, why not go over there and have a look first? Thinking of this, Alan nodded and said, "You can arrange it. We will go there in the next few days and have a good look around there. When the time comes, we will fly directly to Sydney from there after we are done." "Okay, I understand, Master." Old Carl smiled and bowed slightly. His fat beer belly looked very interesting. There were no curtains drawn, and one side of the bedroom was a large panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was the sea cliff and the sea. Alan hugged Nicole and woke up to the sunshine. This feeling of having the sunshine on your body through the glass window and the temperature slowly rises and you wake up naturally is very comfortable. I rubbed my eyes and yawned, looking at the sea outside the window. This feeling of being able to see the vast sea when I open my eyes is very magical. It makes people feel like they want to fly so early in the morning, and I feel that my whole body is full of energy strength. Before the plane landed, Alan curiously looked at the port in the distance. There was a small area next to the port with a bunch of colorful boats. They were a bit far away. The specific types of ships could not be seen clearly. They just felt like these. The boat looked like it was made of broken pieces, much like the junk boats made by refugees made of broken bottles in those overseas videos I watched before. It's my first time to come to Darwin, one of the biggest big cities in northern Australia. Speaking of this city, Alan, who is used to staying in Wales, can't say he doesn't think highly of them. The entire city has a population of only about 100,000, and most of them are immigrants. It is already the largest city in the Northern Territory, and one of the largest cities in Northern Australia. But in this kind of city, there is only one public university in total, and other infrastructure facilities are relatively backward. As for any ancient buildings, there are none. The entire city of Darwin was almost destroyed by bombing during World War II. It was later rebuilt with great difficulty, and was destroyed again by hurricanes a few years ago. The current city of Darwin has been rebuilt several times. To highlight one, our city is very young and constantly being rebuilt. The economy was originally underdeveloped and the population was not large. In addition, there were frequent storms, and limited funds had to be used to rebuild the city. In addition, this was one of the old places where prisoners were exiled, and there were many indigenous people living there. This has brought a lot of trouble to the local economy. Anyway, to sum up, let's just say they are poor. It also depends on who they are compared with. But compared to Wales, Darwin is really very poor. In order to reduce the damage caused when a storm rages, all the buildings in the city are low. No matter how high they are built, when a storm comes, nothing will be left. It is better to build low-rise buildings and survive longer. Alan, steel plants certainly cannot be built in such a dangerous city. The place Old Calchos was a satellite city that was still some distance away from Darwin and a little further inland. This small town seems to have been newly built in recent years. It has few people, few buildings, and average environment. However, it is safe, relatively close to Darwin, and the roads can be used normally. A factory is built here to produce products. If shipped directly to the port in Darwin, it can be shipped to all parts of the world, especially to Asia, which is more convenient. As for the safety issue, this is a bit special. Although there is a Torrens River in Adelaide that provides entertainment for the natives, this is not the case in Darwin. There is no specific place, but it can be said that it can be anywhere. As long as someone is in need, some well-meaning indigenous people who can't rest can come forward at night to help immigrants who come from Southeast Asia and want green cards. Fortunately, there is an Air Force base and a military port near Darwin, so the safety of British nobles setting up factories here can still be guaranteed. As soon as he got off the plane, Alan could clearly feel the difference between Darwin and Adelaide. Not to mention the city appearance, the environment was too different. When he was in Adelaide, he still needed to wear a coat. The temperature was around 10 degrees, and it was only a little hot at noon. But here, the temperature soared to more than 10 degrees, and the temperature was in the upper 20s. At noon, the temperature will be even hotter. Old Carol, who has always been more concerned about his image, took off his suit jacket, unbuttoned the collar, and flashed his clothes. "Master, hurry up and get in the car. Should we go to the office in the city first, or go directly to the factory?" "Not urgent." Alan thought of the port he saw when the plane was about to land, and asked curiously, "I just saw those colorful shabby looking ships parked in the port. What are they for?" Old Carol was stunned when he asked this question. He looked around and found the tour guide who came to receive him, a middle-aged local native. Old Carl gestured for him to come over with his hand and asked the tour guide in a low voice with a frown on his face and a fierce look on his face. Alan smiled and watched as the native nodded and explained to Old Carol. Old Carol listened for a long time before waving his hand for him to go to the side to help move things. "Master, it is said that there is some kind of beer can boat race. People here like to drink beer. I don't know how such a small number of people consume so much beer every year. Anyway, there are a lot of leftover beer cans, and then the boats are made of beer cans. and then the competition. It is said that the stakes are high and some well-known beer brands will come to sponsor it, making it one of the more famous local festivals here. Oh, the boat made of beer cans. No wonder it looks colorful and tattered from a distance. Isn't it just tatters? Alan doesn't understand the meaning of this kind of competition at all. They just want to be happy. Old Cal looked at Alan and smiled and stopped talking. He thought he was curious and wanted to take a look. Just when he was about to ask, Alan took steps towards the direction of the motorcade. Sitting in the car, with the air conditioner blowing on, the air was finally not so hot. Alan looked curiously at the local Aboriginal tour guides outside. This was the second time he had met these Australian Aborigines. I didn't feel much about it before. These days, after listening to Nicole's story about walking by the river to get a green card, Alan looked at these natives, and the more he thought they were vulgar. Why is a green card called a green card? It turns out that the meaning of green is that way, and it's all because of my lack of knowledge in the past. Thinking about how these natives colluded with the islanders who secretly landed on the island during World War II and did nothing good. No wonder they are slowly becoming like this now. After going around in a circle, it turns out that this is all inherited and the roots still lie with the people of the island country. It's really better than the blue. So fucking magical. After coming out of the airport, the convoy drove in a mighty way to the southeast. Along the way, it first passed through the satellite city of Palmerston, passed through Palmerston, and then walked through Hampstead, and then arrived here, which is not far from the address of their factory. It's close. Originally, Carol Sr. suggested that Alan go to Hampstead, but Alan only saw the iconic crocodile statue with boxing gloves from a distance. This thing is ugly and cute, a bit like a crocodile lele, with a pair of red gloves. This is Humpty Doo's specialty. Crocodiles. There are not many other things here, because there are wetlands, there are many crocodiles, and there are many delicacies about crocodiles. Alan looked at Nicole and asked with a smile, didn't Darwin say he ate that delicious big turtle here? Why haven't I heard that he recorded crocodiles? Is it not delicious? Alan's question really confused Nicole Kidman. How did he know if Darwin ate crocodiles? If there were more natives at that time, and it was still so far away from Darwin, maybe Darwin didn't go there. Where to go? Looking at Nicole, who had been thinking about it for a long time and had no idea what to say, Alan signaled to go to the factory quickly. There was nothing interesting in Humpty Doo. It looked like a large village processing site. In some places, deep pits have been dug and filled with stagnant water. In other places, factories are still being built, but the machines are still there, and the factories are almost in ruins. About 10 minutes west of Hampstead, we finally arrived at Alan's main factory in the Northern Territory, the steel plant. This steel factory occupies a huge area. Although some of the factory buildings have not yet been put into use, the factory area has been planned first, because the land is cheap. The entire steel factory is close to the Elizabeth River, which can lead all the way to the sea in the north. A small private port has been built here. All the goods produced here can be transported by small tonnage cargo ships all the way to the port in Darwin. The transportation cost is extremely low, water is convenient, and of course it is also convenient to catch crocodiles. As soon as the car entered the factory area, Alan found a row of greenhouses that looked like great trellises. Steel cables were arranged on the roof of the sheds, and then the crocodiles were passed through the throat, like drying salted fish, and were hung on the steel cable. This is a crocodile that occasionally invades the steel plant from the river. If it is caught, it is treated like this, and hung up as a warning to others. However, it is estimated that the crocodiles are not smart enough to see the miserable appearance of their companions, so they will come anyway. After taking the sun hat from Nicole, Alan curiously walked around the crocodile. The 2 or 3 meter long crocodile looked very shocking when hung up like this, touching the armor on the crocodile's back. Alan asked curiously, can't these things be made into leather goods? It's a bit of a pity to see the living high-end leather hanging here like this. Yes, but we don't have the manpower. Besides, the crocodile skin here is average. The natives sometimes sell souvenirs made of this crocodile skin, but they can't sell it at a high price. In addition, there are many crocodiles here, and the risk of hunting is high. Later, No one cares anymore, old Carol explained to Alan, while wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. Putting down his hands, Alan got on the small transfer truck, and a group of people went to the small dock behind the factory. There are only 2 berths in the entire pier, one for transporting supplies, and one for delivery. There are 2 medium-sized cranes next to it. These equipments are already everything in the entire terminal, and they look a bit crude, but now the factory has just started debugging, which already meets the needs. Some workers have not yet been fully trained. According to old Carol's explanation, these natives have cheap wages, but their education level is low, so the training time will be relatively long. The population here is originally small. The entire Northern Territory is as big as 1 or 2 provinces in China. How many people are there in total? Over 200,000. The farther inland you go, the sparser the population becomes. Regardless of whether you are a native or a white person, the wages here are not cheap. The wages of natives are just relatively lower than those of white people. The current planning of the factory area here is like this, with the steel factory as the main body. It mainly produces special steel coils needed by the tinplate factory. The finished products produced by the tinplate factory can also be used by the nearby cannery. To produce cans there are 3 major factories in total: a steel factory, a tinplate factory, and a canning factory. A little further away, there is a slaughterhouse used to purchase local beef and produce beef products. Because Alan is coming to inspect today, the work in the entire factory has been stopped, and the workers are on vacation. This is not because they are afraid of what Alan will see, but for safety reasons. With so many people here, they are still in the factory, even if there is a little negligence. It's a big deal. He looked at the factory area again and took a sample of the special steel coil produced by the factory. This is the main product of this steel factory, tinplate raw materials to be precise. This thing should be called tin-plated iron, which is used to produce tinplate. Tinplate is the translated Chinese name and is mainly used to produce cans, tin buckets, food packaging boxes, etc. This thing is not easy to rust, has good sealing performance, and is non-toxic. It is most suitable for the production of cans at present. There is a small canning factory built on the upstream side of the steel plant. Subsequent equipment is still being acquired one after another. It mainly produces canned beef. Since the natives here tend to herd a lot, in addition to tourism and mining, the most important thing in the entire Northern Territory is animal husbandry. It is considered a beef production area, but of course the quality is average. The beef purchased by Alan was packaged and sold in better parts. The remaining bits and pieces of beef and the parts that did not sell well were lost and wasted, so he produced cans. Currently, these cans are still stored in the warehouse and have not been officially start selling. Lunch was eaten in the cannery canteen. The empty canteen had been taken over by the cook, brought by Alan. Today's meal is very special. In addition to the special crocodile that Alan ordered, there are also instant noodles. This is a high-end instant noodle that has not yet been launched in China. Currently, the cannery is responsible for making the special ingredient packages in the instant noodles. The golden barrel-shaped outer packaging has a cartoon image of a chef with a thumbs up on it. There is a line of text next to it: delicious instant noodles deluxe version. Chapter 234. Leo and Arnold. The brand of the food factory at home is called Heyochi, and Alan doesn't change it. Instead, he feels that the brand name is simple, crude and straightforward. Coupled with the like logo, it looks very festive and does not need to be fancy. In ordinary people's perception, the product diagrams painted on the packaging of instant noodles are basically not to be taken seriously. Just take a look. But Mr. Allen doesn't do business with lies. If it's ordinary instant noodles, for example, the bagged instant noodles that have been put into production in China, the packaging above is the actual product picture taken. There's no meat in the instant noodles, just a little bit of dried vegetable wrap. Although it may not look as good looking as other products with fancy packaging, it is more practical, and what you see is what you get. But now with the blessing of beef production areas, higher end instant noodles can be produced. What he is holding now is a newly developed product. which is also the most common braised beef noodles among the public, but this braised beef noodles is very high end. It feels very heavy. When you pick it up. The packaging is more than twice the size of normal barreled instant noodles. The most barreled instant noodles on the market now are the ones produced in Japan. It is better to say that they are packaged in barrels than in cups. The packaging looks very stingy. For someone like Alan, who eats 4 or 5 bowls at a time, even the soup and water are not enough. Alan doesn't like such products very much, which is one of the main reasons why these instant noodles from the island country cannot sell well in Europe and the United States. The portion is small and the taste is unpalatable. For the same price, why don't people go to a fast food restaurant and buy a sandwich or burger instead of buying a small bucket of tasteless instant noodles? Isn't this a mental illness? But now this new delicious instant noodles deluxe version is different. Opening the package, the top item inside is a small plastic folding fork. Take out the small fork and underneath is a very thick and extra large sauce packet. In addition to sauce packets, there are also seasoning packets and vegetable packets. In order to be more affordable, the instant noodles in this kind of packaging are much thicker than the instant noodles in ordinary bags. The noodles can just catch the bottom of the packaging barrel and occupy half of the entire barrel. The essence of this deluxe version of instant noodles is found in this thick, oversized sauce packet. There are real pieces of braised beef with a solid content of more than 100 g. 2 taels of beef are directly covered with instant noodles. Is this really luxurious enough for competing products of this era? It is definitely considered luxurious with the advantage of the origin of beef. As long as the price is controlled within a certain cost, there is no need to worry about selling this thing. The remaining fried crocodile meat and fried steak are both local specialties. Alan mainly tastes them to feel the quality. The crocodile meat is okay to eat, a little more tender and chewy than chicken, and the quality of the beef here is only a little better than the ordinary lowest end beef. If you want to sell high quality meat, there is no chance, but if you supply low end western restaurants and use it as steak ingredients, it will be just right, such as Salia. These sauce packets produced separately here and then packaged and sent to China. I took a bite of the soaked deluxe version of instant noodles. The taste was average, and the beef was quite tasty. However, it seemed to be a little different from the braised beef noodles in Alan's impression, but it was not a big problem. I have reported to the people here that if the packaged beef is sent to China for production, it is better to produce it directly here. The cost can be better reduced. The finished product is made here, shipped there, and then it is produced and packaged over there. It's ready for sale. Well, the spending power there may not be very friendly to this kind of product at the beginning. Let's see the sales later and take our time. After coming out of the cannery, today's inspection can be put away first. It gets hotter and hotter in the afternoon. Old Cole took Alan to the management accommodation area built along the river, which is a row of riverview villas. Half of the white ironwood structure houses were built on the beach along the river bank, with cement pillars supporting the base of the entire house. This kind of design can better prevent insects and storm winds, and can also be better for ventilation of the house. The environmental protection indicators in the Northern Territory are not serious yet, and there are no restrictions on the installation of air conditioners. All villas here can be equipped with air conditioners. After taking the coffee from Nicole, Alan took a sip and took out a pen and paper to write something. After Bill Hayden left that day, he sent Patrice to Zhangjiang to find Wei Dui with his handwritten letter. Alan still remembered that when Diana made an appointment with him some time ago, she said that she would go to Zhangjiang with Boss Cha at the end of the year. But Diana didn't know what she would do specifically. Patrice was sent over this time to find out information for Alan. Although you can call and ask about this kind of thing directly, it is not safe to call. What's more, if you are asking for such private information, it would be safest to send someone directly with the message. Alan was eager to know what Boss Cha was here for and whether it would affect some of his plans. He came all the way here for no reason, and Alan was very curious. The weather in Wales in August is sweltering and muggy. Cameron specifically asked the crew to finish work early today and just finish shooting this scene. The place where they are today is a suburb on the outskirts of the town of Carmarth, and it's still some distance away from Alan's old filming location. Because the scenes to be filmed during this period are a bit dangerous. They are All explosion scenes, especially the explosion scenes of vehicles. If this is too close to a town, it would be a safety hazard point in many movie scenes. There is a classic scene where two cars collide and then burst into flames. With a coax sound and black smoke, the two cars explode. In the meantime, the protagonist had to roll and crawl out of the car. Occasionally, he would jump forward and lie down on the ground in coordination with the figure about to explode. After the protagonist lay down, the car also exploded. But in fact, how can a car explode so easily? Among other things, in those movies a bullet hits the gas tank and the whole car blows up. This rarely happens in reality. Let's just say that the bullet shot the fuel tank. Let alone a bullet, it just smashed the fuel tank into a sieve. It is more likely that the oil will leak out rather than explode. Now, if you want to shoot an explosion scene, of course it would be better to use a real car to make it realistic. But if you want a big truck to explode, how much explosives will be needed? This thing is too dangerous. Cameron wants to be exciting and real, but he doesn't want to die. So in the end I had to settle for the next best thing and order a few miniature vehicle models. In this way, the vehicle looks real and the shooting effect is better. The price of this 1:6 miniature vehicle model with all parts is really not much cheaper than the real car. This is better than safety. Long steel cables are dragged on the ground on both sides, and a crane is responsible for towing them in the distance. The steel cables are tied to two miniature truck models. Today, we will first shoot a shot of two vehicles colliding. As Cameron called it a day, the atmosphere in the entire crew went from tense and depressing to a little excited. As Alan took away some members of the crew, the entire crew looked leaner and the filming of the film was nearing completion. Cameron took the initiative to invite Arnold to ride in the same car with him. Today was a collective team building activity for the crew that he and Butler Hutter had applied for. To visit and eat at the Count's Manor. This was the opportunity to apply because of Alan's vacation and Cameron's old face. Half of the entire Terminator 2 crew are veteran employees of Alan's crew, and the remaining half were brought over from Hollywood and Canada by Cameron. Plus a few of the main actors don't. Look at Arnold's popularity due to Terminator 1, and his salary has also increased to $2 to $3 million US, but these are all false. Due to his muscular image and the awkward Austrian accent, Arnold's acting career is actually very narrow. Coupled with his poor acting skills, Arnold is now priceless, but not marketable. No one asked him to film. The rich producers looked down on an actor like him who was not good enough, but the producers who liked him also felt that his salary was too expensive. Muscular men were so easy to find. Anyway, sunglasses and all, they looked like that. Therefore, even after all his scenes were filmed, Arnold did not leave. Instead, he stayed on the set to see if Cameron needed to shoot any additional scenes later, so that he would not have to travel back and forth between the United States and Wales. Arnold was still curious and excited about visiting the manor today. He comes from a small place, and he sees a lot of rich people now, so it is not too rare. He himself has become famous in recent years, and he has a small fortune. He also bought a set in the United States, which is not too small. But Arnold was still very curious about the life of this traditional aristocrat, let alone such a hereditary aristocrat who was still in power. He always listened to Cameron bragging to him about how powerful this aristocratic master in his family was. After listening to it more, even Arnold himself felt a little in awe. Especially during the filming in Wales. All kinds of things he saw and heard gave him a deeper understanding of what a traditional hereditary noble with a fief is. This is really not comparable to the kind of wealthy businessmen in the United States. It doesn't mean that the bigger your house is, the more women you have, and the more bodyguards you have, the higher your status will be. This Earl is a real noble with status and tradition, and there is no comparison with those wealthy businessmen. After passing the strict inspection at the gate as usual, Nano sat in the car and looked at two big men in camouflage uniforms and short-sleeved shirts in the distance, leading two wolf dogs around the manor's wall. As if they were inspecting something. The vehicle followed the path past the stables on the side, and then stopped at the side and rear of the main building. Cameron pointed to a place in the distance that looked like the entrance to the hall and said, "This is where the servants eat. Aren't you always curious? Come with me, maid." Arnold's voice was a bit muffled and unclear, which only Cameron, who had worked with him for a long time, could barely understand. Then, What else are you thinking about? You know that's Sir Hut, right? He is also the Earl's servant, and he occasionally comes here to eat when he is not busy. Oh, when Cameron said this, Arnold reacted. Isn't this the staff restaurant? But the Earl's employees are all servants of his own family. This makes sense, but everyone has different perceptions. Although they are servants, I have never seen them have low self-esteem. The servants here are like the servants in the United States. There seems to be a little difference, but the cause are similar. Following Cameron into this huge restaurant, Arnold thought that his arrival would at least cause a bit of a stir, or that someone would ask for his autograph or something point. But the reality is cruel. Several servants who had just finished their meal walked past them without even looking at them, as if they were nothing. Cameron looked at Arnold, who looked disappointed and smiled. After this Austrian guy became famous, he seemed to think that Hollywood was the whole world. But outside of the United States, especially in a place like the UK, who would know you? Meryl, Oscar-winning actress. I came here to shoot a minor movie like that for His Excellency the Earl, without a single complaint. Compared with these actors who have already won Oscar-level honors, what kind of star is he, Arnold? Moreover, this is a restaurant in the manor. Most of the servants are either old people from the Earl's family, or retired Navy veterans. Who can afford a movie star? People don't clearly despise him, but he is already considered to be of high quality. Taking Arnold to the meal window and picking up a dinner plate, Cameron moved to the meal window skillfully. Even though this is a maid restaurant, the food standards provided here are basically comparable to those of 4-star hotels outside. There is a row of more than 10 meters long dining windows, including Chinese, French, Italian, Japanese, British and other cuisines. The dishes are very rich. You can get whatever you want, and a 20-hour system is implemented here. That is to say, it is open 20 hours a day, so you can come and dine at any time. The 4 hours it is closed are used for cleaning and disinfection. Due to their different jobs, some of these servants have to work night shifts. Sometimes they finish their work in the middle of the night, but they can still come here to eat. Basically, the scheduled team will try their best to avoid a few hours of rest in the restaurant. Come here for a meal. After ordering a few dishes that looked delicious, Cameron passed by a window and ordered a large portion of ice cream. Then Arnold, with a curious look on his face, found a seat to sit down and eat. Here, the old people on the crew used to eat here when they didn't go out. Cameron scooped a scoop of ice cream and stuffed it into his mouth, explaining to Arnold while eating, "Director, can this manor accommodate so many people? They usually work here." Arnold, who came here for the first time, was stunned by the food standard. To be honest, it was better than his daily food standard. Moreover, he never saw any charges during the whole process. He didn't know if it was free or if it would be paid from his salary. Glancing at Arnold sideways, Cameron pointed outside with a fork and said, "How many people could live here before? A small cavalry regiment, 500 people. Do you understand? These 500 people are the size of the cavalry, not counting the servants and servants brought by the cavalry. Do you think we can't live here?" Hearing this, Arnold took a slight breath. This is, just as he was about to turn his head to take a look, Arnold was suddenly attracted to an extremely haggard-looking man diagonally across from him. Chapter 235 Unexpected News. This is an Asian man with a very haggard face. He seems to be very young, but he is very haggard. The main reason is his eyes, which are staring straight at people. There seems to be a green light in his eyes, like a hungry wolf. Generally speaking, with his thin body, he looks like a starving ghost. Arnold felt fuzzy at his look and couldn't figure out why he was looking straight at him. When he looked at both sides, there were several servants eating with their heads down, and several servants behind him were talking quietly, as if they were discussing some football game. Arnold moved slightly and looked at the person diagonally opposite without moving. This didn't seem to be staring at him. After watching it for a long time, the man suddenly took a deep breath, then shook his head with a satisfied look on his face, like a drug addict. His action scared Arnold so much that his face trembled. Cameron happened to see the movement on his side. Following Arnold's gaze, he turned around and realized that it was the Earl's classmate. Right, it seems that he is still Korean. Don't look at him. It is said that he made some mistake and was punished by your excellency. He is not allowed to eat anything else. He can only eat pickles and rice every day. He is quite a pitiful person. Ah, Arnold. Listen to what Cameron said and thought. This is a bit scary. What mistake did you make to be punished like this? As for eating only pickles every day, see how hungry everyone is. Arnold picked up the chicken legs from the dinner plate. They were Orleans-style grilled chicken legs. The roots of the chicken legs were bone bonded and thoughtfully wrapped in tin foil. It was very convenient to eat with your hands following Arnold's movements. The Asian who was being punished opposite looked at Arnold eating, and his expression began to twist with jealousy. Li Zaran looked at the big man opposite eating chicken legs, glanced at himself, and then continued eating. His heart was almost broken with envy. He has been eating kimchi for more than 2 months, and he is like this every time. He couldn't get anything except kimchi and rice. Someone not far away was always supervising him, even if he wanted to eat something in the trash can. I can only eat the pickles designated by Alan. Think about his identity. The dignified young master has been eating kimchi every day for more than 2 months. If Li Zarang's father stood in front of him now, he would be confused whether he would be able to recognize him. He is already starved. As for how long he will eat, Alan has long forgotten about him. Li Zarang now stays in the corner for a while, after eating in the restaurant every day to smell the smell. No one is sitting around him. Many people will try to avoid him when they see him, mainly because his look in his eyes affects their appetite too much. Director, when will this movie be shot? Arnold put down his fork and almost finished the food on the plate. He picked up the wet wipe on the table, unpacked it and wiped his mouth. Well, it won't work this year. The shooting problems will be solved in about a month. The main reason is that the post-production special effects are more troublesome. Cameron whispered to Arnold that this time's Terminator 2 has sufficient funds compared to the previous one, and it must be produced in the best direction. During this period, Cameron looked up and observed the restaurant. Some people in the crew found their seats and sat down to eat. Later, they would go to the first floor of the castle to visit. This was because Alan was not at home and they were all on his own, so who let them in to open their eyes at other times? Don't even think about it. This is not a tourist attraction. It's a private estate. The owner won't let you in and no one can get in. Hold on. Hey, pull back. I can't hold it anymore. Several shirtless bodyguards were holding a huge special wire net to fish a nearly 4-meter long crocodile from the river. When this thing was in the water, it was very energetic, rolling and thrashing constantly and struggling fiercely. Their task today is to control the crocodile as much as possible and then let Alan hunt it so that he can experience the thrill of hunting crocodile for himself. Alan held the short bow and waited for several bodyguards to fish the crocodile out of the water, then took aim and let go. The special arrow was inserted deeply into the crocodile's back, but its lethality was really limited. The crocodile was hit by an arrow and twisted even more. Bring me my shotgun. Alan finally figured it out. This thing was thick-skinned. If you wanted to shoot it to death with an arrow, you couldn't think of anything other than aiming at it. But under dynamic conditions, I want to aim an arrow at the crocodile's eyes. Olympic champions come and have to scratch their heads, not to mention the level of an ordinary archery enthusiast like Alan. At the end of the hunt, the gun must be happy. As several bodyguards worked hard to lift the crocodile out of the water again. A gunshot was heard, and the crocodile in the water twitched twice, and this time it was completely motionless. The young master is very good at shooting. Old Cal grinned and boasted that the shot penetrated under the crocodile's neck and killed him with one shot. Ha. Alan smiled and handed the gun to the servant next to him and said, "I'll grill a whole crocodile later. I'll peel off the skin of this crocodile and make it a souvenir." After all, it was the first crocodile I hunted, so it was quite memorable. Leaving a few bodyguards to take care of the crocodile, Alan took old Carl along the river towards the villa. How are the preparations going in Sydney? After staying here for a few days, Alan was already a little bored. The conditions here were really bad. Every place is bad. Even the environment is bad. There is nothing interesting about the factories. They are all newly built factories. Just check the account books to understand the composition of each factory and see if the equipment specifications are consistent. The rest of the time I hide in the air-conditioned room every day, and I can only come out to play for a while in the morning and evening. To be honest, if he hadn't injured it as much as possible, Alan would have been ready to go to the nearby national park. There are 2 national parks not far away on the left and right of where he is now. There are many animals in them, so hunting is interesting. Well, the people who left there were not ready to report the situation 2 days ago. How about we go there in advance? There was still a few days before the banquet, and Alan was already tired of waiting, which gave old Carl a headache. Fortunately, at the critical moment, old guy Patris appeared. Patris, who was so tired, came back from Xiangjiang so quickly. Looking at Patris coming this way, old Carol pointed and said, "Master, Patris is back." Alan turned his head and saw Patris waving to him. Hey, is this old guy so fast? It's only been a little over a week, right? Why are you back so soon? It's good to go and come back quickly, but Alan thought that Patris would stay there for at least half a month to understand the situation. Who knew if something happened if he came back so soon? Is it okay, Master? I'm back. Just one sentence. Although Patris's face was a little haggard, he looked quite happy, and it didn't look like something bad had happened. Let's go back and talk to you later. Alan glanced at the large briefcase that Patris was carrying in his hand. It was bulging, and he must have brought back a lot of things on the terrace in the villa. A small fan was placed in the distance to blow the cool breeze from the indoor air conditioner. Alan changed into short-sleeved shorts, sat at the coffee table, and waited for Nicole to bring tea before looking at it. To Patris. Patris watched Nicole consciously leave after delivering the tea, and then started to take out things from her bag. A small box like a gift box was wrapped in newspaper. What's left is some information rolled up from newspapers, which looks miscellaneous after all the things were taken out. Alan looked at Patris. The two stared at each other for a long time. After waiting for a long time, Alan raised his eyebrows and said, "Where's the reply? Weiduo's letter." He didn't reply. "Young master, time is limited, and I'm anxious to come back. The two of us have a direct interview." This was not the first time that Patris met Weiduo. The two parties were old acquaintances. This time he took Alan's letter to Xiangjiang to meet Weiduo. He even shocked Weiduo. Alan himself has the identity of Boss Cha's personal assistant, and since Boss Cha is coming to Xiangjiang now, Weiduo thought something was wrong with them. Everyone was shocked at each other. After Patris explained, Weiduo figured out Alan's purpose. After taking a sip of tea, Alan frowned and listened to Patris's retelling. It turns out that Boss Cha went to Xiangjiang this time, firstly to maintain stability, and secondly to intimidate. Coupled with what happened some time ago, many big dog owners are ready to run away. If they run away, what will they do first? Funds. Not only their own funds. These scammers are also trying to get more money. If they were allowed to mess around, wouldn't it be chaos? Weiduo can still control individual people or companies, but they are all gangs and family alliances, and he can't control them now. That's why we came up with this visit to Boss Cha. But in terms of specific activities, most of them are charity activities, such as meeting with people, visiting military camps, attending university groundbreaking ceremonies, etc. The itinerary for just a few days was very intensive. And there was something very interesting. When Alan heard this, he stretched out his hand to interrupt Patris, who was retelling, and said, "Stop, tell me, the princess's activities are separate from his highness's. Aren't they attending together?" "Yes, Weiduo told me so." "Okay, I understand. Keep talking." Alan's frown deepened, and he understood this time. It also have we reached this point. Until now, he has no way to deal with this kind of thing, but looking at this arrangement, it is really painful. No wonder Boss Cha didn't ask him to go with him this time. If he did, who would he follow then? Not only does Alan feel uncomfortable, but everyone also feels uncomfortable, so why not ask him to join in? Alan subconsciously picked up the box. Due to the limited space in Patris's bag, the box was wrapped with a layer of anti-collision newspaper. Alan tore the newspaper open and threw it on the coffee table. This box was a gift that he sent to Zhang Jiang and then asked Patrice to pick it up on the way. It's just a gadget for women. I've known Nicole Kidman for so long and I haven't given her any small gifts such as expensive jewelry, but she refused to accept them. People who play feminism are still very stubborn. Sometimes Nicole behaves submissively in front of Alan, but sometimes she behaves very stubbornly. She just doesn't want to behave materialistically in front of Alan. But this behavior is a bit difficult to understand in Alan's eyes. In the past, women expected men who had no money to have money and careers. Anyone who doesn't mix well will be despised. But the richer and more prestigious a man is, women will only show true feelings in front of such men, and they will be less interested in material things. What is this picture? Alan knew very well what they were trying to do, but he couldn't give it to them, and he didn't want to give it to them. A short-term relationship is okay, and a slightly longer-term relationship is okay, but a relationship with status is not okay. Therefore, the more Nicole showed that she didn't care about material things, the more Alan wanted to give her something. This bottle of perfume is a customized perfume of the royal family's brand that he customized in batches. The fragrance is called Carmarthen's Quietness. Regardless of whether the name is evil or not, it is said that the scent represents Carmarthen's unique forest smell, and what kind of emotions it symbolizes anyway. What the perfumer said at the time was so ridiculous that Alan couldn't remember it clearly. The unit price is £7,000 per bottle, which is not very expensive. He has customized a dozen bottles in batches and is ready to give small gifts to people he knows without opening the gift box. Alan took a look at the Queen's certification mark on it, put the box down, and suddenly saw a few familiar words on the torn newspaper from the corner of his eye. Looking forward to the visit of the Crown Prince and his wife. This is the largest news headline on the front, but there is a small square next to it with a small, inconspicuous news item. Shanghai Pudong development. British designer's plan failed. Picking up the newspaper, Alan carefully put the torn newspapers together and read the news carefully. It turns out that Guo was preparing to develop Pudong in Shanghai. In the past few years, it had held international seminars and invited many designers to submit plans. There was a British designer who took the plan, but was ultimately unsuccessful. Seeing this news, Alan curled his lips subconsciously. They only talked about discussion, but not everyone's plan must be adopted. Isn't it just that the plan failed? What's the big deal? But there are other things in this news that are worth thinking about for Alan. Since there is a blockade, it does not prevent people from developing independently and attracting investment. Looking at the above introduction, there are still people like Alan who are determined not to leave. And there are even investors who want to take advantage of the gap period to get in. It seems there are smart people everywhere, and wherever development is going to happen in the future, everyone is not stupid and can see it. Alan had also thought about taking advantage of Pudong's development to get a piece of land and build a headquarters building or something. But now he has long given up on this idea. Didn't you notice that he didn't even change the brands of his own factories for a long time? For example, in some novels, after the protagonist becomes bigger and stronger, he likes to set up a group company and then organize various companies under it. There are certainly advantages to doing this, but there are also obvious disadvantages. In the past 2 years, especially after going to school this year, Alan has thought deeply about his future business plans. He doesn't want to engage in a group company model like this. Chapter 236. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Like many entrepreneurs, they start with a small business, then establish a company, make it bigger and stronger, and finally seek to go public. What about after the company goes public? Net worth and assets skyrocketed. What's going up is the company's value. What does this have to do with the boss? If you want money, you have to cash out, but if you cash out too much, you will have fewer shares. What about the control of the company, winning shareholders to sign various memo agreements? If it's really that simple, how did so many bankrupt listed companies come about? Is it all poor management? In the financial market, there are gains and losses, and there are peaks and troughs in life. And there are hostile takeovers for listed companies. In the stock market, those shares are not only a tool for harvesting funds, But also a slicker fat point. Is Alan really short of money now? No point. Alan feels that what he lacks most is a sense of security. Point. He always felt that he was insecure. Although the escort inspection event in April made him understand a lot of things, he just didn't feel safe. Point. In addition, he has experienced the old count being harvested like leaks in the stock market. So, Alan has always been very resistant to financial markets. Later, he conducted an in-depth study of the industrial operation models of some nobles, and was surprised to find out. Most of the nobles' properties are often hidden behind the scenes, or they use an agent. Anyway, the principle is to keep one thing at home and another outside, and keep them separate. This kind of management method, which is more small farmer thinking, is more reliable than anything else. First of all, there is no need to worry about competitors causing trouble or stabbing you in the stock market. Secondly, family businesses can enjoy many benefits unique to aristocrats, but ordinary companies cannot, unless they are very important industries, such as military industrial groups. For example, for listed group companies, when the internet becomes more and more developed in the future, competitors or invisible enemies can clearly find out all the subsidiaries under your name that are related to the group company, and then arrange targeted targets of blow. Alan doesn't want to engage in these things now, such as going public to make money and increase his social status. He doesn't need it now. Those are all false. The cash in hand, the land at home, and the assets in your name are real. Even if you are a rich man worth 100 billion, if you can't cash out your stocks, what's the use? A financial crisis hits, and your net worth shrinks exponentially. It is better to follow the more traditional model and run it as a family, with each company sending responsible persons to manage it. And there is no superior subordinate relationship between them. Just implement the simplest and crudest flat management. When the time comes, Alan will expand his financial team and audit team to monitor on time. His current status is that of a nobleman, so it is a little impractical for ordinary people to play that trick on him. Like some large companies, there are many executives of all kinds, forming multiple small hills, and they are all scheming. When you get to him, you can no longer play like this. You can directly assign managers to them, or promote them from outstanding employees. If you're doing well, keep doing it. If you're not doing well, if the job is not done well because of incompetence, then the position should be removed. If it is because of corruption, then kill him directly. It's simple. It's a disease of big companies. There are so many mountains, and if you call someone to Wales, no one can save them. This kind of management method is very low-key, and can also ensure the internal promotion system. Moreover, Alan also has a killer weapon-like title reward in his hand. Well done. There will be a knighthood reward, a two-pronged approach. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, get out. There will be more talents. Although this kind of family-style private company may not be as good as those large listed companies in the future, it is safe. Alan can arrange his own industry at will without worrying about too many external forces that are difficult to deal with. If the product cannot compete with the other parties, or if the management is not good, then he will consider himself unlucky. This means that, even if the meat is rotten, it will rot in his own pot. With this understanding, many things will be easier to do next. Alan plans to slowly deepen his own industry over the years. He does not want to make huge profits, so he will settle down and gradually become proficient in one industry. Do it. For example, the wool products factory at home will develop into high quality products and luxury goods in the future. It doesn't matter how big the company is. After several factories, we will have to work hard and strive for high quality products. When it comes to business, the most he can accept is to throw out a company and get some partners to play together. As for going public further, forget it. No fun. Therefore, with each factory as the center, he does not need to build any iconic building to highlight his strength. Even if you want to buy a property in China, it is better to go directly to the capital to buy one, and go to Shanghai. Alan really didn't want to go over there. Like now, it would be great to dig deep into the local area, open a factory in a small place, slowly penetrate the local economy, and become a rich countryman. Seeing that his young master was a little distracted, Patrice did not continue speaking with a wink. Instead, he looked at each other and waited for Alan to think quietly until Alan came back to his senses, looked at Patris and said, "Is there anything else?" "Well, young master, Wedidoi doesn't have much to say. He wants to invite you to meet as soon as possible. He said that he still has some private matters that he wants to discuss with you alone." Oh, Alan looked at Patris and then at old Carol. Old Carol was smarter this time and quickly thought of the key point. Young Master Wenido's term of office seems to be coming soon. People like him will probably not be able to make it to the end before returning Xiangjiang. There will definitely be another governor to take the blame. So he is so anxious to see you now. Combined with old Carol's analysis, Alan quickly thought of Weeduo's real purpose. The old guy is anxious. Seeing so many people trying to make money on his territory, he could only stare. Although he still has about 2 years left in office, shouldn't it take time to make money? In the first phase of Alan's last real estate plan, the dividends given to Wedidoi alone were millions of pounds. Wedidoi, who had tasted the sweetness, kept sending letters to tactfully urge Alan to start the second phase of the plan. But Alan has been delayed due to various things during this period of time. Nowadays, people who make money are almost running away, and this old guy seems to be unable to sit still. And asked Patris to bring a message to see him. Okay, there's no need to reply to him now. Carol, go ahead and arrange your trip. Let's finish things as soon as possible in Australia. Then I'll go to Xiangjiang to meet Wedidoi. Patris, you go and rest first. Come with me to Sydney in a few days. Alan arranged the next thing and waved his hand to indicate that they could leave. Sitting alone on the terrace, looking at the river view. There are no woods on the other side of the river. There are areas to be developed within a few kilometers. It is empty, with only some wild grass growing densely. A pair of slightly calloused hands touched the base of Alan's ears, then moved back and began to massage his neck. This movement indicated that Nicole was coming. Alan leaned back and rested his head on Nicole's belly. "I've been waiting outside for a long time, but you haven't come out yet. What are you thinking about?" Alan patted Nicole's hand and motioned her to sit down, picked up the perfume on the table and handed it to Nicole. "I'll give you a small gift. Let's go to Sydney in a few days and accompany me to the banquet." "I don't." Nicole, who was about to refuse the gift, saw the writing on the perfume package and knew it was perfume, so she swallowed her refusal. He opened the gift happily and looked at it. He was not in a hurry to use it. Instead, he put the box on the coffee table and asked with concern, "Are you going to see that Governor Bill?" If you go this time, it's not just about meeting him. There are many people you want to meet." Alan turned to look at Nicole and said with a smile. On the evening of August 27th. The reception banquet that was supposed to be held in Sydney was temporarily moved to Adelaide. Alan was a little confused. If he had known this, he would have returned to Adelaide long ago, and he would not have spent so many days in Darwin. Not far from the villa that Alan rented, Bill Hayden also temporarily rented a villa specifically for this reception banquet. The burgundy 6th generation Rolls-Royce Phantom parked slowly. Alan got out of the car first, put on his light-colored soft top hat, and then very gentlemanly stretched out his hand to take Nicole, who was wearing a white evening dress, out of the car. Bill Hayden stood by the car with an uneasy look on his face. After watching Alan and Nicole get out of the car, he whispered, "Sir, I'm very sorry. There are some emergencies in Sydney during this time. For your sake, it's safe, so I changed my address temporarily to cause trouble for you." Letting go of Nicole's hand, Alan said as he walked, "What's wrong?" He hasn't read any newspapers recently. What's going on in Australia? Can it still threaten his safety? Well, it was a group of gang members from Huaguan province. They made some noise and injured many people. We also lost a policeman. Bill Hayden explained quietly. This is so embarrassing. Your Excellency has finally done this once, and now something like this happens again. Oh, Alan suddenly thought, no wonder Boss Chad asked him to be more honest in the past 2 years. Is it so chaotic outside now? He twitched his lips and said, "Just change it. After the banquet, I won't be able to stay for a few days." Your Excellency, won't you stay here for a few more days? Bill Hayden instinctively opened his mouth to hold back, but as soon as he finished speaking, even he became embarrassed. He had just said that it was not safe here, and now he was holding back. Alan lowered his head slightly, glanced at Bill Hayden, and didn't answer regardless of whether it was safe or not. He had to go to Zhangjiang in a hurry. If he played for a while, it would be too late. He couldn't rush to go when Boss Chad arrived. How embarrassing it would be if we actually met at the entrance to the lobby of the main building of the villa. There were about 20 guests in costumes standing densely packed. Men wear a dark tuxedo jacket and grey trousers. The ladies are a bit more fancy, with all kinds of colorful dresses. Putting aside the looks of these people, these clothes just look good. But just look at the figure and appearance, it's hard to tell the truth. These guests are basically 40 or even 50 years old guys as the crowd watched the governor bring a tall young man over. An extremely depressing buzz could not stop. Some of these people saw the British nobles at such a close distance for the first time in their lives. This nobleman does not refer to a lord or the like, but a real nobleman, a hereditary nobleman, because the British aristocracy behaves in such a low-key manner. Many people's impression of this group now, except in movies, is that of the prodigal sons of the little aristocrats who hang out like street kids on a fashionable street in London every day. Young people. But the person I saw today was different. From a distance, the innate nobility came to my face. He was dressed in extremely low-key and simple clothes, and even his walking posture was extremely calm. He followed the governor. Next to him is more like a servant than this. Excellency, your Excellency, let me introduce you. After relieving the embarrassment and accompanying Alan all the way, Bill Hayden, who took the initiative to stay one step behind Alan, saw that he was approaching the hall and took the initiative to step forward and start introducing guests to Alan in order. There are parliamentarians from various places who are close to him as the governor, as well as some wealthy local Australian businessmen. There were even 2 academics at the end. Anyway, all the miscellaneous people can be called Australia's local elite. One of the old men looked like his hair was white. When he reached out to shake Alan's hand, his eyes were red, and he looked extremely excited. His reaction left Alan a little confused. Is this a bit exaggerated? As for that, Alan suppressed his embarrassment and patted his shoulder. Just like that, the old man became even more excited. He pursed his lips and twitched his face, wanting to say something, but Alan waited for a long time and didn't hear him speak. It was Bill Hayden who took the initiative to relieve the siege and said in a low voice, "Your Excellency, this is a descendant who came from Wales. Their ancestor was one of your family's guards. Is there any way for future generations to mix it up?" Alan looked at the old man, who nodded excitedly, and then he understood the origin of this. It turned out to be the descendant of the guard who was sent from the Hill family to guide the work. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. No, this is meeting the master in a foreign land. No wonder the old man was so excited to see him. Time was limited, so Alan asked him a few questions about his health. The old man was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly, so he had to go to the banquet hall first and wait until he had time to chat later. Nicole held Alan's arm and looked at the Australian elites vaguely surrounding Alan in the hall. After greeting them at the door, they entered the banquet hall. Although some people wanted to continue to come and talk to the Earl, the rules were the rules. Alan would not call them. They had to work hard to show their self-cultivation and pretend to be with others, socializing in a low voice. But these people were not far away from Alan. They even squinted their eyes in this direction as they spoke, hoping that the Excellency would call them and have a few words with them in public. In the past, although Nicole's family was considered wealthy, no matter how rich she is, compared with these truly powerful people, her family is not impressive enough. Now these classes that she had no contact with in the past are now like a group of licking dogs, vaguely surrounding the people around her. Even when these people looked at me, the looks they cast were so friendly, indifferent, and cultivated, completely losing the condescending feeling of the past. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237. Can I help you with anything? Nicole Kidman still remembers the party she attended in May while promoting her new movie in the United States. Maybe those banquets at that time were arranged in a higher standard than today's banquet. But those who attended the banquet were all producers, small directors, and actors. It looks glamorous, but the whole banquet is like a Vanity Fair. The actors praise the director praises the producer, and the producer praises the company. Everyone takes turns flattering them. That kind of face is so similar to the current one. The only difference is that those Americans have poor self-cultivation and do it openly, while today's Australians do it tactfully. And now, she has changed from the ordinary little transparent person who needed to toast others a few months ago to half the master today. Nicole just stood next to Alan with a gentle smile on her face and looked at people who occasionally looked over. Others gave her a gentle and envious smile, and she smiled back. This gave Nicole a new understanding of British social banquets. Everyone seemed very low-key and gentle, and the atmosphere was very good. Turning her head slightly, Nicole looked at the center of the crowd. All this was because of the man whose arm she was holding. Alan's side face looked very fine. He was expressionlessly talking to Bill Hayden next to him in a low voice, as if he was turning a blind eye to the Australian elites around him. It was a similar banquet, just because of the difference in status. Everything else had changed. Your Excellency, a few days ago I used the excuse of public security to suspend the business of the Sony store in Sydney. They have been using people to find connections these days. Bill Hayden held a champagne glass and stood talking with Alan. Haha. Well done. After I leave, I will keep Patrice and let him show up with you. Those islanders will know what it means when they see him with you. There are no unreasonable conflicts. When these people see Patrice show up, they will know why they were persecuted. But now that you understand why, what should you do next? Then why do you still need to be taught? Alan's meaning is obvious. If you, Sony, don't attack and stir up trouble, then I will attack you. Sony, compared to attacking others or being attacked, I believe normal people know what to choose next. If they can have problems in Sydney, they can have problems elsewhere. This time they have to suspend business. What about next time? Where else? Bill Hayden chatted with Alan, observing the reactions of the surrounding guests with the help of his peripheral vision. The guests he invited today are all people who are close to him or can talk with him. But some people among them had other ideas because he became governor some time ago. From a local to a higher ranking, somewhat like a supervisor standing on the outside looking in. The class has changed, the position has changed, the identity has also changed, and everyone's interests are somewhat different. Now the time for Mr. Allen to come is just right. Not during the high-spirited period when he first took office. But it was the period after Bill Hayden fully realized his embarrassment. It can be regarded as a timely help. Look at how these people can stand and chat so intimately next to Mr. Allen when they see him. Some people who have other ideas after today's banquet will not say that they have completely changed their minds, but at least they will re-examine what to do in the future. Get along with your new governor. A new governor who was suddenly promoted to a lower noble with no foundation and a new governor who had aristocratic connections in Britain are completely different. A very simple banquet ended at around 8 o'clock. Alan acted very calmly, and he was very indifferent to everyone who came to the banquet. Even the descendant of his former guard. Alan did not talk too much with him. It was as if he was not interested in anyone and looked extremely arrogant. But it was his attitude that made these Australian elites even more satisfied. This is how it should be, and this is how it feels. Isn't it normal for hereditary nobles from Great Britain to have such an arrogant and cold attitude when they come to Australia? If he is very kind and friendly to everyone, would this be abnormal? Right. When she learned that Alan was about to leave, Nicole Kidman was very sad. After returning to the villa in the evening, she hugged Alan tightly from behind and said, "Can I go back with you?" It's this question again. What can you do if you come back with me? Well, what can you do? Alan smiled and grabbed Nicole's hand, asked her to come to him, pinched Nicole's cheek and said, "I have to go to Zhangjiang. I have a lot of things to do recently. Wait until I'm not busy. Can I contact you again when the time comes?" Nicole stared at Alan's eyes for a long time. Alan's eyes were very bright and looked extremely sincere. He has to be busy with his career and Nicole can't find any excuse to disturb Alan. But she was unwilling to let Alan go just like that. After thinking about it, Nicole Kidman was ready to change her approach and said, "Then what can I help you with?" Alan smiled and sat on the edge of the bed, just about to say that he didn't need Nicole's help with anything. But thinking of this, he suddenly thought of Nicole's family background. Senior neodymium Kwan, her mother is a neodymium Kwan, and so is Nicole herself. Now Alan didn't do much research on where the origin of neodymium spring came from, but the word originally had a complementary meaning. It was after the Industrial Revolution that there were few people and factories were understaffed, so women were encouraged to work outside the home. However, due to certain differences, the salary and treatment of female workers are often not as good as those of male workers. Later, neodymium spring was established, which was probably a form of fighting for equal pay for female workers. It's a very positive and reasonable request. It can be understood as a foreign version of the Women's Federation. Later, as this thing spread, something was wrong. Starting from the United States, neodymium spring has gradually changed from a form of demanding fairness and fighting for fair treatment for women to a form of fighting for more privileges for itself. That guy later spread to Asia. It's like opening Pandora's box. I won't say what it is specifically, but in the end this thing will become a weapon in the hands of a group of people with extremely low levels of education and brainlessness. They do all sorts of jaw-dropping things and all kinds of names. Alan suddenly thought, didn't he save a pair of Korean sisters last time he went to the Seoul Olympics? These two have been recuperating for more than half a year now, so it's time for them to recover, right? Now that their injuries have been healed and Master Alan has saved their lives, they have to do something to repay him, right? Why not let them come to Australia, and then Nicole's mother, an old expert, will personally train them in American-style advanced ideas, and then send the sisters back to South Korea to carry forward their legacy. Thinking of this, Alan couldn't help it. This was a casual move. He just wanted to give the Koreans some fun when he had nothing to do. It didn't cost much anyway. "You can really help me." Alan pulled Nicole and slowly told her what he had just thought. Then if they go back and set up a women's self-improvement association, they will need a lot of funds later. When she heard that Alan wanted the sisters to return to Korea and set up some kind of Korean Women's Self-Improvement Association, Nicole became a little uneasy. These public welfare organizations have little profitability. Since it is about self-improvement, then mobilize Korean women to donate money. Isn't this what you should think of? Plan for them and teach them more. For example, you can also join organizations in the United States and give them momentum. It is okay to contribute a little money at the beginning, but Alan will not always be taken advantage of. Anyway, it is the Korean people's own business. They were able to donate to the islanders in the beginning, but now it involves their own business, so it is reasonable to donate some money to the Women's Self-Strength Association. Nicole looked at Alan a little suspiciously, but didn't think much about it. Alan's first movie was a movie that was very female oriented. From then on, the outside world labeled him as an aristocratic gentleman who was very close to the people and very advanced in thinking. With this understanding, Nicole didn't think much about it when Alan asked her to help train people. The two looked at each other. Alan didn't want Nicole to ask any more questions. Some things would mutate even more severely in a different environment and background. He only asked Nicole to teach them in the normal way. As for the sisters, who would return to Korea after finishing their studies, they would be able to, no matter how it develops. He can still control it remotely. It's getting late now, so we can talk about something else. I heard that you got a new set of clothes. It's also mysterious. Why? Seeing Alan ask about this, Nicole blushed and whispered, "Don't you like hunting? I bought a rabbit uniform. Do you want to see it?" Alan's eyes lit up. Rabbit uniform? Is this asking Mr. Alan to go hunting and show off his marksmanship? Why not hurry up? How do you say that? With Nicole on her legs and shoulders, Mr. Alan is endlessly happy. School is about to start in September. Alan can skip classes openly, but William and Harry cannot. When Alan brought them out this time, he just let them play freely. He didn't even take William with him to participate in social activities. Now that school is about to start, the servants and bodyguards are divided into two groups. A large number of people accompanied William and the others back to Wales to go to school. Alan only brought a few bodyguards and servants, reducing the entire team to only a dozen people. Carol Lear was going back to the United States to take care of business, and Patris stayed to handle the rest of the business in Australia, collecting money and urging Sony to work quickly. Alan arrived in Zhangjiang very low-key on September 3rd. He did not rush to the governor's mansion immediately, but first went to his property in Zhangjiang, which was the small villa given to him by the man named Lee. Master, you are back. Lee Zhi wore a deep V black long skirt. The skirt was made of gauze and looked extremely elegant. With a long drawl, she smoothly took the bag carried by Alan, just like a wife from a wealthy family waiting for her man to come home. Alan's body almost went numb when Lee Zhi called him master. Too cloying, too sweet. Before arriving, he had already contacted Lee Zhi and told her that he was coming to see her. Unexpectedly, Lee Zhi would play this trick on her as soon as he walked in. Haha, calling me master makes me feel old. Alan smiled slightly and looked at Lee Zhi, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. What should he say? She was dressed much more maturely than when she first met her, but there was still a hint of resentment on her face. Alan has never promised anything to her. Our relationship is very strange, like lovers, but they are a little different from lovers. People like him used to be interested in each other and pick and choose someone who could stay with him for a while, but if they were together for a long time, Alan couldn't stand it. He didn't care what would happen to these people if they left him. Just like in the novels he had read before, one man found many women, everyone was obsessed with him, and everyone could get along very well together. It's impossible to think about it. What can't change with time? Alan himself never thought of putting these people in cages like canaries. It's just a romantic relationship for everyone. And come to think of it, if we can live in the same place, if we have our own lives in the future, it doesn't matter if we don't live together anyway. Alan has given him the compensation that should be given. He never restricts what the people of the opposite sex he knows can do. But Lee Zhi's attitude of waiting for him made Alan feel very guilty. Before Alan could say anything more, Lee Zhi pulled Alan toward the restaurant and said as he walked, "I knew you were coming, so you can try the soup I made for you." Looking at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the small table and Lee Zhi with an expectant look on his face. To be honest, Alan even felt a little bit of the warmth of home at this moment. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. How should I put it? The manor in Carmarthen is his home now, but there is nothing worth remembering in that home. Sometimes he feels lonely even at home. Then in addition to dealing with daily affairs, the only thing left is to make a movie and have fun to relieve loneliness. Now here, in this small villa, there is a woman who is waiting for him to come back and cooks a table of food for him. This feels very strange, like a young couple. Putting down Alan's bag, Lee Zhi picked up a small bowl and served soup to Alan. Looking at Alan, who was staring at the food in a daze, he chuckled and said, "What? This is not your favorite dish?" Hearing Lee Zhi's voice, Alan came back to his senses and smiled reluctantly. "I love eating." Looking at the several dishes on the table, the dishes are good, but these dishes are all supplementary. Looking at these dishes, Alan could imagine how fierce the battle would be tonight. He had a faint liver pain. Before leaving Australia, Nicole was very enthusiastic and seemed reluctant to leave him, and she didn't get much rest on the plane. Now I have just emerged from the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. TSK. At this moment, Alan thought about whether to go to Weedwee tonight and have a good night's rest first. But Lee Zhi sat opposite him, holding his chin with his hands, looking at him expectantly. This forget it. What is supposed to come will always come back. Don't be afraid. It had been so long since the last time he came to Zhangjiang that Alan had no memory. Now that I'm back here, it still feels fresh and friendly. Mainly because this environment makes him very comfortable. It's not like Wales, which is like a large rural area. Early the next morning, after Ellen woke up in a daze, she patted Lee Zhi on the shoulder and asked her to help contact Wei Dui and invite him to come to his house for a dinner tonight. Chapter 238 Secret Talk. In the evening of the next day, when the night was dark, Weidui took a very low-key Honda Crown to the mountaintop villa point. It wasn't that he wanted to keep a low profile, but that Alan specifically told him that he didn't want too many people to know that he was now in Zhangjiang Point. I haven't seen Weidui for a long time. This old guy has a completely different image from the previous 2 years. What a nice old guy he was now. His hair is white and his waistcoat straightened up. I don't know if it's his own imagination, but Alan always feels that Weidui is particularly haggard now. Point is this because Boss Chow is about to come over, and is he ready to make a misfortune? Alan is very familiar with this trick. He is a veteran himself. He didn't expect that Weidui would also play this trick. Point and this old guy is quite cruel to himself. Point preparations had been started months in advance, and the effect was completely different from Alan's haggardness caused by not sleeping a night in advance. Point only Weidui seems more real. Point looking at Weidui's ill-fitting suit, Alan did not get up to greet him, but pointed to the sofa next to him and motioned for him to sit down. Point after the servant served tea, neither of them spoke first. Point Weidui looked at Alan with emotion, who seemed to have not changed much. He couldn't say that he hadn't changed much. Anyway, he hadn't seen Alan in almost 2 years. This gentleman was still so young, but his hairstyle had changed. He has changed, and his face looks better. The overall temperament is a little more restrained than before, and not as aggressive as before. Patrice said you wanted to see me and have an interview. Why don't you want to talk now that you've seen me? Alan crossed his legs, took out a cigarette from the coffee table, handed one to Weidui, and just put the cigarette to his mouth. Weidui quickly put down his handbag, picked up the lighter on the table and lit Alan's cigarette. Then he lit it for himself, took a deep drag on the cigarette, and sighed. I finally see you, Your Excellency. I just didn't remember how to say it. Haha, do we still need to be so estranged from each other? Looking at Weidui, who seemed to be relieved, Alan laughed. Point this old guy was very nice to him. We all worked together once, and then Alan asked him to help take care of Lee Zhi here, and he didn't hesitate. Point Weidui nodded, took out a thick stack of information from his handbag, and handed it to Alan. What, Your Excellency? Take a look. It's shocking. Alan opened the information with some curiosity. These were statistics from several British banks. The statistical objects are several large real estate companies. Looking at those huge amounts, Alan could somewhat understand why Weidui was like this. How big is the whole Hong Kong? Just looking at the area, it doesn't seem that big. Looking at their buildings and population density, they seem very small. Point. But is there no land in Zhangjiang? No, there is still a lot of land, but most of it has not been developed. Point in addition to the purpose of hoarding and raising housing prices, there is actually a more important reason. Point currently, a large part of the undeveloped land in Zhangjiang is controlled by various British consortiums and families. Seeing that housing prices are so high, and will even get higher in the future, as long as they are slowly released, those lands are like countless gold bricks, representing endless wealth. Point. And if we rashly release large tracts of land, there will be no benefit, except lowering housing prices. Under such circumstances, large areas of land remain undeveloped, and are not allowed to be developed. Point. And the more land is tightened like this, the more housing prices will rise. Point. After all, Zhangjiang is so developed, the population must increase. These people must have a place to live, and there are so many commercial lands for companies. But now, since the two parties signed the treaty a few years ago, the British withdrawal has become a foregone conclusion. Point. Under such circumstances, many British investors who still hold a large amount of land in Zhangjiang are a little anxious. In recent years, land has been flowing out intermittently, and various development projects have been put on the agenda. Point. But this kind of behavior of driving down housing prices makes some groups who also hold land but have not yet sold it feel a little disgusted. Point. Are you going to sell it? Everyone will suffer, even if they are making money on the surface. Greed is human nature. If they do not get the expected benefits and make less money, this is a loss. It's not chaotic outside yet, but the management of Deng is about to start a fight internally. Point. It could still be suppressed, but this year the competition, stumbling blocks, and disruptions have intensified, and they have all been brought to light. Point. In the end, it's not like even the boss has to go out and come to maintain and shock him. Point. And now the information Weidui showed Alan was the information he could mobilize on real estate loans issued by various British banks and a large part of the records of land sales by British groups. After flipping through the pages casually, Alan closed the document and threw it to Weidui with a smile. "What do you want? Get a piece of land and participate? How dare I, Your Excellency? You are really joking. Your Highness will be here soon. Am I rushing to hit the muzzle?" Weidui had a headache. His duty was to maintain stability, which was determined before he took office. Now he can't hold on any longer. With the situation like this, how dare he want to get involved and risk his life? HMPH. If it were me, since I can't solve the problem, wouldn't I just solve the person who caused the problem? You should be able to do it, right, Alan? Still smiled and continued to stimulate Weidui. This does not mean that these lands cannot be sold, but they need to be sold slowly and in accordance with the rules, while maintaining stability. Nowadays, these people are rushing to sell, and they even start it internally. This is breaking the rules in this case. Why can't we be cruel? Weidui broke into a cold sweat when he heard the bad idea Alan gave him. Of course, Your Excellency is not afraid. If he is really allowed to do this, and the trouble becomes big, he will at most be taken back to London, and then, after being scolded by the Queen, and grounded at home for a while, the rest of the shit was gone. But if it were him, Weidui, he would not dare to do this. He is just a lord, a small knight. If he really dares to do this, he will die without a burial place. Looking at the embarrassed Weidui, Alan finally stopped teasing him. It's still the same concept. To maintain stability, as long as some people's liquidity is gone, things will be relatively stable. This was Alan's earlier thought, and Weidui also agreed. And this can be regarded as a disguised form of not solving the problem, just solving the person who caused the problem. If the money is gone, what else can you do? But for these British talents, Alan had nothing to do. He couldn't handle it, and he didn't want to take the initiative to make enemies. After thinking about it, the construction of his new castle has already started, so he can't afford this money, right? It's up to those people in Zhangjiang who have their hearts set on Great Britain to come forward. The second phase of the long-awaited large-scale high-end villa project in Wales is now ready to be launched. After putting out the cigarette butt, Alan picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. He thought for a moment and said seriously, "His Highness is coming soon." That's what I thought. After His Highness leaves, this place will definitely be stable for a while. Let's take advantage of this. If you have time, you can take the lead in making the second phase of the plan. But Alan thought about it carefully and said, prices have risen dramatically in recent years, and many things have increased in price. We have to take this into consideration. Although the first phase of the last real estate project ended in failure, many wealthy people still have confidence in Alan. We are all looking forward to Your Excellency to restart the second phase of the plan and start the project. There is no reason why it will not fail. With the last failure experience, wouldn't the success rate of the next plan be greatly increased? Besides, when it comes to things like real estate, as long as you have suffered losses once or twice and have experience later, as long as the funds are in place, you can just play casually. But this is entirely the wishful thinking of the rich. Alan never wanted to engage in any real estate projects in his territory. His motives were impure from beginning to end. Not to mention engaging in real estate in his territory, he just hoped that Carmarthen would maintain its status quo. Alan didn't even want to take care of the town of Carmarthen, which was so close to his manor. Those local people's careers have failed, and it's good to have a job. Alan has never thought of making them rich or anything. People, as long as they have enough to eat and drink, they will have other thoughts, and it will be easy to cause trouble. It's better to just let them maintain the most ordinary living standards and live tightly. In the entire town of Carmarthen, apart from the police station, the only thing Alan cared about most was the Carmarthen Public Hospital. He didn't care about anything else. It didn't matter whether it was prosperous or not. Even if he wanted to go shopping, couldn't he go to London? Carmarthen had to be quiet. It was a place of life, and Alan didn't want to cause chaos in his territory. When he heard that Alan finally mentioned the plan for the second phase of the real estate, Weidui's face lit up. What should he do here in Zhangjiang? He was ready to let it go, as long as he could live with it. In the remaining 1 or 2 years of the term, it is only right to make a fortune. When the term is over, and I return to Great Britain, I will not care about whether Zhang is Zhang or not. Wei Dui glanced at Alan and thought for a while and said, "Sir, have you ever thought about getting a piece of land here and saving it for a few years before using it?" When he first heard Wei Dui's suggestion, Alan was still moved for a moment. But it was only for a moment. This period is very delicate. A small piece of land is of little use if it is developed into those pigeon houses. Alan has no interest at all. In other words, even if these projects make money, Alan thinks these projects are too low, and he is too lazy to do them. If such a project is done and the internet becomes so developed in the future, people will introduce this kind of pigeon-shaped house and say that it is a project of the British Earl Alan. He cannot afford to lose this person, but getting a large piece of land would be too eye-catching, especially after the recent chaos caused by those people. If he gets it at this time, he will be the most famous. Wouldn't this mean that he is taking the initiative to be the leader? They had already made their money and were ready to run away, so why did he rush here to get beaten? No, you are only responsible for making this second phase of the plan. We will talk about the rest later. Alan glanced at Wei Dui. He will be resigning in the next 2 years, but there will be a Hong Kong governor who will replace Wei Dui. Alan can cooperate with anyone, and it is not like Wei Dui is gone without him. That won't work. Wei Dui, who was exposed by Alan's words, had a trace of disappointment in his eyes. He suggested that Alan's idea of acquiring the land, in addition to selling Alan a favor, also planned to wait until the situation stabilized in a few years before following him. Alan made a profit together, but he didn't expect that Your Excellency would be so cautious. He wouldn't even get involved in any project that would have a bad impact on him. Okay, then, when I go back before Christmas, I will have someone bring you the plan. Alan made up his mind, stood up and invited Wei Dui to dine with him. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when we saw Wei Dui off. Alan, who had been a little tired recently, hid in the study and looked at the information Lee Zhi had prepared for him. Since she found a job for Lee Zhi, she has been traveling between the mainland and Hong Kong for a while, but most of her time has been spent on inspections in the mainland. Anyway, with the money Alan gave her in her hand, she would invest in whatever projects she liked. Now these piecemeal projects are very conspicuous when brought together anyway. Alan was in a daze holding the information in his hand. From a certain kind of special porcelain from JDZ, to some ancient jewelry and exquisite trinkets. There are also some ancient costumes and so on. There is a mess of everything. However, these projects all have one thing in common. They are relatively niche, require high production technology, and are relatively expensive. For example, this one right now. Alan frowned and looked at the introduction and the information. It was said that all efforts were in vain. But there is a master craftsman who can make small bamboo baskets without leaking. Not only does it not leak, you can also raise fish in the basket. This is not a bamboo basket made of glue or anything else. It is purely hand woven with bamboo strips. There are a lot of things like this in the information, but Alan got a headache just looking at them. It's okay to talk about jewelry and the like, but where can I find sales for these weird things? Some foreigners don't understand the benefits of these things. If these things are sold to them, regardless of whether Zhu Beiji eats the ginseng fruit, Alan will think they are spoiling things. But if there is no sales, this cannot last long. You can't keep investing money without getting a return, right? After lighting a cigarette, Alan scratched his head and picked up a gold hairpin on the desk to examine it carefully. This is jewelry forged using ancient methods, with a phoenix hollowed out on it. The whole phoenix is like clinging to a big tree. This craftsmanship can form a sharp contrast with the old foreign jewelry that only inlays gemstones. That one has good materials, that one has good techniques and craftsmanship, and this kind of shape makes it look very high-end. Can you combine those weird things? For example, with this kind of bamboo weaving craft, the finished bamboo basket is golden. Can we make this kind of bamboo basket smaller and make it into a small jewelry box? Or even a bag? Doesn't this just turn it into a luxury item? It's also damn environmentally friendly, as long as this kind of bag making material, which is different from animal leather and the like, is made. Won't it beat those leather bags? PS. I thought about it. I can't ask for leave rashly, and I can't just ask for leave with excuses, just because others make me feel bad. Wouldn't this be a pity to all the readers? But I still feel uncomfortable thinking about it. I'm blocked every day. Oh. Chapter 239 Arnold. I will be like this person in the future. There were several knocks on the door, and before Alan could answer, the study door was pushed open. Lee ZHI came in with a tray, put the small bowl on the tray in front of Alan and said, "Drink some hangover soup." "What are you busy with?" Shaking the information and jewelry in his hands, he glanced at the curious Lee ZHI and said, "This is not the information you showed me. I want to think about how I can integrate them to maximize their value." Lee ZHI glanced at Alan and said strangely, "Do you British always like to measure everything by value? In fact, there are some things in these materials that I have no idea of exchanging them for money." Alan was stunned when Lee ZHI said this, putting aside everything else. He even understood what Lee ZHI had not yet said. In addition to being free and having money, she probably really likes some old or traditional handicrafts. However, with the development of the times and the impact of foreign culture, many traditional Chinese handicrafts are about to be lost. She probably did this with the intention of doing her part. Anyway. As far as Alan knows, the current solid wood furniture with traditional Chinese craftsmanship has been impacted by some modern craftsmanship furniture. With plywood, exquisite hardware, novel layout design, and a touch of paint. This is high-end, Western style furniture. The price is more expensive than traditional furniture, and the profit is much higher than traditional furniture. Under the impact of such a market environment, many old and traditional products cannot adapt to the market and will gradually be eliminated as they cannot keep up with the market. It has to wait until years or even decades later, when people really get rich and start to miss the past, and then the charm of the old things will be awakened. Let's put it this way, even if it is an ordinary notebook now, if English is printed on the cover, it will look very foreign. This is the current trend, Dan. No one can change it. Alan's ideas are too idealistic. He simply wants these things to adapt to the market now and not deviate from the times. But how long can the people who make these things last, even give them money to support them? After taking a sip of the hangover soup, it didn't taste very good, so Alan pushed the bowl aside. He pulled Lee ZHI to sit on his lap and told her what he had just thought. "Look, this is what I think. These things you made are very messy, but the cultural symbols are very distinct. I wonder if I can integrate them together. It's not that some crafts are inferior to others, but it's about putting various crafts into use where they can be used." He held up the hairpin in his hand and said, "Just like this kind of craftsmanship, if it is made larger, can it be made into a large headdress, such as a crown?" Crown. Lee ZHI's eyes widened, and he leaned on Alan and said in surprise, "Why make it a crown?" TSK Alan had no choice but to educate Lee ZHI on the hidden benefits. As we all know, there is a very special certification in Great Britain called Royal Certification. There are currently 3 types of this certification. The first is a Queen's Certification. It is a product of certain brands. After being favored and approved by the Queen, you can actively submit an application, and then you can use the Queen's unique logo and instructions on the brand. That big royal crown logo looks very intimidating. As long as the product is successfully certified, its value will definitely increase. Alan had this idea before, but his product was not yet qualified for certification, so he checked with his boss to deny it. The second type of certification is the Prince's Certification, which is the certification of Prince Philip. This is also a royal certification. The difference between it and the Queen's certification is that most of the products certified by the Queen are women's items, such as jewelry, perfume, bags, clothes, etc. The Prince certification is more male-oriented, such as civilized sticks, postman hats, suits, leather shoes, and even notebooks. And the last third type is dual certification. Both the Queen and the Prince thought this thing was good, so they both gave it certification. This is the highest standard point it can be understood as a product for the royal family. It is estimated that if Boss Cha has his own crown prince certification in the future, he can add to new royal certifications. As long as any brand has this kind of certification, the quality of the entire brand will be added to a new level. Alan had no choice but to come up with a fake Earl certification. Many of his things had an Earl's crown logo that looked like a crown. It also had the same meaning and looked very high-end. But in fact, it can fool the layman, and his behavior does not belong to official certification. Lee Zhi frowned and said, then the queen must like the crown before it can be certified, right? Is there a time limit for this certification? Alan chuckled and said, as long as the jewelry is really good looking, I'm very confident in the certification. As for the time limit, certification is once every 5 years. This is one of the means to ensure product quality. As long as the first certification is successful, as long as the brand, if there is no problem with the quality and quantity, there will be no problem with subsequent renewals. Alan hugged Lee Zhi and told her about the prospects of this kind of thing. It's not like only nobles can carry this kind of thing. As long as it looks good and has a good reputation, some wealthy businessmen and rich people also like to buy these things. Women can wear this kind of crown-like headdress when attending any banquet. As long as they don't wear it blindly when attending banquets held by nobles. Under normal circumstances, when the two classes are out of contact, whoever wants to wear it can wear it. When those Hong Kong sisters were selected and ranked first, second, third and third, didn't they also wear those little crowns? After Alan said this, Lee Zhi also became a little interested. When she didn't go to Wales to find Alan, to be honest, it was quite boring. She was not very good at doing business, so she could only go to the mainland to go shopping. With a small amount of money, I now see that the prospects are quite good, and I have new motivation. He kissed Alan gently and said, Master, it's getting late. Haha, let's go. After resting well in Zhangjiang for a few days, Alan met Shuzin one after another, and the Korean sisters she had been helping to take care of, and arranged for them to go to Australia to study with Nicole. After explaining the rest of the little things, he looked at it. Wasn't long before Boss Cha came over in order to prevent him from running into people who came to visit him earlier. Alan came and left in a hurry without letting anyone see him off. He took a few bodyguards and boarded the plane back to Wales in a very low-key manner. Cardiff International Airport. When you first hear the name, you may think that this place must be very luxurious, high-end, and very international. But, in fact, places like Cardiff International Airport and Seoul International Airport are very similar. They are all representatives who have only their name. Gold and jade on the outside, and ruins on the inside. The scale of the entire airport is very small. Think about a small city with a population of 20 to 300,000 people. Even if it is the capital of Wales, how big can its airport be? There are no high-rise buildings. The entire waiting room is just an ordinary large flat floor hall. Whether buying tickets or waiting for the flight, it is like a very ordinary bank handling business hall. In later generations, several rows of iron 3-seat chairs, plus those iron fences. This is the entire waiting area of Cardiff International Airport. Standing in the back half of the terminal hall, you can also see the planes on the runway inside the airport through the windows. Cameron was waiting for the plane with Arnold. Today is the day for Arnold to return to the United States. Cameron, who is doing post-production special effects at the Cardiff office, personally drove Arnold to the airport. Cameron is also regarded as Arnold's nobleman. He has been using him since the first Terminator, allowing Arnold to achieve the leap from a fitness boy to a small movie star. The relationship between the two is quite good in private. Just now, a staff member in the departure hall used a loudspeaker to announce that the boarding time would be postponed. The specific reason was not given. There were only a dozen passengers in the waiting room. Cameron got bored of waiting, so he invited Arnold and the two of them to stand by the trash can next to the window of the waiting room and smoke. Director, look over there. Arnold held a cigarette in his hand and pointed blankly to the side of the runway not far away. Next to the usually empty runway, today there was a row of Land Rovers parked, with two old Bentley looking cars at the front. Isn't that Mr. Allen's car? Cameron saw the two iconic Bentleys from a distance and recognized them at a glance as Allen's car. Plus, the figure on the runway looked like Butler Huth. This the reason why the boarding time was delayed has been found. Mr. Allen is coming back, and the entire airport must give him the highest priority, even if his plane has not landed yet. But there is no way. This is Wales. This is how nobles are treated. That's Sir Alan's motorcade. Did you see the man standing in front? The one with a bit of a beer belly is Sir Hooter. It seems that Sir Alan should be back today. Cameron pointed to Arnold the motorcade in the distance and the middle-aged man standing beside the car. Hiss. Although the airport is not a big airport, and the place is not big, although I have seen many privileged behaviors before, but it was so above board. Even the plane he took had not even landed, and the boarding time of the entire airport passengers had to be delayed. The behavior of everyone having to give way to him still shocked Arnold. This is the real privilege, an above board privilege. Having been filming in Wales for so long, Arnold has only seen the Lord from a distance, without even speaking to him, which he has always regretted. But today's battle really stimulated Arnold. If a man reaches this point, then he is truly a master. Rich, what's the use of just having money? This is power. Real power, or hereditary power. This is the true Earth Emperor. Cameron looked at Arnold, who was staring blankly at the motorcade beside the runway at the airport, patted him on the shoulder and said, "What's wrong? Envy?" It would be a lie to say that I'm not envious. Arnold nodded seriously, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. I want to be like this excellency in the future. Hahaha. When you do well in the film industry in the future and apply for dual citizenship, you may be able to accept the canonization of Her Majesty the Queen and become an honorary knight. But even if you become a knight, you will only be one more than an ordinary person. A little bit of privilege is not enough to reach the level of your excellency. Cameron comforted the young and energetic Arnold. Haha. Director Arnold turned his head. His big rectangular face smiled ugly, but his eyes were extremely bright and said, "Director, thank you for taking me with you in this movie. I have learned a lot and seen you by following you for so long. A lot of stuff arrived. Thank you." Cameron thought Arnold was being sentimental because he was about to break up, so he hugged Arnold and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Arnold's eyes were fixed on the plane that had already landed and started taxiing. At this moment, some kind of ambition grew crazily in his heart. Great Britain needed a knighthood to do this, but in the United States, that was not necessarily the case. From Adelaide, which has a certain colonial atmosphere, to Darwin, where natives gather, to Hong Kong, where flowers are blooming and people are crowded, and finally back to Wales, which is quiet and peaceful, even a little too plain. Alan sat in the car on the way back and looked at the scenery outside the car window without saying a word. He has walked this road many times, spanning several years, but in the past few years, except for the changes in the seasons, the scenery outside the window will be slightly different. Everything else, whether it's roads or buildings, are still the same. What they looked like a few decades ago will still be what they look like now. A few decades from now, maybe it will still be something like that. Click, as the car bumped slightly, just like on the road out of the city. There was a small hole in the road. It's been a few years. Maybe someone could just shovel some dirt in and fill it up, but this hole is still so stubborn. Everything here existed a long time ago and will not change much. It has no vitality and is even a little lifeless. This is what Americans often call the pedantry and twilight of the empire. He turned his head and glanced at Hooter, who had been looking at him with a worried expression since he got in the car, and said, "It's nothing. I just went out for a walk, and in the end I realized that it's better to be at home. I haven't been here recently. Are you okay at home?" "Okay, young master, it's nothing big. The new castle has been started. In addition, your yacht plan has also been sent. I have put it in your study. Princess Christina also sent a gift and she called. I invited you to spend the summer in Spain, and I said you were on a business trip to Australia. These are all things that require him to come back to continue, and Alan is used to it. When he comes back this time, he plans to stay there for a while. The external situation is changing every day. Thinking of this, Alan suddenly remembered something. By the way, has Rex reported to you recently? What is that? What is his name? It's the little liar who was sent to Russia. Is there any news about him? How long has it been? People have been sent out, but there is no news. Could it be that they were killed? It's not like Alan, who caught him and interrogated him for a few words. Finally, we can let him come out. To work. Go over there, and if you are caught accidentally, then Alan couldn't save him. Rex, who? Tef frowned and thought for a while. He hadn't seen Rex for a while. The last time he met was before Christmas last year. Did he ask Rex to come to the manor to get the reward from the young master? Chapter 240, Closing of the House of Lords. I haven't seen him recently. I heard from Thomas that Rex seems to be busy distributing the Koreans caught at the beginning of the year. Who? Tef thought for a long time, but he didn't remember any reports from Rex recently, so he could only briefly talk about some of the situations he knew. Alan doesn't care much about those Koreans, just keep them closed for now and consume them slowly. It's very sad to say that hundreds of people were arrested and there was not even a splash of water, although there is also the factor that Rex and the others are ruthless, fast, and catch them cleanly. But no one cares about other places. Even when Lee Jiangxi came last time, they only cared about their business. As for these Koreans, no one cared. When Rex first started, he was still happy about catching so many Koreans. These are all achievements. It's all about the detection rate. But after being locked up for a while, he started to feel some liver pain. Hundreds of people need food and drink. He can't afford it. There is no other way. Apart from using it as a favor to other police stations, we can only occasionally arrange some jobs that they can do to generate income. Now Rex is even anxious and has arranged for his men to go to private prisons in the United States to gain experience. He is going to learn from the advanced experience of the Yankees and make full use of these people. It is impossible to let them go. The Cardiff destroyer, which has been decommissioned and stored and does not meet the requirements, has been dismantled by the shipyard. Most of its weapon systems have been removed. Then the accurate data of the hull is measured, and a preliminary modification plan is designed, based on the current carrying capacity of the hull. Alan is holding this plan now. Of course he can't understand these two professional things. What he cares most about is what kind of effect the ship can achieve after the modification, how much supplies it can carry, how many people it can carry, what functions it has, whether it looks good or not, and finally, what's the most important thing. What matters is how much it costs. Turning to the final summary first, the total cost is estimated to be around £25 million. This is just a preliminary expectation. Just like when you buy a car, people quote the lowest price, and then when you look at the car, you want to add this or that. In the end, I kept adding more money, but it was no longer the original quote. I took a look at the yacht design drawing. Because of the dismantling of the weapon system, in theory, in addition to the front control room, the buildings on the deck, such as radars, weapon racks, etc., can be dismantled. The ship has changed much more. What Alan wants is that the appearance will not fall behind for at least 20 to 30 years. What should I do? If I want to meet such a requirement, we can only focus on science fiction. If we don't want to fall behind, we have to get ahead of schedule in advance. It looks very sci-fi. Just like the stealth warships that will come in the future. Alan wants the superstructure to be streamlined. It is best to have it all connected from the cab to the end, making it look like a large shuttle. Same on the sea. This appearance is easy to achieve, but apart from this, the most critical thing is the internal design. A lot of compartments such as weapons depots that should have been used to hold ammunition are freed up, and these places can be modified. The entire hull will be modified with a large landing hatch on the side, which will then be set up as a garage inside the hull. After the yacht docks, you can drive the car out directly from the hatch on the side of the hull. The garage space has 2 floors and is currently expected to be able to store 6 to 12 ordinary cars. This is a small fleet configuration. On the other side of the ship, there is also an internal cabin and supporting crane lifting equipment. There is a small boat, a small viewing submarine, and several jet skis placed here. The entire middle part of the hull is designed like this for the sake of symmetry. The front of the ship is less stable than the stern. In addition to the driver's cab, there is a huge warehouse below, as well as a kitchen, servant's room and other configurations. At the rear of the ship is Alan's place. There is an apron on the deck, and a small hangar is connected below, which can accommodate a general purpose medium-sized helicopter on the market point. The original radar station on the deck of the helipad has been transformed into a large swimming pool. The swimming pool is surrounded by a second-floor banquet hall, where guests can entertain guests, while looking at the surrounding sea viewpoint. The first floor below the deck is the guest room, equipped with a total of 12 standard business rooms, with single rooms, toilets, and bathrooms. The second floor is Alan's own room, 4 large business suites, which can be decorated into rooms in different national styles according to his favorite decoration style point. There are also 20 small double suites for bodyguards and servants on the third floor. At the bottom are 2 small warehouses, one of which is an ammunition warehouse connected to the automatic defense system, and the other can be used as a small wine warehouse or other small warehouse point, because the required comfort and specifications are relatively high after the ship is refitted. The number of people it can carry will be reduced. In addition to the power crew, the servants and bodyguards can only carry more than 100 people in total. There is no place to live point. However, if Alan just plays by himself and takes so many people and a whole ship of supplies on a trip, he can play for a month and a half without stopping at sea. If you get bored at sea, you can take a small sightseeing submarine to play in the sea for a while, or you can take a transfer helicopter to find a nearby city to play and take a rest point. You can also dock temporarily and travel in a convoy deep into the port and inland point. In other words, as long as this super yacht is built, Alan will have another ultra luxury manor floating on the sea point. Looking at the plan with satisfaction, Alan nodded. He was not the kind of irritating party A's father who didn't want to show his ignorance and give blind orders. As long as the design is based on the requirements he gave and the information is clearly explained with pictures, then the plan will be fine and the money will be spent immediately to start work. Pull the bell to call Hut. You should reply to them about this plan and just follow this. How long will it take? Have they told them? Since many Allens have not confirmed the soft decoration, the shipyard has not given a specific transformation cycle. It will take about a year and a half. In other words, from now on, Master, you will be able to see this yacht in 1991. When the outfitting and soft furnishings are completely renovated, it will be around the end of 1991 or 1992. It's the beginning of the year. Well, that's only 2 years, which is much shorter than the 3 or 4 years it takes to build a new ship point. Of course, that's certainly a very long time compared to waiting several months for a car, but there's no comparison at all. Point. How big is a car? This yacht is 125 meters long. It cannot be compared to any car, not even a luxury jet. Okay, that's it. Give them part of the payment first, and let's start construction. Alan signed his name and permission on the documents, and finally stamped his private seal. This considered the plan approved, and the rest was waiting for the financial department to transfer money to the shipyard. Friday, December 15th, 1989. Parliament is about to close. Starting tomorrow, all the noble gentlemen in the House of Lords can enter the holiday season. After working hard for a year, Alan pretended to walk into the hall with Angus and saw a middle-aged man who looked very similar to Boss Cha from a distance. Haha, hello, Your Highness Kent. I'm very happy to meet you. As soon as Alan's eyes met Kent's, Kent smiled and stretched out his hand to greet him. Alan hurriedly took 2 steps and took the initiative to stretch out his hands to shake hands with the Duke of Kent. Although both this and Angus are dukes, but there is an essential difference between their kind of dukes. It is true that the Duke of Angus is hereditary, but the Duke of Kent is a member of the royal family. So in terms of title, you have to call him Your Highness, and you will be treated like a prince. Even today's William and Harry, although they are considered princes, their real titles are dukes. When outsiders call them, they have to call them Your Highness to show respect. This is royal treatment. Oh, isn't this Alan? I always hear Angus mention you. The Duke of Kent slapped away Alan's outstretched hands and gave Alan a fierce hug. Their actions were a bit big, attracting the attention of many noble members around them. Some people looked at Kent, the Earl of Carmarthen opposite him, and the Duke of Angus who was following Alan. This good guy. 3 prodigal sons gathered together. Are you guys forming a House of Lords group? A prodigal group? Congress is closing today, so don't make any mistakes. Last year, we came up with a proposal to raise tariffs. You are indeed a talented person. We, need fresh blood like you. You have the same demeanor as when I was young. The Duke of Kent praised Alan without shame, and at the same time, put gold on his face. Alan's face twitched, and he slightly distanced himself from the Duke of Kent. This was so enthusiastic that he panicked. But in the future, with the Duke of Kent as an old acquaintance in the House of Lords, he can speak more forcefully. There is no other reason for Alan to come here today. As a current noble member of the House of Lords, you can't not attend even one meeting a year, right? It would be somewhat troublesome if someone picked on him, so Alan came here in time for the last meeting to pretend. In his understanding, the House of Lords is here to submit proposals when there is something wrong, but not when there is nothing. Even though today is the closing ceremony, there are still many empty seats around, which is because some noble members did not come. The enthusiastic Duke of Kent took advantage of the meeting before it started and took Alan and Angus with him. The three of them were like three brothers, standing in the aisle next to the middle seat of the venue, and they did not shy away from chatting with others. The Duke of Kent smiles very boldly, which always makes people around him look at him frequently. It was only in the House of Lords that he could best find his sense of presence. He really enjoyed the sense of decadence surrounded by nobles. Originally, Kent was planning to pull Alan to sit next to him in the first row, but Alan decisively refused. Sitting in the first row is against the rules. He didn't want to move forward, so he went straight to the fourth row, next to an old curly man. Alan found the spot where his nameplate was written. There was a large golden wooden seat with a layer of cotton padding on it. Alan twisted his buttocks the last time he came to the House of Lords. He was still young and could only sit at the back. Now Mr. Alan is also sitting in the fourth row in the core area. He took out a thermos cup from his pocket and put it on the table. The old curly hair next to him looked at the young Earl in shock. His pockets were like magic. Garbage bags, melon seeds, and desserts were all taken out and placed on the small table in front of him. Is this for a meeting? Is this the House of Lords? At this moment, Leo Curly looked at Alan eating melon seeds and felt a little doubtful about life. Feeling the gaze from the side, Alan turned his head and glared at the unknown old Curly. Everyone who can sit in this row is a count, but as long as they are a count, he is not afraid of anyone. They are all noobs. The closing ceremony of the House of Lords, that is to say, to summarize the achievements of the year, whether it is the opening ceremony or the closing ceremony, the royal family will send people to it. Sometimes the Queen herself comes, but as long as the Queen comes in person, all noble members must be present. Just by looking at the available seats today, I knew it was definitely not the Queen, but probably Boss Cha. Sure enough, as time passed, the venue gradually became quiet. Boss Cha appeared first, followed by Thatcher. Alan almost laughed out loud when he saw Thatcher in a navy blue suit, especially her iconic hairstyle. I don't understand what she is doing here today. As Boss Cha came on stage first to give a summary and long speech, Alan just wanted to doze off. His position was only a few meters away from Boss Cha, and he could see very clearly. He didn't even dare to eat, so he could only sit awkwardly and listen. After finally waiting for Boss Cha to finish speaking, the audience burst into sparse applause. Some people don't like him and certainly won't applaud him, but Alan must be a good sitter, so he applauds the loudest. Before Boss Cha left the stage, he looked at Alan specifically, his expression expressionless, and he didn't know what he meant. Immediately after Boss Cha left, it was Thatcher's turn to take the stage to speak. He placed the speech on the small lecture table very domineeringly, grabbing the sides of the table with both hands. Thatcher glanced at it and just looked at Alan. Looking at Thatcher, who was obviously stunned after seeing him, Alan smiled. Before Thatcher prepared to give a speech, he raised his right hand and then stood up without waiting for others to agree. Ahem. After clearing her throat and adjusting the hem of her clothes, LNP said with a smile, "Madam, you didn't seem to salute after you came on stage." Thatcher was stunned. She just came to make a speech and just nodded. There were so many people in the audience. How could she salute? But Alan just felt unhappy when he saw her today. If she was pretending to be 25,000 to 80,000 yuan, who should she pretend to be? Don't even look at the place. This is the House of Lords. Where do you think this is? This? Ms. Magi? I need to remind you, I don't care what position you hold now, but this is the House of Lords, and if I remember correctly, you don't seem to have a knighthood now, right? As a top student at Oxford University, didn't your teacher teach you etiquette? As soon as Alan finished speaking, the whole place became quiet instantly. Even Boss Cha, who was walking away, stopped and pretended to arrange his clothes and prepare to eat melon point in the House of Lords. For so long, no one has openly and directly accused the speaker. Chapter 241 Inquiry. But Alan's accusation today is justified. Point. No matter what position Thatcher holds now, she does not have a title, which means she is still a commoner. Prime ministers usually don't give an honorary title until after they leave office, but she hasn't left office yet. Point. As a commoner without a title, standing in front of the podium of the House of Lords, you are saying, when a commoner sees so many nobles, shouldn't you bow first? What's this? This is uneducated. And it was said by Alan in front of so many people. Point. Thatcher opened her mouth, her face a little pale, but she had nothing to say, not even a retort. Point. When they were one-on-one in the newspaper, she dared to say some crooked things to Alan in a weird way. Point. But here it is now. Point. Wherever you look, except for a few on-site staff, the rest are all nobles and spiritual personnel. Point. Not to mention the spiritual staff, they are all bishops. These people are even more difficult to mess with than the nobles. Among the nobles present, more than 90% were hereditary nobles. It can be said that only when the House of Lords opens or closes can we see so many British traditions, dignitaries, and nobles gathering together. At other times only a particularly grand ceremony can bring this group of people together. On today's occasion, she would never dare to express the slightest bit of prejudice against the nobility or any weirdness. If I don't say too much, she will die like a dead dog tonight without a burial place. Point. There is a real difference between a verbal dispute and a class dispute. Besides, this is their home field. The corner of her mouth twitched for a long time. Thatcher slowly straightened up, and the domineering attitude just now disappeared. He showed a smile that was slightly prettier than crying, bent towards Alan, and caressed his chest, and then looked in several directions around him. Salute honestly. Point. After all the etiquette was in place, Thatcher looked at Alan like this, as if I have given in. What else do you want? Point. Seeing this old man's very knowledgeable salute, Alan wanted to laugh, but he held it back. Point. An opportunity like this is not common today. This old woman wants to show off her power in the House of Lords. It can only be said that she has swollen. No matter how low-key the aristocratic gentleman is, you, the Prime Minister, cannot sit on your head and shit. Point. When he didn't know her well before, it was to give her face, but when he didn't want to give her face, just like Alan was doing now, he poked her sore spot on the spot and made her unable to get off the stage, and there was nothing she could do. You are a top student, and you need me to teach you even this kind of etiquette? It shows that your character is so bad that I have never heard of it. I never thought that a person like you could still be in office. Really? Alan shook his head with regret, stretched out his right hand, covered his nose slightly, and said, being in the same conference hall with you, I feel that the air has been polluted by you. Turning to look at the Minister of the House of Lords in the audience, he nodded and said apologetically, Mr. Minister, I'm sorry. I feel that being in the same room with her is an insult to my status. She has such a bad mind and no education. Man, I don't want to hear what she says, so I'm leaving today's meeting. I'm sorry for disturbing everyone. After Alan finished speaking, he picked up the thermos cup on the table with his left hand. The thermos cup was golden, like a trophy. He held it high, held the cup, and bent down to salute in several directions. This meant that I'm disturbing everyone. Point. How many years has it been since the Duke of Kent, sitting in the front row, has seen such a scene? The old man's face turned red with excitement. He turned his head and pointed his thumb at Alan. Point. Year after year of boring life in the House of Lords has made him very boring, but today's closing session is very exciting. Someone actually attacked someone in court and even left the show early. Point. This is to put Thatcher on the grill. Point. All face and pride are gone. Look, a young man can still talk. It feels humiliating to be in the same room with her. This arrogant energy is quite like the demeanor of my youth. As soon as Alan finished speaking, many nobles who had long been dissatisfied with Thatcher quickly stood up, and the sound of moving stools echoed throughout the House of Lords. Alan's words were not good words. He was instigating them in a sly way. Even he, a young man, felt that it was humiliating to be in the same room with this person. What about the others? If he stayed, would it prove that he had the same status as this uneducated commoner? What do nobles care about most? Face. As long as someone takes the lead, everyone will already want to withdraw. Anyway, the meeting will not miss your day. Thatcher was dumbfounded as Alan glanced at him triumphantly, and then took the lead in protesting without hesitation. He was a very good leader, and hundreds of nobles stood up and silently began to leave one after another. She hasn't given a speech yet since she took the stage. Now everyone is almost gone. But what makes Thatcher even more numb now is that she doesn't know what to say. Forcing people to stay. What are she thinking? She can't control any of the nobles present. If she is a little tougher now, her reputation for being uneducated will spread throughout Britain tonight. She is now in a dilemma. If she doesn't speak, it proves that she is cowardly. If she speaks, no matter what she says, it doesn't seem to be good. It happened so suddenly that she had no time to react. Simply, Thatcher could only stare fiercely at the retreating figure. That Welsh country bumpkin Earl, Alan Hill. Alan hummed a tune and came out of the chamber of the House of Lords. The House of Lords and the House of Commons are both located in the Palace of Westminster. Many people may not be able to remember where they are just by the name, but when it comes to the Capitol building, it is estimated that many people can react. This House of Parliament is also known as the Palace of Westminster, and the landmark Big Ben next to it is right here. I seized the opportunity here today and severely disappointed Thatcher. Alan's happy steps were a little brisk. He originally wanted to walk to the parking lot and go home early, but he just turned a corner after following the staff. A very familiar servant first saluted Alan, and then after Alan stopped, he said respectfully, "Your Excellency, His Highness is waiting for you in the car and invites you to go back with us. I came here to inform you." "Oh. Then go and notify my convoy, let them follow, and lead the way." Alan nodded to the staff member who originally accompanied him, and then followed the servant sent by Boss Chat to find Boss Chat. "You did this when you first came to the Parliament. Aren't you afraid of what others will say about you?" The dark green Rolls-Royce model looks very ugly, but the interior is very luxurious. Boss Chat took out the cigar from the cigar cabinet next to him. He wanted to hand it to Alan, but after thinking about it, he took it from the cigar cabinet. He took out a box of cigarettes and threw it to him. The two of them sat in the back of the car. The interior space was very large. Alan smiled and took the cigarette, pushed on the foot pedal, adjusted the angle of the seat, and lay down comfortably. In Boss Chat's car, there is no need to be so formal. The more casual he behaves, the less likely Boss Chat will talk about him. Instead, he will appear to be honest. "Your Highness, what am I afraid of? She mentioned me in the newspaper some time ago. I was just telling her the truth, telling her to stop looking for trouble and keep a low profile." There was a quarrel between the two parties in the previous period, and later because of the internal affairs of their Conservative Party, Alan did not pursue the victory, but this did not mean that he would let Thatcher go, who had troubled him. Now that he had the opportunity, Alan stood up without hesitation and accused her, leaving her humiliated in front of everyone, and leaving her speechless. Boss Chan nodded non-committally. Speaking of which, if a prime minister gets so mixed up that the nobles hate her, the common people hate her, and even the royal family hates her, then she is considered to have power. Anyway, ordinary people can't do this, or her fame was blown out by foreign media. At least for most of the British aristocracy and people, this is the case. Yes, she was engaged in economic development and privatized many formerly state-owned enterprises. But there were too many twists and turns. But who are the beneficiaries of this series of policies in the end? It's not just the emerging small and medium-sized families, or the families of politicians, including Thatcher's husband. To give a very simple metaphor, a person likes technician number 16 of a bath center very much. The technician has good craftsmanship, good technique, and a sweet voice. Then, based on the idea that happiness alone is not as good as happiness among everyone, I gave my brother Amway technician number 16. Then the reversal came. After enjoying the technical services of the technician, the person who was Amway praised the skills of technician number 16, and then started chatting normally. Technician number 16, with tears in her eyes, told how her father had been gambling since she was a child and had gambling debts. Her mother was sick and bedridden, her younger siblings had to go to school, and her family was too poor than this dear man believed it and took technician number 16 home. Married home, you said that it is better for everyone to have fun alone than to have fun together. It gives you peace of mind, but you want to monopolize it? Yes. In this case, being robbed of a technician will not feel like a cuckold, but it is very unpleasant. In addition to being very unpleasant, other people will stand in the position of watching the joke, ready to see how things will develop next. Some things are not so easy to get, and some money is not so easy to earn. The society in Great Britain is very rigid. If emerging families want to develop, they always have to find a way out, and they think this way is a good one. The technician is gone. It will not be easy to experience it in the future. Let's not talk about feuding. There will always be small conflicts. In the future, if there are good technicians, no one will recommend them. Let's wait and see how it develops. Boss Cha half closed his eyes, adjusted his position, and after thinking for a long time, he asked Alan about some unrelated things. Alan, how is your takeaway company doing now? This question made Alan a little embarrassed. Well, it's okay. The public's ability to accept this new thing is not particularly strong. Anyway, there are only a few thousand membership cards like mine in total. Boss Cha frowned and asked casually, tell me, what do you think if I set up a brand to sell things? Alan was even more confused this time. People in the royal family cannot do business directly. They are supported by the government, and there are dividends from the royal family's industry every year, but the only thing they cannot do is to do business directly in person. This is against the rules, but now that Boss Chad asked, he must have made some kind of determination. Alan groaned for a long time before asking, Your Highness, what are you going to sell? TSK, you don't know. My farm has a lot of organic products, such as jams, vegetables, meat, etc. Speaking of this, Boss Chad excitedly began to tell Alan how carefully he ran his organic farm and how good the things he grew were. Alan tilted his head and listened to Boss Chad bragging to him. An organic farm is a farm that does not use feed, fertilizer or the like. To put it bluntly, it uses natural fertilizers such as cow dung for farming. Just like Alan likes to make movies when he has nothing to do. Boss Chad's hobbies are also very special. He likes farming and gardening. To be precise, I grow various vegetables, plants, etc. I also like to work in the fields myself, prune plants, etc. But that's not all. After pruning the plants he planted, he also likes to draw them himself. Yes. He also likes to paint, not oil painting, but watercolor painting. This kind of painting has even been auctioned abroad before, and a wealthy American businessman actually spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy it. Very magical. Anyway, everyone usually has some unique little hobbies, but I don't know why Boss Chad wants to set up his own brand and do business on a whim. Alan couldn't come up with any constructive suggestions. He could only say that, if he wanted to do it, he might as well find a few stores and open a small specialty store. Anyway, according to Alan's estimation, Boss Chad was probably out of vanity and wanted to show your results for others to see. Just like Alan's movies can be released. Okay. It's no use asking you. I'll ask Capel to give you something after a while. You can take a look first, boss. Chad couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw that Alan couldn't come up with any useful ideas. He waved his hands and started to close his eyes and rest. Christmas is approaching, all walks of life are on holiday, and the New Year atmosphere is getting stronger in Alan's manor. This year people went to the national park next to it to cut a fresh Christmas tree and plant it in the yard. He doesn't like buying fake trees, he just likes to cut them down every year. There are so many in the national park that he can't cut them all. Recently, an Australian long-legged chick on TV has begun to slowly come closer to the public's attention. This little movie star from Australia was not well known before, and she seemed to have an average appearance, but she participated in a different outdoor survival show. After several months of emergency post-production, The first season of Alan's Wild Survival in Australia is officially launched. The opening credits are extremely impactful. After a clip looking down at the Earth from outer space, a short section of special effects was inserted. The satellite is locked to Australia and Adelaide. The black background, green map, green lines and mechanical dubbing make it look extremely sci-fi. Then the screen turned and Nicole Kidman took the lead. Before she could speak, the screen was frozen, Nicole's image was cut out, the background turned green again, and the very sci-fi font next to it made a click sound emerge. Name, height, weight, body measurements, and previous performances. It was introduced with this very intuitive text and narration. Very intuitive. Chapter 242 Cutting Leaks! Exclamation mark. Then he began to introduce the main theme of the program. £500,000 bounty. The invited contestant, who is Nicole Kidman, must walk out of the jungle at a location selected by the crew to be considered successful in the challenge. Then the screen turned again and began to introduce the various logistics teams that provided logistical support for this shooting. Various plant experts, animal experts, geography experts, meteorological experts. Don't worry about whether they are true or not. The introduction is very bluffing. Just highlight one major. Then there is a rescue team composed of veterans of the Marine Corps, and the camera also shows a professional rescue convoy, helicopters, and yachts. The scene was decorated very luxuriously, and just thinking about it, the logistics team was burning money. It was indeed a show shot by Mr. Allen, and the nobleman was willing to pay for it. In the past, BBC documentaries such as Animal World were all realistic records, and they were fine with a narration. Spring has arrived again, and it's time for animals to make friends again. This time it's different. All logistics, configuration, mission objectives, and bounties have been introduced, and then the drama comes. Alan went out in person, pretending to be interviewed, and talked about his journey. Some are trying to revitalize the empire's economy and make the efforts that a nobleman should have. Some are trying to promote Australian tourism. Then there is a text introduction. This season's wilderness survival content is jointly sponsored and produced by 21st Century Earl Pictures, Sony, the Australian Government House, and the Australian Department of Tourism. The cards are very high-end. After everything was introduced, the screen went black, and then switched directly to the air. The sound of the helicopter propeller was a bit noisy, and the camera directly shot her face. Nicole appeared without makeup, and pointed at the Murray River below to give a wow introduction. Anyway, the audience only needed to read the subtitles, and the sound was completely blocked by the noise of the helicopter. Without giving the audience time to react, the helicopter made a handsome U-turn, and Nicole got off. The scene turned, with water splashing in the Murray River. Nicole had emerged from the river, although it was fake during the filming. When the film was shown, it gave people the illusion that Nicole had jumped directly from the helicopter. Very dashing. Then the exciting scene came. Like a mermaid, Nicole slowly swam to the river and stood up from the water just like in the superhero movie Aquaman. Aquaman's biological mother was played by the older Nicole. Nicole was still young at this time, and her clothes were soaked and clinging to her body. The photographer knows very well what the audience wants to see, and the camera keeps moving from bottom to top, slowly from the feet to the legs, and then resting on the chest for a moment. It was with a little regret that I took a picture of Nicole's face. At this moment, Nicole shook her head, and the water droplets from her long golden hair were shot in slow motion under the sun, which was very dreamy. Although Nicole Kidman's figure can only be regarded as average, her beauty covers all her ugliness, and coupled with her height, it can well offset her other disadvantages. The content of the first 2 episodes is very simple. That is, Nicole accepts the reward, then arrives at the location, jumps out of the plane, and begins to survive. Wilderness, beauty, killing and other element are blended together, with a little bit of edge. The program achieved results beyond Alan's imagination. Sunday, December 31st, 1989. It was around 11 o'clock in the evening. Alan originally didn't want to take Xiao Huang with him, but the guy insisted on sticking to him. So he simply stuffed Xiao Huang into his thin down jacket, and his little head peeked out from the zipper on the chest point. This winter is not too cold, even a little warm point on a whim. Alan wanted to watch fireworks and New Year's Eve fireworks, instructed Hute to have his servants buy a large number of fireworks, and then went to the top floor to watch the fireworks alone. Alan rarely comes up to the top floor of the castle, but now the place is very clean. A huge picnic mat is spread on the ground, a small stove is placed on it, and some grilled mutton skewers have been placed on the fire. There are fruits, snacks, tea and other food around. Looking at the quiet wilderness-like place around the castle, Alan felt okay. He still prefers peace and quiet to the chaos around him. I looked at my watch and saw that there were still a few minutes until 12 o'clock. I touched Xiao Huang again. After a while, fireworks started going off. I guess this stupid bird would be scared to death. It's finally 1990. Looking at the moon in the sky, Alan Nanan said, and a BGM suddenly flashed in his mind. Welcome to the 90s. That very magical voice is talking about this era. As the 1990s officially enters, the internet will officially rise. Although many people have not yet truly realized what changes the internet will bring to people, Alan still knows very well that this is a new era. Industrial revolution. This will bring about earth-shaking changes in people's lives. The whole world will shrink in an instant, and people's connections will become more convenient. The concept of global village will also appear in the future, and the overall pattern of the outside world will slowly change. And a certain upstart will also change his image, from a country bumpkin upstart to a world policeman, stirring up trouble everywhere in the name of freedom and justice. And with their expansion, Hollywood film and television will also usher in changes from the previous letting 100 flowers bloom of various themes to a massive output of consciousness soil suitable for superheroes will also appear. Thinking of this, Alan was stunned. Can the copyrights of some heroes be cut off before they are filmed? Can't the Americans film it by then? In other words, what should he do when Hollywood blockbusters come? Are we still going to be like now, going our own way and not fitting in with others? Whether it's the 3 major European film festivals or the Oscars, you have to be close to each other. Otherwise you will have to go it alone. The British film and television industry. Just don't mention it, master. The time is almost up. The reminder from the servant nearby interrupted Alan's thinking. He looked at his watch and quickly waved for them to set off the fireworks as the first red fireworks bloomed in the sky far away outside the castle gate. Xiao Huang was so frightened by the huge explosion that he hid in Alan's arms and trembled. The former tyrant of the castle has now become this coward. Alan picked up the skewers and took a bite, looking at the fireworks exploding in the sky in a daze. The 1990s, here I come, Your Excellency. Happy New Year. Haha, Happy New Year. Alan folded his hands, looking a little vulgar. He had been at home for several days this time. When I come back, I eat and sleep every day, and eat after sleeping. William and Harry were also sent home to visit relatives at Highgrove Manor. It feels so good to have nothing bad at home. Today is the day Capel comes to visit. Otherwise Alan wouldn't even get out of bed. Your Excellency, Your Highness asked me to give this to you personally. Please take a look. Capel placed a small rectangular bag that looked like a picnic bag on the table, and then handed a thick document bag to Alan. After taking the document bag, Alan didn't rush to look at it. Instead, he took the small bag, opened the zipper, and looked at the contents inside. Good guy. The bottles and cans are quite full. Taking out something that looked like a perfume package, Capel quickly introduced to Alan. Sir, this is a detox tincture. Detox tincture? What the hell? Alan had a question mark on his forehead. Isn't it an organic product? Why is it a health product? This, Capel took out a handkerchief and wiped his sweat and said, this food supplement contains artichokes and dandelions, which can help digestion and detoxification. Alan opened the box and looked at the bottle, which was not much larger than the oral liquid. The specifications on it were only 50 milliliters. This thing sounded like a combination of giant weak Xioshi tablets and detoxifying oral liquid. How much does this thing cost? Ugh. £10. Alan was shocked. Just a small bottle. £10. What is this concept? Let's just put it this way. Even according to the normal exchange rate, the current price of this bottle is almost equivalent to more than 100 Chinese yuan. And what can this more than 100 Chinese yuan be used for? This surpasses the monthly salary of more than 90% of ordinary people in China in this era. Just such a small bottle, still drinkable. Alan, who was a little suspicious, looked at Capel again. And was he sure that this was not a leak-cutting product made by His Highness? And this brand is very interesting, called Duke Original. This original flavor does not mean the original flavor, but the taste of the food itself. Without additives, the materials used are very kind, and they are absolutely green and organic products. Apart from the price, everything else looks good. The box also bears the royal emblem. etc. In addition to the Duke Original trademark itself, there is also a new trademark on this box that Alan has not seen before, which may also be a new certification. This is, haha. Capel finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Alan had finally turned his attention to other places. To be honest, he felt a little unreliable about this oral liquid, but he didn't dare to say it. Your Excellency, this is His Highness's certification. This time I came here to give you these things. His Highness said that you have been thinking about the royal certification. Now that his certification is out, I will send it to you as soon as possible. As Capel spoke, he picked up the thick document bag on the table and opened it. There was a text in it, and then there were dozens of stamped application certificates. Oh, His Highness's certification. Alan looked at the main body composed of 3 feathers, and the symbol of the feather roots inserted into the crown was a little strange. It is quite interesting to check the boss. When you find something good, you can share it with me as soon as possible. No, or thick stack of stamped applications was sent to him, which means that starting from today, even if Alan produces toilet brushes in the future, he can get a royal certification for the toilet brushes on the wooden handle of the toilet brush. There is a mark certified by the British royal family. Doesn't it look very high-end? Just check the boss's new certification. It just came out. It is probably not well known, and it is not even as good as Alan's own Earl certification. Anyway, it is better than nothing. The Crown Prince's certification is also a royal certification. Hahaha. Okay, I understand. I will submit the application form in the next few days. Alan grabbed the document bag. Good guy. There are dozens of thick copies in it, which is enough. Looking at the rest, regardless of the taste, the packaging is very grand and high-end anyway. There are jams, preserved fruits, cereals, jerky and other gadgets. The quantity is not large, so it is estimated that the price will not be cheap when the time comes. But this person carrying the goods has a special status and should be able to cut a lot of leaks on January 20th. The school started. This semester is very short. It started in mid-January and lasted for more than a month. It was time for vacation again in March. Alan was too embarrassed to skip classes anymore. Before coming to school, he first went to Canada. Take a walk around the office that Defus has prepared for the CGI team. As soon as he entered the lobby of the office, Alan was first hit by a burst of thick smoke in the face. The office looked like a fairyland, with cigarette butts everywhere. Cameron looked like a yellow-haired monster, flying out of the clouds and mist. His eyes were red, and he really looked like a monster. Your mightiness, wait, stay away from me. Seeing that Cameron was about to give him a hug, Alan quickly stopped and put his index finger on Cameron's chest with a look of disgust on his face. At this time, Cameron was unshaven, and there was even unwiped eye mucus in the corners of his eyes. He was as sloppy as he wanted. Ahaha, sorry, Cameron smiled awkwardly and returned to the cloud. After waiting for a long time, he saw him holding a wet wipe, wiping his face and hands, and yelling at someone to open the window for ventilation. What's wrong with you? Didn't I send you a servant? Alan looked at the smoke coming out of the window, as if it was on fire. He felt a little strange. He knew that these technical geeks were lazy, but he had sent maids responsible for cleaning and cooking. I'm just afraid that they will make a mess here. People are not afraid of dying, but Alan is afraid of prolonging the film production cycle. Your Excellency, this, Cameron rubbed his hands in embarrassment and groaned for a long time before saying, the servants have to clean the house every day, which seriously affects our work, so I'll let them rest first. It's okay, we can bear it. He fanned his nose with his hand, and seeing that the indoor visibility finally got better, Alan looked at this small studio. That was his first time here. Just like a workstation in an ordinary office building. However, the intervals between each workstation are relatively large. At this time, the table is filled with snack garbage bags, cigarette butts, and drink bottles. Huge big ass monitor, and that mouse with the roller ball. The monitor flickered so hard that when I looked at it from a close distance, my eyes were blinded by the flash. Alan had bought a computer for his family before, but the performance of these days computers was too poor, just like this operating system, Windows 2.0. Alan had never heard of it before. It was rubbish and could not play any games. It was very rough in every aspect. Seeing these people creating special effects, Alan felt tired. If this model were followed, the so-called first generation programmers would probably be exhausted in just a few movies. Right, this is not good for one-time programmers either. PS, I don't know if there are any candidates reading my book, but people have said it, and I think the atmosphere is here. If I didn't say it, wouldn't it make me look cold? I wish all candidates good results and get into the university of your choice. It doesn't matter if you don't pass the exam. I'll let Mr. Allen help you establish relationships at Cardiff University. Chapter 243, The Frightened Masahiro. Looking at the unkempt programmers, Alan waved his hand to interrupt Cameron's explanation and forced them to take a break. In such an environment, after finishing the special effects for this movie, what will happen to these people? Capitalists can't exploit it to this extent. They forced the bodyguards to load them into the car and transport them back to the hotel to rest for a few days. From now on, they would work on time every day without rushing. Lizarin was holding Alan's shoulder bag in his hand and followed Alan obediently as he walked on the campus of Cardiff University. When Alan said he wanted him to carry his bag, he really asked him to carry his bag. As long as Alan came to school, Lizarin would follow him like a servant and be responsible for carrying the bag. After more than half a year of strict management, although Lizarin still looks a little skinny due to a long period of malnutrition some time ago, apart from his figure, other aspects have really improved a lot. At least his character has improved very well now. He would never yell randomly, and he would speak softly, especially in front of Alan. His voice wanted to sound like a mosquito. It could be as small as possible. As long as Alan didn't ask questions, Lizarin would never do it. Say half a letter more. The main character is an honest, obedient, quiet, and elegant person with an introverted personality. As soon as he entered the classroom, Lizarin glanced around and first saw that the little licking dog named George had already taken a seat. Lizarin jogged 2 steps to get to the location 1 step ahead of Alan. He first took out the wet wipes from his bag and wiped the table and chairs carefully. Then Alan took out a pretentious professional book from his bag, placed it on the table, reached out to block George's hand that was reaching out to help, and placed a series of items such as the water glass in the bag on the table. When everything was done, Alan just walked to the seat. Lizarin nodded and bowed to make way for Alan. He walked to the other side of the aisle and sat down, staring intently at the blackboard in front of him. Boss, you are so handsome. After all, George was still young. After 2 intermittent semesters of familiarity, he thought that he was already familiar with this sir. In order to keep a low profile in school, it was not easy to call him sir, so he simply changed his name and called him boss. Alan took the newspaper from George and looked at the newspaper from a few days ago. There was a cartoon on the front page of the cover. This was the reported exit at the end of the House of Lords at the end of last year due to non-specific circumstances in the House of Lords. The media is not allowed to take photos or observe, so there are no photos of Ellen confronting Thatcher at that time. The artist can only create a cartoon that fits the situation at that time, based on the descriptions of several insiders and the artist's imagination. Pictures serve as diagrams. The image of Ellen in the painting is very positive, but Thatcher, who was standing on the stage giving a speech, was vilified. She looked like an old beggar, with a face full of horror and a distorted face, looking at the audience like a villain. Alan. The whole painting depicts the scene very well. The most poignant thing is the following text, not gentleman enough. No, this is what a gentleman is. As we all know, British men care most about descriptions such as gentleman and self-restraint. Generally speaking, men should behave in a gentlemanly manner when in contact with the opposite sex. What is gentlemanly behavior? I won't talk about the general ones. At the very least, being courteous to ladies, respecting ladies, helping the weak, not laughing at the weak, and being polite are the most basic gentlemanly behaviors at that time. Alan, a well-known nobleman who was a household name, reprimanded Thatcher in person in the House of Lords for not knowing etiquette, being uneducated, and even blatantly leaving the meeting early. According to the behavior of a gentleman, it was extremely ungentlemanly. However, this report specifically listed many criticisms of Thatcher and her rudeness. At the end of the report, it even pointed out that, because she was too old, sallow, and even her appearance was considered rude, Mr. Allen's above mentioned behaviors are not only not ungentlemanly, but should be encouraged. He bravely pointed out the mistakes of uneducated people. It was Thatcher who did not deserve to be treated as a gentleman, not that Lord Allen was ungentlemanly. Anyway, it sounds awkward to say. To put it bluntly, it means secretly mocking Thatcher. It coincides with the Christmas period, when many people are on holiday, so one can imagine the spread and acceptance of this kind of news. One is Earl Allen, who is well known, and has always shown a gentle image to the public, and the other is also well known, but has many bad reputations. Thatcher, who should the people believe, and whom should they support? Needless to say, boss, I read on the TV news that many radical people called the TV station to complain, asking Thatcher to publicly apologize for her rude behavior, and even suggested that she resign early and go home to die. George took the initiative to get close to Allen, looking for first-hand information about the person involved with a gossipy expression. Haha. This is the funniest news Allen has heard since Christmas. It's so interesting. These silly foreigners are sometimes very straightforward. They only want to believe what they see, and what they think is right. They just hate Thatcher, and they feel that, even if Ellen reprimands her in person, Thatcher deserves it. They even think that she should take the initiative to apologize to Ellen. But Allen has not responded to this matter since that day, so there is no need. He needs to maintain his persona, and be generous and generous. Apart from reprimanding him in person, there is no need to engage in squabbles in the newspaper in private. This will make him appear petty, unless Thatcher messes with him again without the foresight. Allen was going to dry her out first. I took a look at the classroom and saw that the teacher hadn't come yet, but the classmate from the island country, Masataka Masagawa, was sitting in the front row, as if he was ready to listen honestly. Sometimes Allen really feels that these little devils are really cruel. For the sake of knowledge or to achieve a certain goal, their forbearance and seriousness are really beyond imagination. He took out an investigation report about Celia from his bag, put it on the table, turned to Lee Zarang and ordered, "Go and call the island man in front of me." Yes, Lee. Zarang was still staring at the blackboard in a daze. Hearing Allen's voice, he subconsciously stood up and lowered his head in response. Masahiro Masataka walked hesitantly next to Allen, as if he didn't know how to greet him. Not everyone likes to deal with nobles. These people sometimes look beautiful, but beautiful things often come with danger. Masahiro Masataka, who lives in a country with aristocrats, feels that all aristocrats are dangerous, and these people can even kill him at any time. He didn't feel that Allen had invited him to dinner once, so he would do whatever he wanted. Instead, after last year's invitation, Masahiro Masataka became even more low-key, and sometimes he even took the initiative to avoid Allen. Now, being called over by this excellency, to be honest, Masahiro felt very uneasy. "Your Excellency, are you looking for me?" "Sit." Allen pointed to the seat next to him, then casually pointed to the survey information on the table, indicating to Masahiro to look at it for himself. The confused Masahiro carefully sat down with only half his buttocks and opened the thick information. On the name, printed on the first page, he saw very familiar words: revised version of survey report on island country Celia restaurant chain. Turning to the first page, there is a personal introduction about his father, followed by his mother's, sisters, grandfathers, and uncles information. Anyway, the information of 3 generations of his family is all displayed on it. And not only the English introduction, but also the original Japanese information photos. Looking at this extremely detailed information, the cold sweat on Masahiro's back suddenly fell down, and the hairs all over his body stood up. There is no one who looks calm and unafraid when someone throws out their home information in public. This is an investigation. So far apart, in different countries, what kind of manpower and relationships are needed to do this? After that, Masahiro continued to read with stiff fingers. The following is about when Salia was established and where the first store was. Moreover, the door photos of each store are taken on site. There are nearly 100 stores, and every one of them has not been left behind. Masahiro looked at one of the pages of information. From the location of the store, the photo of the front door, to the hourly customer flow in the store, the total daily customer flow, table turnover rate, loading time, serving time, number of waiters and other information were all recorded. At the end of the day, there is also data such as the total sales estimate, profit estimate, etc. of each store for the day. It was such an extremely detailed information that was finally compiled into the total estimated value of their family. Salia. Looking at the numbers on the information, Xingyu and Changlan was dumbfounded. There was a very small gap between this number and the number his father told him. How long has it been since the last time I was forcibly invited by this excellency to have dinner at his manor? My own home, including the information I introduced, was completely placed in front of me. Masahiro Masataka is really scared now. This piece of information doesn't look big. This is a symbol of strength. People are actually able to investigate all the information in their home without being aware of it. They have no sense at all. If he is not well intentioned. Before Masahiro Masataka could think anymore, Alan's voice rang out. That signature cold, slightly hoarse voice. Your business is very good. I'm interested in it. Alan's voice almost made Masahiro break his guard. What does it mean to be attracted to? If these words were said to their family in an island country by a certain noble, it would be equivalent to asking their family to kneel down and hand over the share certificate. If they don't present it too slowly, the whole family will be in danger. Although the nobles of the island country are also low-key, they treat their own people, especially civilians, much more harshly than the nobles of Great Britain. Having lived in such a class-divided environment since he was a child, Masahiro Masataka understands the horror of aristocrats. Why will the island country have so many secondary titles for craftsmen from all walks of life in the future? What kind of egg fried rice immortal, barbecue immortal and so on? Is this an honor? Ordinary people may think that this is an honor, but what is the core of this kind of thing? Classes are solidified. Even if young people are studying, there is no room for advancement. In addition to inheriting the legacy from their fathers, they have to start from the bottom of society. In an island country, if your family doesn't have money, you can't afford to go to a good university. Even if your family is rich, and you went to a good university without losing everything, do you think that such a person can change his life when he comes out? No. The most they can do is go abroad, or work in a factory, or join a large club controlled by major chaebols, and then their starting point is only a little higher than those at the bottom. Many of the remaining people can only inherit their father's business. The son of a cook is still a cook. If he doesn't brag about his family's profession, what else can he do? Isn't this why all kinds of immortals later became everywhere? The only industry with some variables is the entertainment industry or the internet industry. That's all. There are too few opportunities left for ordinary people to change their lives. Now that Alan said such words directly to him, it was like a bolt from the blue to Xingyu and Changlan. Their family is going to be finished. Although Lord Alan is a British nobleman, if he wants to go to the island country, he will even receive more privileges in the island country than in Wales. There is no way that they are all the ruling class, and the aristocratic group of the island country is naturally close to the aristocratic group of the British, because the systems of the two sides are so similar. They have learned a lot from the British a long time ago, and have a deep friendship. Looking at the pale Masataka, Alan was a little puzzled. How could this little devil be so frightened? Even if he said a word? What's the matter? Hey, wake up, patting. Masahiro on the shoulder. Alan curled his lips slightly, smiled at Masahiro and said, "Don't worry. I just want to inject capital to cooperate with you. As for management, your family will be responsible for it. Only financial and supervisory personnel will be dispatched." "Ah, Masahiro." Masahiro looked at Alan blankly, a little speechless. In just a few minutes, he experienced everything from earth to hell, and from hell to heaven. Not directly. Your Excellency just wants to inject capital into cooperation. This couldn't their restaurant be transformed directly from a Western restaurant, opened by ordinary civilians, into a noble joint venture of British aristocrats? At this moment, Xingyu and Changlang fell into deep thought again. There are some disadvantages and dangers in nobles, but if you can be appreciated by the noble master and get on the noble master's ship, the nature will be completely different. Not only will various policies improve immediately, but in the future, whether you are applying for a loan or handling various matters when doing business in the island country, you will have a green light. Don't think that, if you give up your shares, you will be inferior to others, and you will suffer huge losses. For example, their current chain store is worth £100, and if Mr. Allen injects capital, even if his family shares are reduced to only 40%, with his capital injection, their chain store will expand in the future. A 40% share would be worth several times the current £100. Sir, are you serious? Thank you very much for your appreciation of our Xingyu family. Seeing Masahiro shivering, Alan curled his lips and said, "Don't worry, you can go back and call your father first, and wait until next month's holiday, or when he takes time, ask him to come over to see me. Let's talk about the details of cooperation." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, Extremely Arrogant Sponsorship. Hi. In his desperation, Masahiro even spoke his native language. Alan looked at him, as if he wished he could kneel down and kowtow to him on the spot. "Okay, let's get the information." After explaining the matter, Alan waved his hand and started to chase people away. When the power between the two parties is completely unequal, you can be more flexible when negotiating business. When discussing business with Sony, Alan at least showed some superficiality. But there is no need to cooperate with such a small civilian family that has not yet developed. He just asked for it. How dare they not give it to him? You try. Now Xingyu and Changlang is a wise man. As long as he understands the benefits of his capital injection, when the time comes to talk about business, someone from his family will come over and take the initiative to talk to Alan. When the time comes to negotiate terms, aren't you just going to do whatever you want? If you have a good attitude, just press down on the shares and act like a kind-hearted aristocratic lord. This will be a reward for their family's hard work. Even if the general operation model of Salia is investigated clearly, why doesn't Alan just imitate their model directly, but inject capital into them first? Because what he lacks now is not a model, but talent. They have nearly 100 chain stores, and even if one only has 2 employees, these experienced people can help Alan expand hundreds of quasi-store managers with theoretical experience in a short period of time. With all this experience, how many detours will he have to make? These talents are what Alan cares about most. Most of them are islanders. Can they be forcibly kidnapped from the island country and brought to Wales with strong methods? How tiring that is. As long as he injects money into Salia, he only needs to talk. Can't these people just work for him in the name of teaching abroad, receive high subsidies from Master Allen, and work for him without any worries? This method is so gentle and can still make money. It's the people who are valuable, not their Salia shop. Allen is greedy for these experienced people, not their chain stores. In Cardiff, Wales, in February, the weather was 7 or 8 degrees above zero, with a slightly chilly sea breeze blowing. The climate had begun to get warmer. Cardiff Queen Street Station, also known as Queen Street Station Point. This is the second busiest railway station after the Central Railway Station Point, of course. This busyness refers to the local railway station in Cardiff, a small city with a population of about 200,000 people. Their busyness may be slightly different from the busyness that ordinary people think of. Point. As soon as Bert Millage got off the train, he looked at this old-fashioned railway station that was opened in 1840. It has a strong historical atmosphere. Point. The entire train station is an old-fashioned building, with bricks forming each platform. Point. The secretary and business staff behind him picked up their luggage and walked forward along the station. Point. When passing by the 9th platform, a woman wearing a scarf was holding a sketchbook, standing under the 9th platform, writing and drawing on the platform pillars. Bert Millage's eyes were a little dazzled. He pushed up his glasses and watched the woman draw a circle on the pillar and write strange numbers on it. 9 3/4. Hey, weird Welsh people, what are you doing? They are so poor that they have to divide a platform into several parts for use. But Millage turned to complain to his secretary. As he approached the exit, he saw a few bodyguards holding a sign with his name on it. Bert Millage quickly put on a gentle smile. Point. After meeting the bodyguards who were picking him up, Bert Millage patted his clothes nervously, then took the small mirror handed over by his secretary and carefully looked at his face to see if there was anything that had not been cleaned up. Finally, he smoothed his Mediterranean hairstyle with his right hand again, then took a few deep breaths and said, "Okay, where is Sir Hut? You must have been waiting for a long time. Take me there quickly, today." At the invitation of Sir Hut, steward of the Earl of Carmarthen in Wales, the chairman of the British Football Association, Bert Millage specially brought his team to visit. Point. Bert Millage didn't know what the other party was looking for. He only said that he wanted to meet, convey the young Earl's thoughts, and discuss business with him. Point. Whether it was business or not, Bert Millage no longer cared, but as the chairman of the Football Association, what he cared about most was that this was an invitation from an Earl. Although you may not be able to see the Earl during this trip, it would be great to see Sir Hut. Externally, the Football Association, which is hated by all English League One teams, can be said to be the supreme existence. Point. But in the eyes of some people, the FAR is just a small department that comes and goes when called upon. Point. This kind of semi-private organization has no rights in theory. All their rights are limited to the field of football, and there are also regional restrictions. Their jurisdiction is limited to England and Wales. Scotland and Northern Ireland are not under their control. Point. As an old man over 50 years old, the FAR chairman Bert Millage, who was called to the office by Thatcher last year and scolded in the face, said that Earl Allen was so high up that he could never touch him in his dreams. The presence. Point. Even though he could sometimes meet members of the royal family, the distance between these traditional hereditary nobles and people like him was still too far. Until some time ago, His Excellency the Earl lashed out in the House of Lords that old woman who was hated by Bert Millage. Point. This makes Bert Millage take out his newspaper collection and read it every day in order to work well. Point. It's so refreshing. It relieves my anger. Finally, a nobleman stood up and denounced this old lady. Point. Now, Your Excellency's butler actually invited them to meet in Wales for the first time. Point. As soon as he heard the news and confirmed it again and again, Bert Millage immediately booked the nearest train ticket, took a few of his confidants with him, and came to Wales without stopping. Point. Don't ask them why they don't fly. Point. You still have to wait for the plane, and it's a waste of time to go to the airport. It's not as convenient as taking the train, and taking the train is cheaper. In a luxury hotel in Cardiff, Bert Millage finally met Sir Hut, who was waiting for him. "Hello, Sir Hut. I'm very happy to see you. How are you?" The first time Bert Millage saw Hut, he trotted 2 steps quickly, stretched out his hands, and grabbed Hut's right hand, recalling the aristocratic etiquette he had practiced in the past few days in his mind, and said hello first. Point. Although he is older than Hut, it's not surprising that there are so many people in Lily. You can't ask if the weather is good, right? That's too stupid. Point. The Earl dared to reprimand Thatcher in public in the House of Lords just because he didn't salute him. This means that the Earl cares very much about these etiquette issues. This is a very traditional and old-fashioned aristocratic thought. Such noble masters and their housekeepers must have the same character as them. Therefore, Bert Malech gave Huth a severe shock in terms of etiquette as soon as they met. Very standard. You, the chairman of the Football Association, have a wide range of knowledge, right? Sit down and talk. Huth acted a little coldly. He had been promoted to the Jazz for a few years, and his mentality was not like when he first met Patrice. He wanted to tell everyone that he was a Jazz hoot and is now somewhat famous under certain circumstances. Everyone knows that this traditional old butler is a very gentleman and a very traditional aristocratic Jazz butler. Bert Malech didn't care about Huth's attitude as long as he could speak. It was normal to be arrogant. That's what he was like. He asked his secretary to take out his notebook and pen, as if he was going to take it seriously. Huth looked at Bert Malech's style, nodded with satisfaction and said, "Some time ago, my master had certain plans for this year's World Cup. Your Highness asked my master to supervise some of the arrangements for our England men's football team to go to the World Cup matters. Do you know this? In front of outsiders or strangers, Hoot would not call Alan by his first name. That was something a country bumpkin who didn't understand the rules would do. He would only say my master, which was referring to Alan. And Bert Malech knew what he meant. Sir, I know the news, but His Excellency the Earl has not contacted us. We really don't know whether we should take the initiative to disturb you. In every major sports event, the royal family will send someone to supervise the battle. This is not to let these nobles manage the entire team. The purpose is to plate gold, which is just a name. It doesn't matter whether they do the work or not. Just like the 1988 Seoul Olympics, Alan went for gold plating, but that gold plating failed. Now Boss Cha has finally found an opportunity. There is a World Cup this year, and Alan is just about to be involved. In the name of a royal special agent, Alan, the Earl, is responsible for supervising the war as the chairman of the Football Association. Bert Malech knew about this matter. I thought that your excellency would only go to watch a football match by then. Who knew that being invited here today might be related to this matter? Huth clapped his hands gently, and the servant outside the door came in with a list and gently placed it in front of Bert Malech. After looking at the list, and then at Huth, Bert Malech saw Huth indicating that he should look at the list first. Pick up the list on the table. There are all kinds of supplies here and there, ranging from socks, underwear, uniforms, and all kinds of food and drink. Each item is thoughtfully labeled with information such as brand, place of production, etc. Looking at these things, Bert Malech realized a little bit. Do you want to sponsor the World Cup, sir? These Bert Malech pretended not to understand and spoke with a puzzled look on his face. Haha. This is my master's sponsorship plan for the England team. Do you think it's okay? Huth had never done this kind of sponsorship work before. He only remembered that when he was young, he followed the old count and sponsored some kind of rural cattle racing competition in the countryside. This was the only sponsorship experience in his life. But if you don't have experience or don't understand, it doesn't matter. Just use the title of young master and just invite the chairman of the Football Association to come over. Didn't the young master often say that professional matters should be left to professionals? Since he wants to sponsor the England team, the chairman of the Football Association should know these things, right? This Bert Malech was a little speechless. Sponsoring him was certainly welcome, but the competition was only a few months away. What's wrong? Isn't it possible? Huth looked at Bert Malech, who looked hesitant. With some doubts, Bert Malech secretly complained that some of these sponsorships had been confirmed years ago, and they are only talking about sponsorship now. It's not that we can't handle this flexibly. We in Great Britain are most particular about humaneness and sophistication. Can the sponsorship from a nobleman be compared with those ordinary enterprises? When can they not sponsor ordinary companies? Let the noble lord come first, and we will talk about the rest later. No. Very good. Thank you, Your Majesty the Earl, for your strong support to the Empire sports industry. These things, Bert Malech nodded with certainty. These sponsorships are okay, they must be okay, and if they are not okay, they must be okay. Don't worry, these things are all my master's property. Each of them has a royal certification. If you look back, Some of the foods we provide are even pure green organic foods produced by His Highness's farm. Listening to Huth's explanation, Bert Milech was slightly shocked. All have royal warrants. Are you kidding me? Bert Milech, who did not believe in evil, carefully flipped through the detailed introduction. Reality admit, fuck, this is too grand. For example, this kind of ordinary socks, the product name is Corgi socks, was certified by the Queen a few years ago. Later, for unknown reasons, the certification was not renewed, but recently it was certified by the Crown Prince. This, although it is a new certification, in theory, this is a royal certification. In addition to these items, other items include, but are not limited to, old-fashioned razors, and even suits, blankets, water glasses, and other miscellaneous items, all of which have royal certification. Looking at the list of these expensive goods, Bert Milech, the chairman of the Football Association, even doubted life for a moment. Are those rough football players worthy of using these things? Wild boar can't eat fine chaff, but everyone has already taken it out, so I can't do it without it. Is this the most luxurious sponsorship the England men's football team has received in recent decades? All-round luxury. The reputation alone is quite intimidating. Have you heard that? The entire body, including underwear, is certified by the royal family. Is this upstart behavior? When players tackle a ball, they have to use the clothes iron they carry with them to iron the edges of their uniforms. Don't feel any psychological pressure. As a participating team in the World Cup, my master also wants them to show the world our British image in a better spirit and advertise our products. Do you understand? Huth smiled and comforted Bert Milech, who seemed to be shocked. Yes, I understand it very much. Thank you, His Excellency the Earl and Sir, for their help in our sports career. Bert Milech nodded honestly, with a very moved expression on his face. Yeah. My master is also the supervisor of the team's World Cup campaign. This is what it should be. Yes. Yes. Seeing that the cooperation talks went so smoothly, Hute was in a good mood. He didn't expect commercial sponsorship to be so simple. He stood up, clapped his hands, and called the servant and said, "Get ready to serve the food. You have worked hard all the way. Now that the business part has been discussed, let's have a good time in Wales for a few days." How can this be so embarrassing? But Milech quickly stood up and said, "Excused. Haha, this is what my master told me to do. Don't worry, you can have a good time here for a few days. By the way, I also want to introduce someone to you." Chapter 245 Primary School Family Spring Sports Meeting. As Huth signaled again, Ferguson, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, finally came in. The moment he saw Ferguson, a flash of embarrassment flashed across Bert Milech's face. At this moment, he was acting like a teacher, reprimanding students in school, and then after the aggrieved students went home, they called their parents. No, it was the parents who called him, the school leader, directly to their home. When he arrived at his home, he discovered that this student had an unusual background. Think about the time when you reprimanded other people's children, and then think about now. So awkward. Ferguson has gained weight, and his nose is getting closer to the traditional Scottish rosacea, with superior living conditions and salary, not to mention being pampered in the past few years. His living conditions are getting better and better. The owner of the club is a nobleman, and he is a very generous nobleman. Ferguson has no idea how much money Earl Allen has. In short, it is an amount that he will never strive for in his life. Some time ago, due to the establishment of the Super League, he had several quarrels with people from the Football Association and TV stations. Because it was too involved and too wide-ranging, not only Manchester United failed to reach an agreement, but also several English Premier League giants. It stands to reason that the establishment of a higher level Super League will make great progress, both in terms of game viewing and club income. But a higher level Super League will have higher benefits. If a higher level league is established, and the benefits are lower than before, then why bother establishing it? In the face of interests, as the manager of the club, Ferguson certainly did his best to strive for the interests of the club. The team model of Great Britain is very complicated. Some teams are actually managed by the board of directors, and the coach only has the right to train. However, some coaches have strong abilities and strong personalities, and they will become a manager model. The manager mode has relatively great powers. Not only is it responsible for training, but it can also intervene in player allocation and player transfers, and even supervise them. But Ferguson is different. His current personality can only be strong in front of the players. When facing the management of Manchester United, he really can't be strong. But because the team's performance has improved in the past 2 years, and Alan is not a professional, he is simply allowed to manage the team directly. As long as he wants, he can manage everything, except finance. Faced with this trust, Ferguson was very moved. He worked conscientiously, and even intervened in the youth training. He was prepared to work as a head coach of Manchester United for 20 or 30 years. As long as the Earl did not drive him away, he was prepared to serve as the head coach of Manchester United. Work here until retirement, now being introduced to the chairman of the Football Association by Sir Huff in person. Ferguson showed his trademark smile, and did not make any big words. Instead, he stretched out his hand first, took Bert Milledge's hand and said, "Mr. Chairman, we meet again. I'm Ferguson, the manager of Manchester United." "Ah. Haha, Mr. Ferguson, what a coincidence." But Milledge smiled awkwardly. He didn't know that the owner of Manchester United was Earl Allen before. But whether the boss is a nobleman or not, what does it have to do with him managing the team? They didn't tell him specifically to take care of the team. He just did business. Now that Sir Huff has officially pointed out the relationship in front of him this time, he can't pretend that he doesn't know about it in the future. In the past, he could pretend not to know, but now he knows. Based on Sir Huff's special introduction this time, he, Bert Milledge, as the chairman of the FA, will have to give Ferguson a thumbs up in the future. He is not trying to help them. To combat match fixing, we must prevent them from being targeted by other hackers or referees as long as fairness is ensured. At some point, fairness is biased. Ferguson looked at the chairman's awkward smile and felt secretly happy. It's good to have a background. I won't say what happened before, but now Sir Hud has made their relationship clear. Let's see if Mr. Bert Milledge will speak nicely to him now. The previous arrogance and rudeness seemed to have never happened. Thinking of this, Ferguson smiled from the bottom of his heart and shook Bert Milledge's right hand vigorously. "Okay, let's talk after dinner, Ferguson. Sit down." Who? Tell looked at the two men and shook hands with a smile. He shook hands for a long time without letting go, so he could only interrupt the awkward atmosphere between the two of them to smooth things over at dinner. Today was Friday, and William insisted on having traditional British food on Friday, so Ellen asked the kitchen to make some. What is a traditional British dish on Friday? Fried fish. In the past, during the war, supplies were scarce, and during the most difficult times, meat was rationed. The people felt uncomfortable without meat. But fish was not included in the limit at the time. Many people just buy or catch some fish. There are any kinds of small fish or big fish, so it's good to get them. Then on Friday, the whole family will have a big fish meal, which is quite enjoyable. The British cook it's nothing more than boiling, frying, and roasting. So fried fish is a tradition formed during that period. Now every Friday, many families still eat fried fish. The main theme is 1. Remembering the bitter and thinking of the sweet. The famous traditional dish in Alan's family was also invented during that period. Alan didn't like eating fried fish very much, so he threw some fish meat left over to Xiao Huang, who was jumping anxiously next to his legs. This creature eats everything and is a bit unlike a bird. As long as it can eat, Alan will usually feed it a little to satisfy its craving, just like teasing the dog. Just after throwing away a piece of fried fish, William wiped his greasy hands with a wet wipe and said, "Cousin, our teacher asked us to prepare for a sports meeting, and parents will need to go to school then." Alan subconsciously hummed and waited for a long time before he suddenly realized, a sports meeting, isn't this just asking parents? Then William can't ask Boss Cha to come over, right? Even if he calls, Boss Cha will not come over. Therefore, in the end, it will have to be his turn. Holding Xiao Huang's head and ignoring Xiao Huang's struggle, Alan wiped Xiao Huang's mouth with a wet wipe. In order to prevent it from continuing to make trouble, he wiped the feathers on its back with a wet wipe few times. This thing likes to be clean very much. Whenever its feathers get wet, it will have to keep busy for a long time. Just this one time is enough for it to keep busy. Point. After letting go of Zhao Huang, Alan looked at William and then at Harry, who was still immersed in cooking. Point. If there was a sports meeting in primary school, then Harry would be in primary school now, cousin. Me too, Harry watched Alan look at him, stuffed in a piece of fried fish, swallowed back a sentence, and started to work again. What are the regulations for your school sports meeting? Every spring, for nobles, it is the season for hunting. They can mount a big horse, put on hunting clothes, dress up beautifully, follow dozens of servants and riders, and bring hounds with them. Went hunting in the country. Point. As for ordinary people. Point. They can't even buy horses or hunt, but ordinary people, especially children, can have sports meets, and later there will be activities such as spring outings organized by schools anyway. After the sports meeting, it's almost time for a holiday. Point. William thought for a while and repeated. The teacher said to call the parents and then form a family unit. There are several events, all track and field events. My brother and I, we need 2 parents. 2 parents are also needed. At this point, parents are like animals. They have become units of measurement. Point. Alan ignored what William said and asked about the specific time of their school's sports meeting, and then prepared to write a letter to ask for permission first. Point. Even if he knew that boss ZHA would definitely not come, he still had to ask for instructions when he needed to, and he could not directly make decisions for boss ZHA. Point. At the end of February, in Cardiff, Wales, William and Harry attended the public primary school, which was the primary school that Alan sponsored for £1 million. Point. Today is the day of the school sports meeting. Point. In the past, this kind of sports meeting was a parent-child mode, where parents would accompany their children to compete together. This would also give parents who live a fast-paced life and are busy with work and have no time to accompany their children more opportunities to interact with their children. It can also facilitate teachers to observe the family situation of each child in order to better educate the children. Point. If the parents of a child are not well dressed, it proves that their family's economic conditions are not very good, and other children must be prevented from bullying this poor child. Point. And some parents are more domineering. This means that the family's conditions are not bad, so they must prevent their children from bullying other children. Point. Therefore, this kind of sports meeting can accomplish multiple things with one stone. Point. But this year's sports meeting was even more lively than in previous years. The newly built standard playground in the school was filled with reporters from all walks of life, and interview vehicles were even lined up outside the school. Point. There were many people, but the scene was not chaotic. The reporters suppressed their excitement and talked quietly. There are dignitaries in the audience, so they must pay attention to etiquette and not be embarrassed. At this time, all the cameras were focused on the 3 men and 1 woman on the playground. Point. The 4 of them look very much like a family. The man is very young, wearing a long sportswear, sneakers, half-length blonde hair, and an unusually handsome face. He is the famous Earl Alan in the UK, and the tall woman next to him is even more famous than this one. At this time, Princess Diana of Great Britain was wearing a light-colored dress and no sneakers. She took off her high heels openly and stood on the lawn barefoot. Point. The image was so eye-catching that the flash bulbs outside the stadium haven't stopped since they came out. Point. With Diana taking the lead, several other mothers also followed her example, taking off their shoes and preparing to compete barefoot. Point. In front of them were William and Harry in school uniforms. These 4 people are all blonde and look a bit similar, especially Alan and Diana. They are well known to the outside world and are serious blood cousins. This family of 4 participated in the school sports meeting today, which made the old principal who was standing on the sidelines laugh so hard that he almost lost his sight. Point. The competition among primary schools is also fierce. The gap between prestigious schools and ordinary national schools cannot be changed in a short time, unless blessed by celebrities, and the blessings from these 4 celebrities today are completely enough. No, they are far beyond the limit. A local traditional aristocratic earl, a princess, and 2 princes. This configuration. This is the most glorious moment since the establishment of their primary school. In addition, these media and reporters from all walks of life came here because they received the news from nowhere. Point. Presumably all the newspaper headlines tomorrow will be about today's sports meeting. Alan squatted down pulled William and Harry, covered his mouth with his right hand and said, "William, don't you have a 50-meter dash competition soon?" William looked proud. He had entered the finals. "Okay. Behave well and see me later." Alan encouraged and looked at Harry again. Compared to William, this little kid has more talent than him, and he didn't even make it to the finals. Instead, it was a family team competition for a while. In order to prevent Harry from holding back, Alan was going to run with Harry on his back. A family of several people must not only calculate the fastest speed, but also the slowest speed. The two scores are added together. To get the total score. At least one child from each family must run off the field in person. Don't count on Diana. If she is asked to carry Harry on her back, she won't be able to run. William is still of some use. He is relatively fast among children and will not be too much behind. His only shortcoming is Harry. The planned plan can only be carried out by Alan on Harry's back, and the rest depends on who can run faster, Diana or William. Preparation. The teacher's guest referee stood in front of the starting line in a decent manner, holding the starting gun. Diana insisted on not wearing shoes. It could be said that she was putting on a show, but the public and the media around her just accepted it. Alan put Harry on his back and confessed uneasily, "You have to hold my neck tightly, but not too tight. Do you understand? Come on, cousin. Drive." Harry sat high and could see far. The little kid had no worries. Now he was only excited. He put his legs in front of Alan's shoulders, held Alan's forehead with his left hand, and clenched his right hand into a small fist, preparing to ride a horse. Charge style, snapped, as the starting gun fired. Alan took the lead and rushed directly to the first place. He didn't care to look left and right. Because he accelerated too hard, Harry suddenly fell back. Then he fell back with his hands tightly around Alan's neck. Just like that, Alan almost rolled his eyes at the chubby little guy. He suddenly lowered his head forward, threw Harry's weight back, and staggered a few steps as expected. Alan was the first to cross the line. After taking a few steps, Alan supported Harry with one hand and turned to look behind him. William was jumping on his short legs, and he actually ran faster than Diana. He was already 2 or 3 steps ahead of her, while Diana was wearing a skirt, no shoes, and her hair was not tied up. When he runs, he looks heroic and flies with the wind. The flashlights on the sidelines couldn't stop flashing. Ouch. "Come on, brother." Harry seemed to be okay and still had time to cheer William up. Alan waved and asked the servant who followed him to get him a bottle of water. He opened the bottle cap and took a sip and said, "Go, give it to everyone present. Parents and children, please send some water and say it was given to them by the princess." There really aren't many children of powerful people going to this elementary school. Except for William and Harry, the rest are civilians, and the most remarkable ones are those from middle-class families. Alan would not pretend to be wealthy and show off in front of them. Instead, he would just send them some water in the name of Diana. Chapter 246 Fox Pharmaceutical Factory. With a scream, William crossed the finish line, followed closely by Diana. Alan looked at this result. He should probably be in first place, right? There was no podium, and parents and children from more than a dozen families formed a huge half circle on the playground. Alan held Harry, and Diana held William's hand, receiving the trophies and medals handed over by the principal. The preparations are quite complete. The small wooden medal has the honorary name written on it with watercolor pen, which looks very childish. The trophy is made of metal, and there is a small paper card on the base with the honor written on it. In this scene, Alan feels a bit like a dream. In the movie Bad Seed he filmed the year before last, the young heroine in it persecuted her classmates for the first time, just for this kind of medal, but the medal at that time was more exquisitely made. This kind of thing depends on the school. Some schools are rich and wealthy, so of course they can use metal or even gold medals, but some schools don't advocate this, so they have to use small wooden medals like this, which is fine. Anyway, Alan liked it very much. It was quite memorable. He turned around and looked at the two groups of families around him. They were the second and third families respectively. As for all the parents present today, except for the top 3, the others also received encouragement awards. Everyone was happy and all the children were taken care of. Haha, this school is quite interesting. Anyone who participates will be given medals, which is very considerate. Alan turned and said something to Diana. Diana looked at Alan, speechless. Huh? Auntie, what do you mean by this look? Alan was distracted by Diana's strange eyes. You don't know? Isn't this all because of you? Alan was stunned. What does this have to do with him? Ha. Diana looked at the stunned Alan and explained in a low voice. It turns out that because of Alan's movie, although no one criticized him in the UK, the movie was still very influential. Although the young heroine is from the United States, you can still see many different things in this movie from different perspectives, just like medals. If medals are only awarded to the top 3 as in the past, then the children will be immature and will easily become jealous and have a bad influence like in the movie. Since then, most schools have begun to offer such rewards. This is to prevent disputes between children. It can be considered that it really fulfilled Alan's intention and achieved a certain warning significance. Is this okay? After hearing the explanation, Alan was a little confused. He was just making it up and even had some evil intentions when making the movie, but he didn't expect anyone to believe him. As expected, those with money and power have the right to speak. In early March in Great Britain, the outside world was still reporting on the luxurious lineup of Princes William and Harry participating in the school sports meeting. At this time, Alan packed up, changed into a thin suit, and prepared to inspect the pharmaceutical factory brought from Viscount Fox's house. But just as the motorcade was about to go out, Rex drove a broken milligram car slowly and arrived at the gate of the manor. Seeing Alan's motorcade, Rex quickly parked the car, said hello to the guard, jogged to Alan's car and whispered, "Master, I was about to find you to report the situation. You are here. Are you going out?" Alan glanced at Rex's big belly and snorted coldly, "Is the food good lately? Is it good to eat? You sit well, and do your work well, master." Rex's face turned red immediately. He was not shy, he was scared. Alan rarely spoke to him like this. Instead of speaking in such a mocking tone, he would rather have Alan reprimand him directly. "Follow me. I'll go to the pharmaceutical factory and we'll talk about it when we get there." Alan gave an order. The car window slowly closed, and the team started slowly again, leaving Rex standing there with a dry smile. After a few seconds, he hurried to the door, got in the car, turned around, and followed. More than an hour's drive northeast of Carmarthen, there is a small town called Kington Point. This is a standard Welsh town with a small population and a strong rural atmosphere. It is most famous for its gardens and a lily pad. It sounds intimidating, but it is actually a miniature garden that does not occupy a large area, but is beautifully arranged. All the buildings inside are for small people the size of a palm. Of course, there are no villains now, they are all imaginary. Magic legends are flourishing around Carmarthen. There are magicians and dragons, so the legendary villains are definitely inseparable. This is not a dwarf, this is a villain. Just relying on such a Lilliputian garden can bring some traffic to Kington Town. The suburb of Kington Town is where the Fox family's old pharmaceutical factory is located. The scale is small, but the equipment is still relatively new. Since taking over this industry, Alan has basically not had much control over them. But this small pharmaceutical company is still doing well. Relying on Alan's unique business, Gambia Breeding Farm, its performance has been steadily improving in recent years. Ever since Alan started the Gambia breeding industry, he has been obsessed with the little blue pill that impressed him so much in his previous life. Although this thing is only a small one, it has a big effect and can save the happiness of many families. Koreans, in particular, have made an extremely outstanding contribution to the sales of the little blue pill. It is said that after Seoul, South Korea slowly developed, the entertainment industry was extremely developed. However, the entertainment industry is developed, but Korean men are not very good at it. So I have no choice but to rely on the little blue pill to survive. Because these entertainment venues are very close to the Han River, the drainage system will eventually discharge into the Han River after the little blue pill is taken. Many ingredients will actually be mixed with the liquid into the sewage, and then flow into the Han River. Koreans use large quantities and there are many people, and too much liquid is discharged into the Han River. It is said that at its peak, the fish in the Han River were hard every day. Alan is very greedy for this magic medicine that, once possessed, can greatly promote the entertainment industry, but after asking around later, I found that this thing didn't exist in this era. It can only be replaced by a substitute drug whose effect is greatly weakened. Now this pharmaceutical factory mainly produces this kind of medicine. From the time it comes out, it is loaded directly into the truck and sent to the dock. Then it is transported directly to Gambia along with a cruise ship bound for the Gambia. Alan looked at the data report and found that the sales volume was excellent, with explosive growth every year. Today, he received a request for help from the person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory. Alan was bored, so he came over to take a look. From the front door, this pharmaceutical factory called Fox Pharmaceuticals looks unremarkable. A huge old iron gate. The front yard of the courtyard is the warehouse area and parking area. At this time, in the parking area, several trucks opened their back buckets and parked directly against the high platform of the warehouse area behind. Medicines sent out from the warehouse can be pulled directly to the car on a trolley. Behind the warehouse is a strip garden area of several hundred square meters, and behind the garden area is the factory area. On both sides of the garden area are the office area, canteen, and non-medicinal warehouse area. In the office area of the 3-story white building, the first floor is a large conference room, the second floor is a single leadership office, and the third floor is currently converted into a research and development area. Alan looked at the factory director wearing a white coat, not to mention that he looked like a doctor. "Your Excellency, our experiments are promising, but we have encountered difficulties recently." The person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory nodded and looked at Alan. He didn't know why the pharmaceutical factory changed owners, but that was all he knew. Viscount Fox, that old fox-like aristocratic gentleman, is said to have run away to the United States and then died. His family business was gone. It was a blessing in misfortune that this pharmaceutical factory could be taken over by the Earl without him being fired. After Alan took over the pharmaceutical company sent several professionals to the United States. With the help of old Carl, they have been asking about the new drugs for treating angina pectoris and coronary heart disease that Alan mentioned. Later, after many inquiries, I found out that it was a new drug being developed by the famous Pfizer. The research and development of this drug began in 1985, and after 4 years, a breakthrough was finally achieved. Then, when it came to the critical clinical trials, the clinical trial results were quite disappointing. The efficacy of the medicine is not up to standard. That is to say, the new drug project that invested so much money and took several years to develop was abandoned. At this time, old Cole appeared stepping on the colorful auspicious clouds. He brought his agent and lawyer with him and showed interest in the drug. In the view of Pfizer's trial department, this drug has unstable efficacy, severe side effects, and has absolutely no commercial value. Although some experimenters were unwilling to give up and wanted to continue to improve the experiment. At this time there was a successor. Capital is all about profit. If you can't make money, you have to stop losses in time. In the end, after negotiations between the two parties, Alan bought all the patented technology of this failed potion for £20 million. Then this failed product was manufactured by his Fox Pharmaceutical factory and re-experimented. But clinical trials are as expensive as research and development. The initial experiments required the use of animals. And these animals were not mice or anything like that. It's a macaque that looks very similar to a human. Moreover, wild macaques cannot be used, and artificially bred macaques that are more than 5 years old must be used. In addition, for the purpose of experiments, special requirements must be placed on this kind of macaque, so one can imagine the unit price of each macaque. Each one costs more than 10,000 and nearly £20,000. For experiments, hundreds of macaques have been used, and the person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory used them with fear. This is more than £2 million. Now it's not that the pharmaceutical company has no money, it's that it has no place to buy macaques for experiments. Can't buy it anymore. Alan was a little curious. Is there anything these days that cannot be bought with pounds? Yes, Your Excellency. Although there are currently international sources of goods, most of them are adulterated from wild macaques and cannot be used. Our domestic breeding farms have allocated quotas, and so many universities need to use them. We really can't buy them. unless you pay a high price. How high? Alan looked at the worried expression of the person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory. The price increase is understandable. As long as the experiments are in place, won't there be a lot of money in the future? 5 times more. How many? Alan was shocked when he heard the amount. 5 times that. Wouldn't it be almost £100,000 apiece? The main thing is how many will be used in the end. Who knows, if hundreds more macaques are added, then tens of millions of pounds went in again. This is a waste of money. With this price, no wonder the person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory wants to see him. Alan has money now, but the money is one time and will be gone after it is spent. Besides, he still needs to leave funds to develop other businesses. It hurts to think about being burned for tens of millions of pounds by a clinical trial. Looking at Rex following him, Alan suddenly had an idea flash in his mind. He turned to look at the person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory and asked calmly, clinical experiments, compared with animal experiments, do we have to use humans to continue to verify them in the future? Ah, that's right, your process is like this. Drugs must be modeled first, and only after the ingredients are verified to be feasible, can they be tested on animals. After the animal experiments have been completed, and the safety verification has been passed, the last step is the human body verification. Alan nodded and said, then based on our current clinical progress, can we speed it up a little, and go directly to human verification? This person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory was stunned by Alan's question. It's not impossible, it's just a little bit dangerous. It would be better if it were the United States. There are many immigrants there, and there are also many people smuggling there. If you just give some money and find some medicine people, you can do experiments. This is much cheaper than using macaques. A macaque costs more than $20,000 US. Where is the medicine man? I'll give you a few $100s and you can have some fun. At this price, there will be many medicine practitioners who take the initiative to sign up. But this is Wales now. There are only a few people there, and there are no immigrants, and there are no illegal immigrants. They can't just go to the United States to recruit experimental subjects, right? They managed to sneak across there, so how could they let it go? This is Rex. Have you heard of him? Alan pointed at Rex and continued under Rex's confused gaze. If you need experiments in the future, just ask Rex, and he will provide you with the manpower for experiments. Aren't the Koreans arrested last year useless? Then come to the pharmaceutical factory to shine, earn some living expenses for yourself, and relieve Rex's burden. Anyway, Koreans will also be big consumers of this little blue pill in the future, so they should contribute to their own people in advance. Following Alan's explanation, Rex, who had listened for a long time, finally understood what the Lord meant. This wonderful, isn't this just making the best use of everything? He doesn't have much in his hands, but there are many people. They are all freeloaders. In order to better utilize the value of these Koreans, Rex's hair is almost turning gray. Now isn't it great that they can contribute to the young master's industry? It is an honor for the Koreans to help with the experiment. Okay, don't worry, young master. I will send someone to assist with the experiment when I get back today. Rex nodded in agreement with an excited look, and then nodded towards the person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory, making a knowing look. The person in charge of the pharmaceutical factory shuddered. Some of them didn't quite understand what the person who was assisting in the experiment meant. Could it be that, because of the recent economic development in our country, Wales, there are more immigrants and stowaways? Never heard of it. Chapter 247 News about Chickley. After visiting the laboratory of a pharmaceutical factory and looking at these macaques in cages, Alan didn't understand how they conducted clinical trials. They couldn't just find a female monkey, right? But when I glanced at them occasionally, I found that the mood of these monkeys was very stable, except that half of their lipstick was exposed, which was a bit embarrassing. Seeing this scene, Alan felt more confident. This was effective. Anyway, if they need money or equipment, Alan can satisfy them, as long as they get the little blue pill out. What can I say about this thing? The listening function seems very dirty, but it is indeed a serious medicine. that can be put on the market, and a serious business that can be held for a long time. And this thing is needed by all countries and people regardless of gender or race. Some men need to eat, and some women need to feed their men or clients who can guarantee that they will not need this thing in the future, even if it's not, because you can't do it. Don't you want to become stronger? The little blue pill is the compassion medicine that can truly save family tragedies and many other incidents in the future, even if others know that this medicine is produced by a company under Alan's name. Anyone who has taken this kind of medicine, even if they don't say it on the surface, in their hearts, who can't give him a thumbs up. Mr. Allen, I secretly said, thank you Mr. Allen, the miracle doctor, for being alive and making me no longer weak, regaining my confidence, and being myself. On the way back, Alan asked his bodyguard to drive Rex's broken car, and Rex rode in the same car with him. Alan never had time to manage the Koreans who were captured years ago, so he handed them over to Rex and asked him to take care of them. Now it seems that Rex is a bit out of his depth. How many people are left on your side? Rex stretched out his hand with some embarrassment. 500. Alan raised his eyebrows slightly, wondering why there were so many left. Thinking about more than 500 people, just where to lock them is a problem. It is not easy to let Rex and the others take charge of so many people at once. Pressing down the car window, Alan looked at the sky that was still fine just now. Suddenly it became gloomy, and sporadic light rain had begun to fall. He lit a cigarette and began to wonder what on earth these people were going to do. At that time, so many people were arrested at once in order to vent their anger and put pressure on them. Now these people are all useless people with no one to care about them. But Alan is not a lunatic. These people can be arrested or imprisoned. But how long will it last? This is still a problem. Because it was a rural road. In the sporadic light rain, there was a group of civilians riding bicycles on the road in the distance. When the convoy passed by them, Alan looked at some of these people wearing flowers or green onions on their heads. It's quite joyful. This is another traditional festival in March every year. Some people like to gather at this time of year, wear green hats that symbolize the Celts, or wear flowers or other things on their heads. In large villages, or there will also be concerts and other events held in the town. After the team overtook the group of cyclists, Alan glanced at Rex and said, how do you manage them now? Rex shrugged, organized his language, and reported the situation to Alan. There will be no abuse. But these people still have to work and live in separate places. The old prison is full. For this group of people, an old prison that was originally planned to be turned into a museum was specially opened to accommodate these people. Good point. Don't overthink things like food. They are all last minute food purchased from major supermarkets. They are the cheapest and worst kind. You just need to be hungry. Alan nodded. The police station has limited annual funds. Although Alan himself has money and Rex is not poor, he cannot directly give funds to the police station. This is against the rules. In order to feed this group of people, the police department is almost exhausted. And over time, these people become a little difficult to manage. Alan frowned and explained, after you go back, let these people manage themselves and pick out the thorns in them. The closer they are to us, promote them and let these people be managers. They will exploit their own compatriots. It's easier than managing it yourself. As for Urgiz, Koreans have a tradition. As long as they are given the right, these people can awaken their bloodline, which is very easy to use. Alan was all too familiar with their pussy nature. Rex's eyes narrowed and he nodded. All his previous contacts with Koreans were limited to the group of people caught by Jin Jae-young a few years ago. As for the others, they were all negative reports on TV. Now that Alan said this, it opened Rex's mind. This is freedom and freedom. Let them manage themselves. As expected, the young master is still professional. However, as time went on, other troubles would arise. Rex was a little confused and continued to ask for advice. Master, it has been going on for a long time and they have formed an internal class, and we are running out of funds here. Don't worry. Once those pricks have been bullying you for a long time, you should pay attention. Promote those people they like to bully, and make them managers, and they will become divided internally. As for the funds, aren't there some medicine people If there are still too many idle people, the factory where Sangsing and I are cooperating at Lanelli Port has already started construction. Just recruit some people to work there and let them support themselves. Alan looked out the car window, stretched out his left hand to catch the raindrops floating in from the window, and looked at the raindrops on his hand. These raindrops were just like those Koreans, and they had no resistance in his palm. I rubbed my hands gently, and the raindrops disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Patting Rex, who was looking at him, Alan said in a long voice, "In the future, you should focus on observation. As time goes by, someone will naturally stand out and pick out the management talents. Then we can let them exoneration and naturalization. I may be able to use these people in the future." "Okay. I understand, Master." Rex nodded. "It's just raising a dog. He can do this." Looking at the signboards on the roadside, "I have entered Carmarthenshire unknowingly. By the way, you came to me today. What do you want to say?" It was almost when they arrived at Carmarthen town that Alan remembered that Rex had come to him to report the situation today. He couldn't just come here just because of something trivial about these Koreans, right? That's right. That's right. After Alan's reminder, Rex also reacted. He was originally here to report the situation, but he didn't expect to follow Alan out to inspect the pharmaceutical factory, and he almost forgot about the real thing. Moving closer to Alan, Rex whispered, "Master, do you still remember the Chickley you asked me to be responsible for?" Chickley. Alan frowned and thought for a while. "Isn't this the little French liar?" How long had it been? If Rex didn't report it, Alan would have thought he had died in Russia. "Is there any news about him? Why is it so slow?" Rex rubbed his hands awkwardly and said, "You also know the situation over there. It's troublesome to make a phone call, and I can't contact him. I can only send someone to wait for him at the agreed place. He will go there soon. For many years, for his safety, he has not contacted us." Alan knew something about the situation there, but these were limited to reports on TV. And these reports, as long as the two parties have a bad relationship, think about what kind of reports the other party will have on TV. Anyway, it is basically negative news. Now that this little liar has finally heard from him, if he doesn't come out, Alan is going to find another way to find someone else. "Tell me what's going on." "Hey, it's like this. He kidnapped someone this time." "Well, it doesn't count as kidnapping. You know, he couldn't get in touch with anyone of high status there. The person he knew was a programmer. He has a bit of craftsmanship, and it is said that he wants to sell the copyright for money and then let us help him out." "Programmer? Selling copyright? What is this?" Alan's frown deepened. "What he wants are people who are rich and want to escape. Trick them into buying their properties in the Gambia, and then use the identities of these people to trick the Americans, and Alan can take the opportunity to get rid of the business in the Gambia. Then wash it off. From now on, all business in Gambia, whether openly or secretly, has nothing to do with him. This is the routine that was already laid out when the plan was first made." "Master, have you heard of that Tetris?" Alan had a question mark on his forehead, raised his chin, and motioned for Rex to continue speaking. It turns out that the programmer who designed Tetris designed the game Tetris around 1985. Not long after the game was ported to the computer by his colleagues. Computers in this era have little entertainment capabilities. This game has become a small hit, but this is all on their side. Later, Tetris fell in love with an Englishman. While the relationship between the two parties was stable, he obtained the authorization from the programmer who invented Tetris, but what followed was magical. The British man took the authorization and went to the United States to sell it. Anyway, I sold it around and got the copyright fee. But here comes the drama. When this person got the license, he paid an IOU, and after he went to the United States to get the money from the second sale of the copyright, he took the money and ran away. Theoretically speaking, Americans do not have a copyright on Tetris now. The copyright fees they paid did not reach the hands of the licensor, but this game is indeed very popular now, and as the relationship between Russia and the West has eased in recent years, some Americans have gone to Russia to find him, hoping to get more copyrights, such as this game ported to other platforms, such as game consoles and the like. And the inventor of Tetris who only authorized the computer version at that time, that is, the PC version. When the Americans came to find him, he realized that the British guy who had taken his authorization at that time had already taken the money and ran away. He waited for several years from beginning to end, but never made a single heir, and because of the arrival of the Yankees, they got into trouble. He was targeted by relevant departments and wanted him to hand over his copyright. At this time, the programmer, who was living in extreme poverty, met Chickley, an unemployed vagrant working in a black restaurant. After a glass of wine, Chickley, a little liar, found out everything that happened to the programmer, then decisively prepared to take the programmer to contact Alan's people. He stayed there for more than a year, and he really couldn't come into contact with anyone from the wealthy class. This programmer was already the richest person he could come into contact with. Although this person is only rich in theory, he can only be considered rich after his copyright is sold. After listening to the twists and turns, Alan glanced at Rex and said, "You mean, Chickley is now helping this programmer sell the copyright? And then ask me if I want it?" "Yes, master." Alan was speechless. "What the hell is this going on? I asked you to hook up with rich people and get ripped off. It would be better for this little liar to hook up with someone who sells copyrights for me. The rich man who co-authored it hasn't been slaughtered yet, so he needs to bleed it out first." Despite its humble appearance, Tetris is still very famous in the outside world. The copyright fee should not be cheap, right? Are you going to take my money, turn this programmer into a rich man, and then kill him a second time? Leave it here for me to play with Matryoshka dolls. What about the follow-up? What about selling out the rights? What is Chickley going to do? Alan is doing it to sell his property smoothly, not to do charity. Even if he buys Tetris now, he can still make a fortune, but these are secondary. Well, Chickley said, this programmer knows some rich people over there. If he successfully sells the copyright and the two parties have a relationship, this programmer will definitely want to run away after he gets rich, and by helping this programmer, you can follow his connections and get to know other wealthy people. Alan sighed. It's so difficult to clean up business. How much? I'm too lazy to ask again. If there is a way, just wait. A little liar who is unfamiliar with the place can't be expected to do anything big. If it doesn't work out after a while, we can only start the second plan. Hearing Alan's voice, Rex slowly stretched out his right hand and made a slight gesture with his index finger. 10 million. This price is not cheap, but Alan thought about it again. If he bought the copyright of Tetris for £10 million, as long as he held it for a long time, even if he licensed it, he would make some money in the future, and he could still make money in the long term. It was not expensive. No, master, it's not 10 million, it's $1 million. Rex was shocked by Alan's tone. How could it be so expensive? The people over there are so poor that just $1 million is already the asking price of the other lion. A million or dollars? Alan was speechless by the price. He had been guessing for a long time to get such a small amount of money at this price. He felt more and more that Chickley's side was unreliable. Okay, you have to ask them clearly about their follow-up plans and report the progress to me after a while. Also, Alan thought for a while it was too cheap this time, and his money didn't come from the strong wind, so he felt a little unsure before the transaction. Bring a photographer with you to take a complete video of him voluntarily selling us the copyright. Remember, what I want is a video of him voluntarily showing his face and reading out the contract with his original voice. Keep the evidence and save money. He is also a liar. I understand, master. Chapter 248. Before the World Cup. Throughout March, Alan was extremely busy. First, I went to London twice and talked with people about taking over Bentley. The two parties have almost negotiated the price. Bentley's only valuable brand is its brand. It doesn't have many production lines, and they are all old ones. The main focus is on the workers. Alan's idea is to move the production lines and workers to Carmarthen, and then allocate land for them on the outskirts of Llanelli Port, build a new factory here, and bring people over. There are good transportation facilities here. Can be transported by sea or railway. But the idea is good. Some workers here at Bentley are unwilling to leave. It involves the relocation of hundreds of families, which is very troublesome. Related subsidies and the like, even family jobs and children's schools, all need to be resolved by Alan. Because Bentley is famous, Alan can't be too tough on old workers like them. Be gentle in your approach. So this matter still needs to be delayed. Alan is not in a hurry anyway. This is how business is done. The more impatient you are, the less things will get done. If they want to delay, then they can delay it. But some people want to delay, and some people don't want to delay. With the arrival of April, Alan's classmate Masahiro Masataka came to Wales with Masahiro Masahiko, the founder of Salia, the boss, Masahiro's father. To people from the island nation, to Americans, that's called Mukayang. In a certain manga, Saiyans are not strong when they have black hair, but when they turn yellow, they become Super Saiyans. This is an obvious influence. And their psychology towards dating is even more strange. From the earliest time, when we learned from the West, the people of the island nation verbally admit that the one they admire the most is actually Great Britain. The two countries are inextricably linked in terms of many administrative methods, department settings, systems, navies, etc. Relationship. And ordinary islanders also admire the British, sometimes even more than the Americans. A few years ago, when the people of the island country were the richest, they were even ready to attack the United States. They waved Japanese yen all day long and clamored to buy the entire United States. But they never had the idea of buying Dang. On the contrary, they often admired some of Dang's traditional culture and even imitated it. Just like they sent the Tang envoy thousands of years ago. Whether it was the Queen's birthday a few years ago, the island country locust came to visit, or the boss Cha visited the island country a few years ago, these are all manifestations of the close relationship between the two parties, although many British people hate islanders. The relationship between the upper class of both parties, especially the nobles, is actually very good. Masagaki Yasuhiko came to Wales for the first time. After his son came home this holiday, he told him that there was a noble here who was interested in their family's property. When he first heard about it, Masagaki Yasuhiko didn't take it seriously. He was just a foreign noble. He was so far away that, even if he was interested in his property, he wouldn't be interested. But after listening to his son explain the relationship and general background of the other party, all the white hair on Masagaki Yasuhiko's body became sweaty. If it were an ordinary nobleman from the Principality of Wales, he wouldn't care. But the other party is now a traditional nobleman in England, or the Earl of Allen, who has a very close relationship and is extremely famous. This has to be taken seriously, no matter what the other party's ultimate goal is. If one person doesn't handle it well, the other party will bring disaster to their family. The owner of hundreds of chain restaurants seems to have some status, right? But can this be enough to convince someone to speak a little bit? It is said that when this man participated in the Seoul Olympics a few years ago, several nobles from the island country flew to South Korea to get to know him. Listening to this relationship, and then thinking about his own family, Masagaki Yasuhiko felt that it was necessary to listen to his son's opinions, come to Wales in person, and have a good talk in front of this excellency. The expected extremely arrogant attitude was not seen by Masagaki Yasuhiko. When he got out of the car, he recognized at first sight the young earl who was waiting for him at the door of the hall, accompanied by an old butler. It turned out to be exactly what was reported in the newspaper. A talented and extremely handsome man, Alan Hill, who was known as the beauty god of the British Empire and the island country, not caring about his son who got out of the car on the other side. Masahiro opened the car door, jogged 2 steps to the steps of the hall, and bowed deeply to Alan from a distance. The 90-degree bow was very special. Standard. After standing still for dozens of seconds, he bent down and stretched out his hands to hold Alan's outstretched right hand. "Hello, Your Excellency. My name is Masahiko Yasuhiko. It's such an honor. If you could please wait for me here in person. I'm very sorry for keeping you waiting for so long." His trademark tongue-in-cheek English sounds awkward. But this time Alan didn't get angry when he didn't understand, like he did when he first met Sony. This time he wanted talents and was gentle with others. "Haha. Thank you for coming all the way from the island country, Your Excellency, it's my honor and Arzingio and family's honor to invite me to see you. It's not hard, it's not hard. Alan found that although Masagaki Yasuhiko had a strong accent, he was very polite. This attitude made Alan very comfortable. Come here and let me show you around first. Alan was in a good mood and decided to personally take the father and son to visit the Hall of Honor at home point to shock them. By the way, the tour lasted just over 20 minutes. Alan was responsible for pointing things, Huta was responsible for explaining, and Masagaki Yasuhiko and his son were responsible for watching. When he came out of the Hall of Honor, Masagaki Yasuhiko's waist was more bent than before entering the Hall of Honor. Some things are just like this. When you don't understand it, you may still have the fearless thoughts of an ignorant person, but the more you understand, the more afraid you will be. In addition, Masagaki Yasuhiko had heard of Alan and was somewhat aware of his reputation. Now after a tour, he learned about the history of the Hill family, especially their family's methods of doing things. The or became more severe. This is no ordinary British aristocratic master. This is a family of executioners who specialize in beheading people and wear aristocratic skins. This is much more intimidating than ordinary British nobles who are obsessed with saving face. No wonder so many nobles from the island country wanted to get to know this, Excellency. It turns out they have the same temperament. Many traditional nobles in the island country are very tyrannical, especially when they treat civilians. In the small living room, Alan looked at Masagaki Yasuhiko, who only dared to sit down halfway, and nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, taking the guest to visit the Hall of Honor and talking about the history can be very effective in making the guest be honest. He doesn't even need to threaten anything, and the next business deal will be much easier. Ever since I heard Masahiro Masataka talking about your business, I have been very curious. After learning about it, I'm very interested in the operation mode of your restaurant. I sent someone over to investigate in detail some time ago. You are doing a very good job. I love so much. Alan clicked on the last investigation again in order to further hint at his strength. Your Excellency, you have given me a reward. Masagaki Yasuhiko didn't dare to say anything. He was just like a child who sat in the audience and listened. When Alan said something, he would nod in agreement, and his attitude should be as respectful as possible. Signaling Huta to hand the plan to Masagaki Yasuhiko. Alan looked at Masagaki Yasuhiko, who was looking at the plan seriously. This capital injection, or rather the acquisition of Salia, went extremely smoothly, especially compared to Bentley. It was simply much better. Sure enough, the outside world is more interesting. In the UK, outside of Wales, no matter where you want to do things, it is very troublesome and very delayed. Look at the island people. As soon as Alan showed interest and liking, the boss came over in person and handed over the plan. As long as everyone had an agreement, the rest would be settled by the other party. After he returned. Just highlight a person who is extremely obedient. Masagaki Yasuhiko carefully looked at the conditions put forward in the plan. He originally thought that this person was going to use his family's chain restaurant to eat meat. Didn't he look at the historical honors of the Hill family that were just in the honor room? They are good at doing such simple and crude things, but I didn't expect that the plan given by your excellency was extremely tolerant. The above only mentioned that he would inject capital into his chain store and provide some urgently needed goods supply chain. As for management, everything remains the same and the other party only occupies certain financial rights. The only small request is that he needs to send employees over to Wales to serve as training teachers. How easy it is. The economic situation of the island country has not been good in the past 2 years. If there is an opportunity to go abroad, who would refuse? What's more, is it a company dispatch or a place with a strong imperialist atmosphere like Britain? Plus there are high salaries. Giving money, resources, and connections requires a little bit of manpower. Seeing all these plans, Masagaki Yasuhiko was very excited. This was not a robber. This was simply Amaterasu who was still alive. Masagaki Yasuhiko closed the plan, raised his head, and looked at Alan, who was always smiling, and said, "Your Excellency, don't worry. You came all the way here. Rest here for a few days, take the plan back, and read it slowly. Think about it carefully before applying to me." After waving his hand to interrupt Masagaki Yasuhiko, who was about to speak, Alan stood up and prepared to leave. He knew what the plan was, but he was not in a hurry. When it came to fishing, he had to stay calm and let others think about it for a few days with such good conditions. Masagaki Yasuhiko is probably worried about gains and losses now. In the past few days, Alan is planning to leave the father and son to rest in the guest room of the manor for a few days and let them take them to tour Wales first. Then observe the father and son to control them later. The conditions are good, but sometimes they are not all out of good intentions. The good attitude towards them now is to make them cooperate honestly and without selfishness, but in the future, everyone on Alan's side will learn. The rest depends on the situation. If Masagaki Yasuhiko has always been very respectful to him, Alan can be kind and leave him some benefits. If the other party's attitude slowly changes during this period, you can burn bridges across rivers. May 20th, 1990. It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the parking area outside Milan Malpensa Airport. Monica Bellucci wore sunglasses and looked at the crowd of people outside the car window with some guilt. As the World Cup approaches, passenger traffic at Italy's major airports has surged, and foreign tourists are everywhere. Monica, who was currently filming a movie on the set, suddenly received a long-lost phone call, especially when she heard the unusually familiar yet unfamiliar voice on the phone. That voice and that person were once her nightmare. She didn't know what kind of mentality she had. After filming Alan's Deep Water, Monica became a little popular. Then her career ushered in an upward period and she went to Hollywood in the United States to prepare for development. But after making a medium budget film, Monica recognized the reality. It's not that her acting skills are very good, but that Alan's movie suits her just right, and Alan's special way of entering the drama also suits her. In the past few years, Monica even avoided Alan a little. She was a little scared, but later Alan basically ignored her and would mail him a gift every year at Christmas. Then it's gone. People are very strange. Monica, who was still very scared at the time, was a little unwilling to give in after Alan's cold treatment for a period of time. After being attacked by Hollywood, she could no longer survive as an actress whose reputation was not worthy of her reputation, and whose pay was inflated. Monica looked down on the small crew, but others looked down on her on the big crew. In the end, I had no choice but to go back to Italy and continue to mix. Last Christmas, Monica knitted a scarf by herself and sent it to Alan according to the address in her memory. But the other party still ignored her as always. Unexpectedly, 6 months later, Alan called suddenly and asked her to pick him up at the airport. He was going to watch the World Cup. Monica, who was in a nervous mood, didn't think about why Alan needed her to pick him up at the airport. She subconsciously marked the time, then carefully cleaned up the house, and then arrived outside the airport in advance according to the agreed time, waiting for Alan. Under the protection of several bodyguards in casual clothes. Alan was dressed in casual clothes and a peaked cap, holding a simple trolley case in his hand. As soon as he left the airport, he saw the pink blue beetle in the parking area on the roadside. This German little beetle looks cute and is very suitable for women to drive every day. This was the first car Monica bought after she earned money. Nodding to several bodyguards, Alan walked to the car alone with his trolley suitcase and knocked on the window. Dang. Dang dang. Several muffled sounds came, startling Monica, who was in a daze. She turned around and looked out the window. With this figure in this face, even though the other person was wearing a mask, Monica still recognized him at a glance. Got it. The first moment she recognized Alan, Monica's body trembled subconsciously, and then her hand unconsciously pressed the window switch, preparing to open the door for Alan. Come out. Help me put the suitcase. Alan looked at Monica, whose face was red, and hooked his fingers at her, asking her to get out of the car first. Every time I see this chick, it brings back so many wonderful and exciting memories, especially this one, who is naive, scared, fun-loving, obedient, and rebellious. Anyway, Monica makes Alan feel wonderful. Obediently taking the suitcase from Alan, Monica opened the trunk and loaded Alan's suitcase into the car with great effort. She watched Alan smile as he watched her work, and then he smoothed his hair and said a little embarrassedly, "Why did you remember to contact me? Aren't you filming a documentary in Australia? PS." There was a loud noise in the sky, and the duck made its debut. "Did you miss me? I'm back." Chapter 249 Experience the life of Italian people. Alan stood by the front door, tilting his head and looking at Monica pretending not to care and still asking him if he was filming a documentary in Australia. It felt a little funny. The first season of Survival in the Wild was all aired in the UK in January. This girl probably doesn't know about it, but she still asks this question now. Could it be that she is jealous? Monica looked very calm on the surface, but her right hand kept opening and pinching. When the Italians are nervous or excited, they have to match their words with gestures. Whenever they try to disguise, there will be flaws in the movements of their hands. This is a way of pretending to be calm, but not very calm at the same time. After laughing, without answering Monica's question, Alan opened the passenger door on the right and got into the car first. Boom. With a heavy slamming of the door, Monica glanced at Alan, who had fastened his seatbelt and was already seated, and then looked in the rearview mirror. The bodyguards following Alan had disappeared. What about your bodyguard? I can't live there. Drive and ignore them. Alan curiously opened the storage box under the dashboard. There was a stick of lip balm and a pack of tissues, but nothing else. The German's little Beetle car has a decent amount of space inside, but Alan doesn't like the shape. But the Italians like this kind of small car. As the Beetle started slowly, it headed east along the highway, and then all the way to the southeast. Monica's current residence is not in Milan. Let's not talk about whether the rent is expensive or cheap there. The main reason is that the transportation is not very convenient. She often has to run around to audition. It is too troublesome to drive by herself, and taking the train is slow. Unless she lives in the city of Milan, there is a Linate airport there. However, the current Malpensa airport is not far from where she lives now, and the living environment is much more relaxed than in Milan. Before I came to Milan, I would have been fascinated by the catwalks, churches, theaters, etc., and my mind was full of fantasies about this place. But only come once. High emotional intelligence. The streets are full of history. And history and humanity are intertwined across time and space. Loek, the damn road is so narrow, and it's not being repaired. What kind of bird feather municipal planning? The two of them basically had zero communication along the way, and Alan couldn't understand the street signs very well. He almost knew all the letters, but he just couldn't understand them. This is Bastogorova. It's quieter here, perhaps. Seeing Alan's doubts, Monica looked forward and explained softly. Alan looked at this small town. Let's call it a small town. There were many pizza shops and clinics. He had seen many of these buildings along the way. The big doors were very eye-catching. The Beetle finally stopped at the entrance of a small supermarket that was not too big. Monica turned on the turn signal and slowly turned the car to the alley next to the supermarket and parked it. When he got out of the car, Alan twitched his lips, shrugged his nose, and looked at the corner of the alley. The smell of urine was everywhere. This living environment. Is this it? Monica, who had just pulled out the suitcase, looked where Alan was looking and turned around. The urine stains on the ground were clearly visible, and she couldn't help but blush slightly. Let's go up. These alley entrances and the depths are all like this. Monica wanted to say that it was normal for a nobleman like you to have never seen this before, but when the word came to her lips, she didn't want to say them anymore. There is a small door at the back of the supermarket, leading through a narrow corridor and a very old-fashioned gate elevator. Monica pulled up the door, and the elevator swayed up to the third floor. There were only two houses on the left and right, or apartments. Alan, who was completely unaware of carrying his luggage, put his hands behind his back. After Monica took out the key and opened the door, he stood at the door without moving. Instead, he poked his head and looked at the apartment curiously. When you open the door, there is a large shoe cabinet that reaches the top. There is a 3-person bohemian-style fabric sofa in the living room. The small coffee table is lifted to the side. There is something like a yoga mat in front of the sofa, facing the TV. Lift your feet. While he was admiring the layout of this small apartment, Monica's voice sounded. As soon as Alan raised his feet, Monica, who was squatting next to Alan's legs, slowly took off the shoes on Alan's feet and put them on for him. A pair of men's slippers that looked like new ones. Alan laughed and then walked into the room. In addition to the living room outside, there was a small toilet with a bathroom on the right side of the door, an open kitchen on the left, and the bedroom inside. The bedroom is not big, but it has a huge balcony. There is a row of small green plants on the balcony fence. Since there is a supermarket and road downstairs, the environment here is quiet and the light is quite good. Although the floor is not high, but the view in the distance is quite good, and there is a single sofa on the balcony. There is an open book on the coffee table next to it. A breath of artistic young women. After looking around for a while, the entire interior was very warmly decorated, and there was a faint floral fragrance in the room. Alan couldn't tell what the specific fragrance was sitting on the single sofa on the balcony. Alan crossed his legs and picked up the book next to him, wanting to read it. But it's in Italian again. I can't understand it. Give you coffee. Monica changed into home clothes, brought a cup of cappuccino to Alan, and placed it on the coffee table next to the sofa. Without waiting for a reply, Alan put down his coffee, then picked up Alan's suitcase and helped him pack his things. The World Cup won't start until June, which is still more than half a month away. In addition, the World Cup will last for a month. In other words, Alan will have to live here for at least a month. If it takes longer, that depends on how many teams England can reach in the end. If they can't make it out of the group stage, they can still leave early. Seeing Monica in thin pajamas, squatting on the ground with a hairband, taking out the clothes in her suitcase one by one, and hanging them on hangers in the closet, Alan felt very strange. It feels like he has returned from a long trip and his little wife is packing his luggage for him. Monica, when she heard Alan calling her, Monica trembled instinctively, nervously raised her hand, and pushed the hair behind her ears. Come, Alan took a sip of coffee and flirted with Monica. Thin Monica lowered her head and walked slowly to Alan's side, one step at a time. He pulled Monica over and asked her to sit on his lap. After sniffing Monica's hair, there was still a scent, and seeing her blinking nervously and her eyelashes trembling slightly, Alan felt very interesting. This girl always looked like she was afraid of herself, but at Christmas, she even carefully sent her a hand-knitted scarf. Alan didn't have time to talk to her at the time, so this meeting was quite interesting. She acted very resistant, but when Alan called her, she didn't seem to resist very much. Just like now, even if he hugs her, she doesn't hold back. It's this heart rate that betrays her. You afraid of me? Alan held Monica's face and pushed her bangs aside, looking into her eyes and asked. Their eyes met. Monica turned her head to the side and said nothing. After not seeing each other for a while, Monica became more and more sexy. When this girl was young, she looked like she didn't have long hair, or it was a problem with her makeup. She seemed to be the type that became more beautiful as she matured. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, since they were separated last time. With the movements of Alan's hands, Monica's body trembled even more. She gritted her teeth slightly, but still didn't speak. Look at her silence. Alan intensified his efforts, transformed into a household inspector, and began inspection work. This time Monica finally spoke out, groaned, glared at Alan, and then buried her head on Alan's shoulder. Alan became more and more excited now, and he liked this tone. As if he was bullying a decent woman. He also liked the way Monica dared to be angry, but dare not speak out. Alan looked up at the scenery outside the balcony. There were no tall buildings on the opposite side, and there was a fence more than 1 meter high, so no one outside could see this side. Baby, we are right here. Lowering his head slightly, Alan bit Monica's ear and whispered softly. Monica listened to Alan's request and shook her head in denial. On the first day in Italy, Alan was very tired. I don't know what time it was the next day, but I was woken up by the sound of the TV. When I opened my eyes, I was stunned for a moment. The surrounding environment was a bit unfamiliar. It took me a long time to remember that this was Monica's home, not my own manor. I wasn't wearing any clothes. I wanted to drink some water, but when I looked at the bedside, there was nothing. She stood up and walked out of the bedroom. In the small living room, Monica was wearing tight-fitting sportswear specially designed for bodybuilding. She was lying on the yoga mat, practicing aerobics following the movements of the host on TV. This stuff seems to be very popular now. The purple open chest top is different from the kind of yoga classes that Alan saw in his previous life. This kind of fitness clothes is not so tight, which may be due to the material. It is more elastic and has a buckle on the foot, which can be worn directly to the soles of the feet. You need to use your feet to prop it up so that you can look better and have more charming curves. What's wrong? Are you awake? Monica lifted her bangs that were damp with sweat again and looked at Alan, who was staring at her. I'm thirsty. Get me some water. From the top-down perspective, the field of view is extremely broad, and the white flowers are dazzling. Alan took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger early in the morning. Turning back to the bedroom, not long after lying down, Monica held a small cup and handed a cup of espresso to Alan. You let me drink this so early in the morning. Alan looked at the espresso and then at Monica, whose fitness clothes were almost soaked. After drinking espresso, it is best to do some matching exercises to better utilize the effects of espresso. You asked for this after taking the coffee and gulping it down. Alan's expression was distorted by pain. He stood up from the bed suddenly, looked around, saw the long rope tying the curtains next to him, grabbed it, turned around and stared at Monica with red eyes, said, "Come here." I don't. Looking at Alan, especially his aggressive eyes. To be honest, Monica panicked again. But it didn't matter whether she was happy or not at this time. Monica's body was shaking with excitement when she listened to Alan's voice, but her face still looked pitiful. The England team's resting place in Italy this time is in the province of Varese, not far from Alan's current residence, and it's only within 10 minutes drive. They are all located more than 20 kilometers away from downtown Milan. No matter where we go to compete, the transportation is very convenient, and it is also close to the airport. In the 1988 European Cup, Alan did not go, and the England team failed to enter the finals in disgrace. Didn't even get the final qualification. Then the England men's football team learned from the pain and went through another major change. This World Cup finally did not continue to be embarrassing and entered the finals. The so-called finals are the so-called top 24. The 24 teams were then divided into 6 groups, with 4 teams in each group, and the top 2 teams in the group advanced. In addition to the top 2 in each group, the top 3 in the 4 best performing groups can advance, forming the top 16. The next game is a knockout match that determines the outcome, and the entire schedule is still very compact. This time, among the 4 beauties from England, it is no surprise that 2 beauties from England and Scotland are participating in the World Cup. As for Northern Ireland and Wales, they are so bad that they should stay at home. Alan had no interest in the previous group matches. Instead of going to the game, where could he stay in Monica's small apartment and entertain her? He has been busy for several months, and it's time for him to have a good rest. Monica is responsible for taking care of him like an uncle every day, cooking and eating, and experiencing the folk customs of Italy. This nobleman named Great Britain went deep into the Italian people and deeply felt the ordinary lives of the Italian people. In order to promote cultural exchanges between the 2 countries, Alan also kindly taught Monica biology knowledge every day. July 4, 1990. Alpine Stadium in Turin, Italy. In the VIP channel, Alan was wearing an England team jersey with no number on his upper body, a pair of denim shorts on his lower body, and a pair of red and white Forrest Gump shoes. He looked very low-key. Monica was wearing the same clothes as Alan. Alan's arms, the 2 looked like a young couple. Media from all walks of life, who had received the news a long time ago, gathered around the VIP channel and took photos of the 2 people. Although the flash was almost blinding, Alan had the foresight to put on sunglasses and walked forward without squinting. Monica's somewhat nervous little hand tightly held Alan's arm until she reached the end of the passage, and then she got rid of the group of reporters. For Monica, who considered herself a little star, this was the first time she had seen the influence of a real nobleman appearing in such a public place. No matter what the outside world says, aristocrats are aristocrats. They are so mysterious. In addition, Alan, an aristocratic gentleman who is highly photographed, is very famous. As soon as he appears, even if he has not even seen the camera, the media will treat him as such. All attention is on him. Monica looked at Alan curiously and asked, "Why don't you go to the locker room and take a look?" Chapter 250 Previous Sufferers England. Seeing that Alan wanted to go directly to the box above, Monica was a little curious. Alan told her his purpose this time, to lead the team and supervise the battle. But this is great. I have been supervising her at home for more than a month. Every day, she is either on the balcony, or in the bedroom, and even in the kitchen, when she is cooking. But after supervising the war for so long, I have never seen him visit the team. Forget about the group stage. It doesn't matter whether he watches or not. But now it's the semi-finals. As long as we win, we can advance to the finals. On such an important occasion, Monica felt a little strange when she saw that Alan still looked like he didn't care very much. What are you looking at? I'm more nervous to see them. Alan is quite confident about the England team this time. They have already entered the semi-finals, so what else is there to think about? The goal has been achieved. As for the championship, he doesn't expect the England team to win the championship at all. Don't ask why, it's just that they don't have a championship look. In the past month, although Alan has not been out much and stayed at Monica's house to recuperate, he can read the newspaper. These days, many newspapers in Italy don't think too highly of the England team. But people have the confidence to look down on others. The current period of Italian football is the period of the mini World Cup. This means that their Serie A league is known as the Little World Cup and has extremely high gold content. The entire Serie A represents the highest level of football league on this planet at this time. From the mid to late 1980s to the mid to late 1990s. Italy's Serie A was the best league in the world. No one could compare with them. The most ideal clubs for stars from all walks of life were in Serie A. In addition to looking down on the England team, this time the England team played more fancy in other places, especially their uniforms look extremely intimidating. Traditional white top and black shorts. On the left chest is the emblem of the three lions, and on the right chest is something interesting. At the bottom is a trademark of Alan's wool textile factory. A very traditional string of English letters, and above this trademark, there are two large logos side by side. The one on the left is a badge with a crown, which is the Earl certification made by Alan himself. Next to the Earl certification is the three feather mark of the Crown Prince certification of Boscia. With just these three signs hanging out, the whole outfit looks very flashy and a bit noble. It feels like a rustic wearing Hermes. The Italian media ridiculed this England team in newspapers as a group of aristocrats, but Alan didn't care about this kind of news at all. Instead, a professional team further fueled the situation and sent a lot of revelations to the Italian media. It is said that this England team is sponsored by the legendary Earl of Alan. Whether it is the clothes, socks, underwear, other items including razors, food, etc., they are all aristocratic brands certified by the royal family. It can be said to be full of arrogance. This kind of stunning configuration is really a bit unbearable for Italians. Isn't this too prodigal? How can you play like this? Do you treat the World Cup as a catwalk and advertisement? But despite the constant complaints in the newspapers, the England team seems to still know how to live up to their expectations. Starting from the group stage, they stumbled to the semi-finals, and their opponents in the semi-finals are even more exciting. Rival German team, the war between Britain and Germany, which has not been seen for many years, will be staged again. Under such circumstances, the traditional British noble Earl Alan, the war supervisor of the England team sent by the royal family, will finally show up to watch the game. In order to keep him company, some media have begun to occupy the vantage point of the VIP channel since last night, preparing to take some photos when the time comes. But I didn't expect that Your Excellency would be so silent today. He didn't even look at the media on both sides during the whole process and kept walking inside with his head sullen. The beautiful woman next to him seemed to have some impression. After Alan's figure was completely invisible in the VIP channel, the media chatter on both sides of the channel gradually became louder. As soon as this nobleman appeared on the stage, the whole scene was quiet, mainly because everyone was afraid that speaking too loudly would make this foreign nobleman look down on him and say that they were of low quality. As soon as this person left, some reporters and photographers were already dancing and gesticulating and excitedly communicating with each other. Alan's clothes today are very ordinary. He is like an ordinary fan, but ordinary clothes become different when he wears them because of his extremely extraordinary status. In the words of Italian art connoisseurs, He is called a man of temperament, and there is no need to hide his natural aristocratic aura. He is the focus of the audience as soon as he appears. Although he is wearing sunglasses, the handsome blonde man's momentum has not diminished at all. All the way to the box. There were several bodyguards preparing here. When they saw Alan and Monica coming in, they nodded sensibly, closed the door of the box, and left the two of them to spend their time here. Alan looked at the large sofa used for watching the game. There were blankets on it. The air conditioner in the room was fully turned on. There were also documents that he needed to deal with on the sofa. Seeing these documents, Alan had a headache. I finally came to Italy to enjoy myself. Why are the documents still chasing me? These idiots. Can't you just make up a name and take the initiative to transfer all the money to my account? Do you have to put all my effort into doing business? Do you want me to take the initiative to deceive or rob? Taking the initiative without knowing anything. Looking at the detailed investigation report about Celia. Some time ago, Celia's boss came to see Alan, and finally the two parties reached an agreement to cooperate. But for a more detailed investigation, Alan would definitely have to find someone to do it himself. Every penny must be investigated clearly. Business is business, and the amount of capital injected must be investigated in detail. This is different from him finding someone to quietly investigate and estimate Celia. At that time, he only stood outside the door and watched. Most of the data were estimates, and they were all estimates for a short period of time. Within that fixed period store revenue. But this time, with the consent of his boss, he went over to audit the accounts and conduct an in-depth investigation openly. Looking at the various data on the report, Alan flipped through it impatiently. He didn't want to read it, so he just kept it for later. He reached out and pulled Monica to his side. Don't. Monica looked at the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. There was a stadium with tens of thousands of people outside, and there were countless cameras broadcasting here. Monica was shocked when she saw Alan's hand moving toward the baby restaurant. This was not like being on the set, where Alan took her to hide in the bedroom and have fun with the set, separated by a wall. At that time, everyone on the set was her own. Although she was scared, she couldn't resist. It's completely different here now. If she was discovered here and photographed, by the way, she would become famous all over the world tonight. Seeing Monica's appearance, Alan liked to tease her. He leaned against Monica and whispered, "What are you afraid of? You can't see it outside. As you can see, there will be cameras filming you soon, and there will be a part for you to say hello." Snort. Seeing that the girl was extremely resistant this time, Alan frowned and snorted, pretending to be a little angry. When Monica saw that Alan seemed really angry and lowered his hand, she couldn't help but start to panic. After waiting for a long time, he saw Alan crossed his legs and picked up the document to look at it carefully. He no longer paid attention to himself, but sat next to Alan again and said softly, "Are you angry?" Alan glanced at Monica from the corner of his eye and said nothing. Monica pointed to her mouth, bit her lip, and made a gesture. Seeing her flattering look, Alan rubbed Monica's hair and said, "We'll talk about it later, when the game starts." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole stadium seemed to explode, and the cheers of fans from all walks of life shook the water glasses on the coffee table. Alan quickly stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked at the stadium under his feet. The two teams entered the field. The Alpi Stadium in Turin has nearly 70,000 seats. There are more than 20,000 British fans present today, and the number of German fans is probably the same. The rest are neutral fans. Think about these 60,000 to 70,000 people shouting at the same time. What was that scene? Anyway, the shock made my ears hurt, but I was still in the box. If I were outside, it would be more enjoyable to watch the game. Players from the West Germany team, wearing blue and green uniforms, and the England team, wearing white uniforms, are already shaking hands. Alan looked at the England team's coaching bench from a distance. This time the team was led by the legendary England coach Bobby Robson. At this time, Bobby Robson was only in his 50s, an upright man in his prime, with black and white hair, a grey thin suit, and the logo on the chest, which made him look a bit aristocratic. This time, under the leadership of Alu Oshawari, the England team entered the semi-finals, which can be regarded as England's best World Cup result since 1966 for more than a month, except for calling him and telling him to come to him if he had anything to do. Alan completely let him go. He doesn't like to give random orders. He is a famous coach, so just let him go and make arrangements. Just like he did with Ferguson, the team and the management rights are given to you, so you can play whatever you want. Really, Bobby Robson did not disappoint Alan and led the team to the semi-finals in today's game. It doesn't matter whether he wins or loses. This gilded trip is quite enjoyable. He eats, drinks, makes holes, and helps Monica maintain the baby's bedroom. That's it. Good things like this, Alan. I hope that the more the better in the future, so that I can brush up my qualifications more easily. Fuck grass. Alan punched the sofa with an annoyed look on his face and exerted force on his waist. Vomit. Monica was pushed hard by him, rolled her eyes, and retched. At this time, the game on the field was full of German laughter. After more than 90 minutes of hard battle, the two teams were tied. There is no overtime in this World Cup. The official match time is tied, and it goes directly to the penalty shootout. This is a very cruel way to play, and death can occur at any time. It doesn't depend on the team's skills and tactics. It all depends on the players themselves in a penalty shootout between the two sides. England's Pierce missed a penalty first. The German team scored all goals, and the score between the two sides ended up with West Germany leading 4:3. An Here, as the England team missed the penalty kick, the pressure was finally put on Waddle, who played last. Only if the penalty was scored, the England team had a glimmer of hope. And this is based on the fact that the England team and West Germany missed the penalty. However, Alan didn't care about Monica's flattering service at all. He watched the players off the court intently, starting, running, shooting, and the ball flew away. Fuck. England missed the final point. Although he had no hope at first, when he really waited for hope to come, Alan still instinctively had a little hope. If he entered the finals, wouldn't the gold plating be even better? Sure enough, mud can't hold up the wall. Looking at Monica, who was brought to tears by him, Alan rubbed Monica's head and coaxed her softly with an apologetic look. He didn't even bother to wipe it. With the help of the blanket, he quickly let Monica pack up the card. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Alan looked at the big screen. The Italian did not take the camera to the Germans, who were celebrating selflessly, but instead gave the camera to the little fat man of the England team. Gascoigne. This guy will be suspended for the next game due to the accumulation of yellow cards. The England team finally created a historical achievement again, but this guy can't play. Seeing Gascoigne standing in the field crying with tears streaming down his face, Alan grinned. What a useless thing. You didn't know how to work hard when you were on the court, but you cried when you lost the game. What's the use of crying? It's not Monica who is a manly person. Mr. Allen doesn't like it if Gascoigne cries again. The semi-final ended with a total score of 5:4. Daying was beaten to death by the Germans again. Allen returned to the hotel in the evening, feeling a deep anger with no outlet. He was angry, and it was okay to be eliminated by others. Last time, Argentina eliminated England, and this time it was West Germany's turn to eliminate England. This damn England is like a baby cabbage. He is always eliminated by the team he hates the most. Not only is he hit in terms of scores, but he is also hit psychologically. Even he, who was watching the game, was also hit. Don't be angry. We are the hosts, don't we lose? While combing her hair, Monica walked up behind Alan, put her shoulders on Alan's shoulders, and comforted him softly. This reason was so strong that Alan didn't know how to refute it. Alan sighed and was about to say something, but suddenly realized Italy also lost. Wouldn't it mean that in the third or fourth place match, England's opponent would become the Italian team? Here, the Monica next to me is Italian, but I'm English. The time has come to win glory for the Empire. Boys, you must be worthy of Master Alan's hard work. Let me set an example for you first. I remember you bought an Italian team jersey, right? Alan suddenly lost his temper, smiled slightly, looked at Monica who was combing her hair and asked, looking at Alan's eyes. Monica's hand movements paused, and she had a bad premonition. Yes, there is one. Let me wear it. Put on stockings. Don't wear shorts. Just wear stockings. Alan seemed even more excited when he got the affirmative answer. He took the comb from Monica's hand, pushed Monica's shoulder, and urged her to change clothes quickly and put on the Italian team uniform. Alan himself found the England team uniform and put it on. Tonight Mr. Allen is going to play an early match between England and Italy in private. Let's see who is better, England or Italy. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.